boy.
Check this out. Vatican will host a LGBTQ plus event welcoming all of the LGBTQ plus Catholics at a prayer vigil called Church, a Home for All, starting from the borders. In other words, open borders must also include openness to the Skittles borders. And it's actually putting up a Skittles crucifix, cross. Wow. And trad cats are out here attacking me, coming after me as the source of all these problems in the alternative media, conservative right-wing sphere. How much more blind and hypocritical could you be? I mean, if you can't see this, look at this and see who the real issue is, who the real problem is. The Vatican itself. All right, let's take a look at this event, see what's going on. Let's go to the actual website of a rainbow impressionist painting of the Vatican here with people in gay colors in a Catholic church ship. I guess it's supposed to be a ship. I don't know what that is. People are like folded paper inside of a teepee, or is it a ship? I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's in Italian, so we don't know exactly what this says. But the translation over here says it's a Christian tent of Jonathan. The tent of Jonathan? Founded by James Martin. I wonder if they call it that because David and Jonathan were best friends, and they're actually blasphemously reading that as David and Jonathan were gay. I bet you that's what it is. So James Martin is putting on at the Vatican the Skittles themed event. Anyone can join this pilgrimage, even if you're Skittles, according to the Vatican. The program includes a prayer with Pope Leo XIV. Oh, but it's not the Vatican that's the problem. It's Orthodox, it's Ortho Bros that are the problem. Now, this is going on, and then this is going on in society. How are you going to solve and heal the world and its problems and offer actual healing when the entity that runs your church, the Vatican, is promoting the very things that lead to this? Because the LGBTQ plus includes TRANZ, thus the Vatican is pro TRANZ. And most people can figure out the glaring demonic hypocrisy here. How can this be a sin against nature, a crime against nature? And now It's a Vatican promoted lifestyle. That's a contradiction in morals, clear as day. You don't need a THD. You don't need to know all the nuances of the filioque and hypostasis and energetic procession when everybody can see that this is a total moral failure. Now, remember, the Vatican isn't just infallible and indefectible in dogmatic ideas. It's faith and morals, meaning that it cannot teach or accept moral error or theological error or heresy, right? So nobody's saying that the bishops or the Pope are impeccable. Nobody's arguing that, right? We're not saying that they can't make errors in terms of their own private opinions, or that they can't morally be atrocious, right? Every Roman Catholic will say, yes, we've had morally atrocious popes that had, houses of ill repute, all of this stuff. Yeah, but we're actually pointing out that, no, the Vatican actually is theologically and morally a failure because it contradicts the teaching on morals. That's the point. And how is this not evident with this, what I just showed you? Did I not share this? I thought for sure I shared this. Anyway. So, LGBTQ plus events celebrated and put on by the Vatican. Acceptance run by James Martin. Hello, they're not going to offer, they don't have the goods. They can't heal you. Or else they wouldn't be supporting and pushing those events. It's not rocket science to figure this out, guys. Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, panel? I had a question, and I wanted to get your take on it. This is
Side, the largest private residence in New York City, 7 stories and 40 rooms of marble. As we all know by now, Epstein's parties brought together an impossible mix of Nobel Peace Prize winners, tech billionaires, politicians, and celebrities. These weren't just casual gatherings, these were lavish events that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each, featuring private chefs, rare wines, and entertainment that kept the world's most powerful people coming back for more. He traveled in a converted Boeing 727. He had a Gulfstream 4 jet, helicopters, and a fleet of luxury cars and boats, including a 130-foot yacht named Lady Ghislaine, after his closest associate. And all of this, every mansion, every jet, every staff member, every elaborate dinner party was supposedly just funded by one man's genius at trading currencies? Because according to most sources, this is just what Epstein was. Which is where our story really begins. Because you would think all of that money leaves a trail we can use to understand and legitimize Epstein's wealth and lifestyle. But when you do that, you find dead end after dead end. First, every hedge fund managing over $100 million must file quarterly Form 13F reports with the SEC. It's federal law. You detail your holdings, trades, and assets under management or face criminal charges. Jeffrey Epstein never even filed one. In over 20 years of claiming to manage billions of dollars, there's not a single regulatory filing with his name on it. Second, if you're running a legitimate hedge fund, you need prime brokerage relationships with major Wall Street firms to execute trades. These create massive paper trails through trade confirmations and settlement records. Epstein had personal bank accounts but no prime brokerage relationships anywhere. Douglas Cass, a hedge fund manager who spent years investigating Epstein's claims, found that not one institutional trading desk, primary or secondary, had ever traded with Epstein's firm. Third, Epstein claimed his speciality was currency trading at massive scale. Eric Weinstein, who worked with Peter Thiel in finance, explains why this is basically impossible to fake.
He would have to move the market if he was, doing a yard of euros or Swiss francs or who knows what, as like $1 billion. That would move the market. So there's no way you can fake retroactively a hedge fund of immeasurable size that trades currencies. I don't think he was a currency trader.
If you're moving billions in forex positions, you're tangibly affecting global exchange rates. That leaves permanent, verifiable traces. When Weinstein met Epstein face-to-face in 2004, the trading genius couldn't even discuss his area of expertise.
He was a weird guy who didn't seem to know a lot about currency trading, claiming to run a multi-billion-dollar FX hedge fund.
the meeting with Epstein was deeply unsettling. Weinstein described,
The fact that he had a lipstick camera pointed at me from an art object, that he laid a table that was preposterously long and thin with a tablecloth made of an American flag to make it look like a coffin so that I would spill my coffee on the flag of my own country.
That sounds like a script from a movie.
most disturbing of all, Epstein knew intimate details about Weinstein's unpublished mathematical research that virtually no one else knew. When Weinstein left that meeting, he called his wife for the chilling assessment.
When the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, I have just met a construct. She said, what do you mean? I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not.
Epstein might just be exactly that, a construct, but who built him and for what purpose? But before we continue, I want to tell you that this video is sponsored by Raycon. I've been using Raycons a bunch recently, because Raycons here trust me. Go to he was born in New York City Parks Department. Nothing in his early life suggested he was destined for extraordinary wealth or influence. He attended Cooper Union briefly, then transferred to New York University, but never graduated from either institution. In 1974, at just 21 years old, this college dropout somehow managed to talk his way into a teaching position at the Dalton School, one of Manhattan's most elite prep schools. He was hired to teach calculus and physics to the children of New York's wealthiest families. The man who hired him was Donald Barr, the school's headmaster. Barr was also the father of future Attorney General William Barr, and notably a former officer in the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. So why would someone with intelligence connections hire an unqualified 21-year-old to teach at such a prestigious institution? It was an unusual decision that would mark the beginning of a pattern in Epstein's life, unexplainable opportunities that seemed to come from nowhere. The pattern continued when he joined Bear Stearns in 1976, one of Wall Street's most prestigious investment banks, only to leave in murky circumstances and establish his own consultancy for billionaire investors. But in years of operation, Epstein secured just one client that anyone can actually identify. And that man is Leslie Wexner, who was once everything Jeffrey Epstein claimed to be. He was a legitimate billionaire who had built Limited Brands, the parent company of Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch, and dozens of other retail giants, into the largest clothing manufacturing and distribution empire in the US. By the late 80s, Wexner was worth billions, forming a secretive group of pro-Israel billionaires called the Mega Group, defined as a loosely organized club of 20 of the nation's wealthiest and most influential Jewish businessmen, focused on philanthropy and Jewishness, with membership dues upwards of $30,000 per year. The Mega Group also includes a man called Ronald Lauder, who was connected to Epstein's boss at Bear Stearns. Lauder is a long-term friend of Donald Trump. In 1997, the NSA intercepted communications between Israeli intelligence officers discussing a top-secret espionage operation. They were talking about using a high-value American asset, codenamed Mega, to steal classified US government documents. John Schindler, a former NSA counterintelligence officer who spent his career hunting foreign spies and is still the current-day professor of national security affairs at the US Naval War College, has also connected these dots. He's concluded that the mega operation the Israelis were discussing and the Mega Group funding Epstein are connected. We know that Mega was viewed by Israeli intelligence officials as a vehicle for espionage and influence operations in the United States. We know that it was co-founded by Jeffrey Epstein's billionaire benefactor. This chapter to the Epstein story gets even weirder when you learn that Wexner's previous tax attorney named Arthur Shapiro was executed before testifying to a jury about tax evasion, in what police called a mafia-style hit.
There was a point in the 1980s when, it might have been the early 90s actually, Wexner again owned Victoria's Secret. For a guy like Jeffrey Epstein, that's kind of a gold mine you're sitting on, right? Because he would go out and he would pose as a talent scout. He would tell people that he was that, and he would present credentials that made it plausible, and he would get girls who wanted to be models, who wanted to be in Victoria's Secret, to pose for him, and then he would sexually assault them.
So somehow, with no proven track record, Epstein convinced one of America's most successful businessmen to hand him control of everything. Alternatively, you could just say that this situation had been engineered to transfer wealth and power to Epstein. Tucker's reaction captured what any rational person would think.
Genuinely fascinated by that detail, because that is, a man who builds, like all of these characters, they're unusual people. They're not average people. They're extraordinary people. By definition, you build $1 billion company, good or bad, you're not like everybody else, and you're good in business, and you're careful and judicious, and You don't hand power of attorney over to some guy you've never worked with.
Soon, Epstein was living in Manhattan's largest private residence, a 7-story, $77 million townhouse that Wexner had purchased for $13.2 million in 1987, only to transfer it to Epstein for exactly $0 in 2011. This was the lifestyle of a billionaire, funded entirely by one man who had known him for less than 2 years. Wexner later claimed that Epstein had stolen his money rather than being gifted to him. But by this point, Epstein wasn't building this empire alone. By his side was a woman whose very presence raises huge questions about who Epstein really is. Ghislaine Maxwell was the daughter of Robert Maxwell, a media mogul whose mysterious death in 1991 had left behind more questions than answers. Robert Maxwell's background is incredibly unusual. Having escaped Jewish persecution in the Second World War, he became a British politician and later brought up several major publishing companies. But there was a darker side to his operations. According to Mossad officer Ari Ben, Maxwell had spent decades operating as what intelligence professionals call a triple agent, working simultaneously for MI6, the KGB, and Mossad, running operations that generated hundreds of millions of dollars while providing unprecedented intelligence access to governments worldwide. This was even later discussed by the UK's Foreign Office and made major British newspaper headlines. Maxwell's greatest coup was an operation involving software called Promise. Using his immense power and network, Maxwell distributed legitimate software with Israeli intelligence embedded backdoors into it. Then he sells this compromised software to governments in some 40 countries in total, and every time they use it, Israeli intelligence can see everything they do. Now, Maxwell had been traveling on the yacht Lady Ghislaine, named after his daughter, when he was suddenly found dead floating in the Atlantic Ocean. 3 different pathologists couldn't agree on the cause of death, which was suggested to be a heart attack. His Mossad connections were all but confirmed when he received an Israeli state funeral, with the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir declaring that Maxwell had done more for the state of Israel than can now be said. Within months of her father's death, Ghislaine Maxwell had moved to New York and became Jeffrey Epstein's closest associate. Stephen Hoffenberg, who worked with Epstein in the 80s, claimed Robert Maxwell introduced Epstein to Ghislaine before his death. This all happened in the same year that Epstein took over Leslie Wexner's finances, and you can really see how these two events collided, and the timing is very suspicious. So now, a woman who had grown up in the world of international intelligence operations was now managing the social calendar of America's most mysterious billionaire. The stage was set, and as Jeffrey Epstein's power grew, so too did the scope of what he was being used for. Now let's confront the topic that's been on everyone's minds. What exactly was he doing at those elaborate parties for the super rich? How might they have benefited Epstein? Well, at the center of Epstein's network is Epstein Island, 78 acres of Caribbean paradise 40 miles east of Puerto Rico. The list of people who are confirmed to have visited includes some of the most well-known names in modern history: Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, George Mitchell, John Glenn, Kevin Spacey, Chris Tucker, and Itzhak Perlman, and even somehow Stephen Hawking, all apparently confirmed by Epstein's longtime pilot Larry Vysotsky at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. While merely visiting the island doesn't imply anything criminal, there's also the infamous client list, which allegedly contains the detail of those who had a more specific kind of relationship with Epstein. The island's true purpose is pretty well known now, but it becomes even clearer when you understand what else was there: thousands of cameras. According to Ghislaine Maxwell's own reported comments to friends, Epstein's properties were equipped with extensive surveillance systems that served as an insurance policy through recording so-called compromising activities. Over the past few years, more details have surfaced about what those so-called compromising activities really include. One of Epstein's most well-known accusers, Virginia, described being flown to the island repeatedly, where she was passed around like a platter of fruit, being shared by Epstein's powerful associates. The island became the ultimate venue for what prosecutors would later describe as systemic abuse involving dozens of women. But the island was just one stage in a larger theatre of dark psychological intimidation. The Manhattan townhouse Epstein received from Wexner shows a more surreal side to Epstein's operations. The New York Times published photos from inside that looked like something from a fever dream, with framed prosthetic eyeballs lined in the entryway, a grotesque welcoming committee for visitors watching everyone who entered, a sculpture of a woman in a wedding dress clinging to a rope dangled from the ceiling like a warning, paintings of Bill Clinton in a dress shown to everyone. Lining the walls were photos of Epstein with some of the most powerful people on the planet: Pope John Paul II, Fidel Castro, Elon Musk, Mick Jagger, Donald Trump with a young Melania, Bill Clinton, a framed dollar bill signed by Bill Gates with "I was wrong" scrawled across George Washington's face. Bookshelves displayed a first edition copy of an infamous novel about a middle-aged man's obsession with a girl. But the key of all was that painting we spoke about earlier. Right in the main entrance, a large oil painting of former President Bill Clinton lounging in the Oval Office wearing this blue dress and red heels. The message: even former presidents could be humiliated, compromised, reduced to objects of mockery. Nobody was safe. And if you'd entered Epstein's world, you were compromised. And again, there were allegedly cameras everywhere. Maria Farmer, who filed the first FBI complaint against Epstein in 1966, described a hidden control room behind an invisible door with all this limestone, containing stacked monitors displaying feeds from cameras, positioned in bedrooms and bathrooms throughout the property. When FBI agents raided the Manhattan property in 2019, they found safes containing labeled CDs with descriptions like young name and name, catalog evidence of systemic abuse carefully organized for easy retrieval. In a recent Joe Rogan podcast, Joe asks former CIA agent Mike Baker over whether he'd come across such an operation before.
You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras or wasn't taped and shit? Or what? I mean, come on.
So, 100%.
Yeah.
But Mossad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house.
But it actually gets worse. The deal also granted immunity to any unnamed co-conspirators, effectively protecting Epstein's entire network of powerful associates. And the whole arrangement was kept secret from the victims, which violated federal law. When Acosta was later asked how he could justify such an arrangement, he said, "I was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." The case was above his pay grade. This led many to conclude that powerful forces were protecting Epstein at the time. It seemed that the situation was being influenced to keep the Epstein operation running for a bit longer. 10 years down the line, the second time Epstein was arrested would be the last. And this time, the charges were much more serious, carrying a potential 45-year sentence. And that's when the lid blew off the whole story. An operation that was probably designed not to be around in the internet age was now being discovered by everyone. Finally, the man who had spent decades collecting blackmail on the world's most powerful people was behind bars. People were outraged that this could possibly even happen behind closed doors. Everybody wanted answers. Was this some kind of eyes wide shut scenario? Suddenly, every politician, every celebrity, every business leader who had ever been photographed with Epstein was rushing to explain their relationship. Trump, who was now president, suddenly had to explain why he'd called Epstein a best friend, a terrific guy in 2002, and said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Trump claimed they then had a falling out years earlier and that he'd banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for being a creep, but the details just kept on changing. Was it 2004 or 2007? The timeline shifted depending on when he was asked. Even Epstein said they were best friends for over 10 years.
That was quite a shame.
Bill Clinton's people issued frantic statements about how the former president had not spoken to Epstein in well over a decade and knows nothing about the terrible crimes. Prince Andrew went on BBC and gave one of the most disastrous interviews in royal history, claiming he couldn't sweat due to a medical condition, didn't even remember meeting Virginia despite photographic evidence of them together. The walls surrounding Epstein's finances also started to collapse, and what people found inside looked nothing like a legitimate finance professional's affairs. JP Morgan had been Epstein's primary bank for 15 years, and internal bank documents show that compliance officers knew something was wrong as early as 2006. He was making huge withdrawals every month while financing his billionaire lifestyle. They didn't want to act on it though, as Epstein was bringing in wealthy clients. Jess Staley, a senior executive, exchanged 1,200 emails with Epstein and even visited his private island. Many of these emails contained weird, unexplained references, such as Snow White, which seemed to pop up repeatedly. A lawyer recently said Epstein's entire business with JP Morgan and JP Morgan's entire business with Jeffrey was human trafficking. Senator Ron Wyden spent 3 years investigating Treasury Department files and claimed to find 4,725 wire transfers, totaling nearly $1.1 billion flowing through just one of Epstein's accounts. Wyden said many payments were associated with sanctioned Russian banks.
4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts.
And we will probably know what allegedly happened next to Epstein, but to say things don't add up might be the understatement of the decade. First, both cameras outside a cell had malfunctioned. The guards assigned to check on him every 30 minutes had fallen asleep suddenly and falsified their records for 8 hours. His cellmate had been removed the day before without replacement, leaving him alone despite regulations requiring a cellmate for someone on the watch. The surveillance footage that should have captured everything was later found to be edited, with metadata showing it had been modified using Adobe Premiere Pro. When forensic experts experts examined the video, they found nearly 3 minutes were missing. Government officials claimed there was only one camera recording, but there were actually 11 cameras in the area. Most just mysteriously stopped working before Epstein's death. While NYC's medical examiner agreed with the official account of what happened to Epstein, Dr. Michael Baden, the pathologist hired by Epstein's family, said he'd more likely been strangled. We may never know what happened that day, but the chaos around Epstein was only intensified. His accomplice Maxwell, who was arrested after Epstein, has somehow avoided much of it, after recently being moved by Trump from a low security prison to a minimum security facility. And this new facility has a reputation for feeling like a campus more than a prison, and is often reserved for celebrity guests. It's highly unusual for someone with trafficking convictions, and seemed to happen just 1 week after she met with Trump's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Just actually let that sink in. This is how the justice system deals with abuse on an industrial scale. Others connected to Epstein's web suffered a much worse fate. Virginia supposedly unalived herself at her farm in Australia, making 3 Epstein accusers deceased since 2017. At least 22 people connected to Epstein died under very suspicious circumstances, Stephen Hoffenberg among them. He was the last living person to have known Epstein since the 1980s. Hoffenberg described Epstein's operations as national security issues, involving, quote, blackmail influence trading information at a level that is very suspicious and dangerous. He was cooperating with the FBI when he died of natural causes. Meanwhile, Trump has returned to the White House promising to release all the Epstein files, with the entire case becoming a football kicked between one side of the American political spectrum to the other. The head of the FBI, Kash Patel, came on Joe Rogan to say there was nothing suspicious about the tapes. He hadn't seen anything, as he apparently personally reviewed all of them, and so we should all just move on and forget about it.
15 years of people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you?
And the Justice Department has now delivered what they so desperately want to be the final blow. In a memo, they concluded there was no client list, no evidence of blackmail, and no reason to release any additional files. The case, as we know it, is closed. At least that's what they want you to think. So here we are 6 years later, still asking the very same questions we started with. How can a college dropout from Brooklyn become one of the most connected men on earth? How does someone with no legitimate business model sustain $1 billion lifestyle? Why did powerful institutions protect him for decades? It's clear that Epstein's intelligence gathering might just extend to the highest levels of government, both in the US and Israel. This makes sense when you learn that between 2013 and 2017, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak met with Jeffrey Epstein 36 times. Think about that. Epstein had monthly meetings throughout 2015 and 2016 with the Israeli former Prime Minister. And Barak wasn't just any other former politician. He'd previously served as the head of Israeli military intelligence. In 2015, Barak and Epstein formed a company called Carbine, which sells software to 911 call centers. It seems innocent enough, right? The software gives emergency services access to callers' cameras, their locations, and runs their identity through government databases. Investigative journalist Daryl Cooper explains this to Tucker Carlson.
Jeffrey Epstein provided the seed money for a tech company that Ehud Barak started up with a bunch of guys who were veterans of Unit 8200, which is like the Israeli NSA, basically a tech company.
However, Carbine's entire executive team consists of former Israeli intelligence operatives. The CEO of the company served in Unit 8200, basically Israel's version of the NSA. The co-founder also served in the same unit, and later worked for BlackQ, the private intelligence firm packed with former Mossad agents. But the American connections run just as deep. Carbine's board includes former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff. Peter Thiel, the Palantir founder, is also a major investor, and this fits a broader pattern. The mega group that initially funded Epstein was packed with people connected to US intelligence. Ronald Lauder had served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and was a close friend of Roy Cohen, a lawyer with deep CIA and organized crime connections, and also the mentor of Donald Trump. Does anything about this sound familiar? Remember how triple agent Robert Maxwell had distributed software that looked legitimate but contained hidden backdoors for intelligence gathering. Now here was Epstein funding software that would be integrated into America's emergency response systems, controlled by intelligence operatives with deep government backing. That's a very interesting parallel between Epstein and triple agent Maxwell, who died on the yacht back in the 1990s. The Chinese government actually uses a smartphone app very similar to Carbine as part of its mass surveillance. So this might all have been about embedding intelligence assets directly into American infrastructure. So let's actually just reflect on what we've uncovered here. the impossible wealth with no legitimate source, the systematic protection from prosecution across multiple administrations, the sophisticated surveillance infrastructure, the targeting of the world's most powerful and notable figures through blackmail, the institutional response when he became a liability, and the disappearances of all those connected with him, on top of the deaths of the victims. This wasn't just the work of one strange, disgraced financier operating alone. This very well could have been a decades-long operation that compromised presidents, prime ministers, tech billionaires, and foreign royalty. The abuse wasn't the purpose, it was the method. The leverage was actually the goal. The Maxwell family's intelligence connections, Les Wexner's inexplicable financial backing, the protection that Acosta described as coming from intelligence, the former NSA agent John Schindler we talked about earlier concluding that given the industrial scale of Epstein's abuse over decades, with at least hundreds of victims, it would take a small army to keep that sordid operation going. Schindler's final assessment says the heart of the Epstein saga was a clandestine intelligence operation devoted to compromising and blackmailing rich and powerful people. Schindler is a highly respected figure in intelligence and academia, so this is a bombshell assessment that has somehow been confined to a Substack post rather than published widely by the media. In fact, no actual media company seems to be reporting on this at all, even though it's been going on for 6 years and is possibly one of the craziest stories in decades. But it all makes sense when you stop trying to understand Epstein as just a person and start seeing him as what many sources suggest him to be. As Weinstein said, we might just be living in a managed reality.
We live in managed reality. We are all in some version of the Truman Show.
Epstein as a construct was eliminated, but the architects who built him and his operation remain in the shadows, and there has been absolutely no repercussions. The main victims have now almost all been silenced and taken out, but the perpetrators have stayed protected. The operation was exposed, but the system is still here, playing its hand today. It might seem to be happening somewhere else in some fantasy land for the rich and powerful, but the skin-crawling truth is that this influences lives everywhere. The people we vote in power, Nobel Peace Prize winners, all the people that create our culture today and run our society could very well all be blackmailed. This is the real story.
When World War II is discussed, the description of it usually goes something like this. Evil Hitler was planning on world domination. At first, the Allies tried to appease him by giving him the land he wanted, but saying no more after this. Stupid Neville Chamberlain was then embarrassed as Hitler simply did what he wanted anyway and took the rest of Czechoslovakia. Then, Hitler wanted to take over Poland, but the heroic Allies stood up and said no, opposing Hitler in an attempt to save the world from him taking it all over. If they didn't stop him now, then who would? At first, the Allies were beaten back, trying to save poor innocent Norway from Hitler's invasion, and then in the Low Countries, and then France, sending them packing across the English Channel. They were beaten, but not defeated. Eventually, with the help of their staunch allies, the United States, who wanted to help save the world and fight for democracy, Europe was once again liberated and Nazism destroyed in a heroic struggle. It is known as the Good War, a one fought purely for wholesome, world-saving reasons. But is this true? Is this actually what happened? As you can probably guess by the title and the nature of my channel, no, it isn't. Let's discuss why the so-called Good War wasn't so good after all. The idea that Britain declared war on Germany purely for altruistic reasons is completely ridiculous, even without looking beneath the surface. Nations do not fight wars for such causes. If we did, we would all invade Africa immediately to prevent the brutal suffering, ethnic cleansing, and civil wars that occur there on a daily basis. So what was actually going on? It is true that Chamberlain, a man generally led by moral compulsion, was trying to make a stand against Hitler for moral reasons, but he never wanted war himself. He just hoped endless bluffs would work. When it came to Hitler actually invading Poland, then he very quickly tried to worm his way out, fulfilling the guarantee, which had deliberately been worded so that Britain had to defend Polish independence and not her borders. This failed, however, as almost immediately he was threatened with being overthrown by the more war-hungry members of Parliament, which leads us to the real reason Britain joined the war, as ultimately it was these men who firstly pushed Chamberlain to do so and then actually did the job themselves after 1940 when they ousted him. A small handful of men in Britain completely corrupted both public opinion and the government itself to push for war for their own aims, quite contrary to men like Chamberlain, who were on a moral crusade, much like we British love to go on, as with the abolition of slavery, putting ourselves horribly in debt just to enforce it. These men's motives ranged between personal ethnic gripes with Germany due to Hitler's new policies, to just straight up being paid to agitate for war with Germany. Regardless, they all shared a common goal: war, the destruction of Germany, and regime change. The most famous of these is obviously Winston Churchill. Churchill found himself deeply in debt in the interwar years, even having to list his family estate on the housing market to avoid bankruptcy. Luckily for Churchill, however, a shadowy group called the Focus turned up, consisting of a handful of men wanting war against Germany who were willing to pump millions of dollars into this cause, chief among them men such as Sir Henry Strakosch, based in South Africa, Alfred Bergman, based in the US, and Robert Wally Cohen, based in the UK, among others. Strakosch and the Focus completely lifted Churchill out of debt and made him a very rich man. The catch was, Churchill had to be utterly belligerent and make sure Britain went to war, much like he had done in the First World War. He fulfilled his obligations to the letter, and then some. One who behaved much in the same vein as Churchill was his right-hand man, Anthony Eden, who sabotaged Britain's somewhat cordial relationship with Mussolini shortly before the war. Another on payroll was Duff Cooper, who would become Minister of Information as soon as his fellow conspirator Churchill came to office. Duff had staunchly opposed Chamberlain's appeasement, and after Munich he simply resigned his position. His masters had a new job for him, however. Over the next year, he set off on a propaganda speaking tour of the United States, speaking of the need for the democracies to stand firm against dictatorship and trying to turn the isolationist-minded Americans into war-hungry interventionists. There was also Leslie Hall Belisha, Cooper's replacement as the Secretary of State for War. As soon as he took up the position, he was absolutely belligerent at getting the war he so desperately wanted.
No peace proposals which rely for their sanction on a broken word can be considered. Nothing but the establishment of a new order from which the menace of Nazi oppression is removed can justify us in laying down our arms.
Even his colleagues, both before and increasingly so as the war progressed, called him a vile warmonger, and serious tensions began to bubble up, wondering what Hall Belisha's true motives actually were. He went on to fall out with almost everyone. Oswald Mosley publicly slammed him as a, quote, Jewish warmonger, and many in the government were whispering their agreement. Tensions went on to reach breaking point between Lord Gort, the commander of the British Expeditionary Force in France. Hall Belisha just wanted the Brits to get in there, no matter the cost to British lives. Chamberlain ended up dismissing him in 1940, and Henry Pournal, the Chief of Staff for the BEF, said that, quote, the ultimate fact is that they could never get on. You couldn't expect two such utterly different people to do so. A great gentleman and an obscure, shallow-brained charlatan, political Jew boy, end quote. Hall Belisha never really recovered in his political career. Wherever he went, others felt as if his religion and racial hatred was driving his policy, as opposed to the actual interests of the British people. Even King George VI was all in favour of expelling this man from politics, both for his warmongering and for opposing him in the abdication crisis. Ultimately, Hall Belisha was indeed expelled to the political wilderness, and he died in 1957. So essentially, there was two sides to Britain intervening against Germany. On the one hand, you had the men like Chamberlain, who by all accounts just wanted to do the right thing, and they were compelled by their morals to do something. But ultimately, this policy is both emotional and erratic. On the other, you have the extremely calculated warmongers, many taking orders from above, and others, as discussed, doing so for their own gain. There were many more than those mentioned, but these were the main offenders. Britain entering the war for good intentions, at best, can be put down as only half true, at the most, but this is only theory. Entering the war and the outcome of the war are two very different things. Germany's crimes during the war are put on a pedestal and portrayed as uniquely evil, whilst the Allies are completely minimised and left out of the narrative. Not once was Dresden mentioned in my history classes at high school. The reality is that wars are not fought between good and evil, but between ideas. The Germans, had they won, would portray the British as the exact same mentioned in my history. Crimes during the war are put on a pedestal and portrayed as uniquely evil, whilst the Allies are completely minimised and left out of the narrative. Not once was Dresden mentioned in my history classes at high school. The reality is that wars are not fought between good and evil, but between ideas. The Germans, had they won, would portray the British as the exact same, the evil intervening against their good intentions for their own people. When Germany had the upper hand and had occupied almost all of Western Europe, Hitler enforced strict laws demanding that the civilian populations of nations like France, Denmark, Norway, the Low Countries, and even the Channel Islands owned by the UK to be treated immaculately. Any Germans found to be acting tyrannically to the locals were executed on the spot. In practice, this worked pretty well until the last couple of years of the war, when increased resistance led to increased repression and things went downhill. The same cannot be said, however, for the occupation of Germany by the so-called good guys of this war. German soldiers were thrown into camps at the war's end and given barely any, if any, food or water. Thousands of Germans who had willingly laid down their arms died of thirst just meters away from the River Rhine behind huge fenced open-air enclosures known as the Rhineland Meadows camps. The civilian population wasn't treated much better. The same cannot be said, however, for the occupation of Germany by the so-called good guys of this war. German soldiers were thrown into camps at the war's end and given barely any, if any, food or water. Thousands of Germans who had willingly laid down their arms died of thirst just meters away from the River Rhine behind huge fenced open-air enclosures known as the Rhineland Meadows camps. The civilian population wasn't treated much better. An order was issued forbidding Allied troops to mingle with the locals so that a food blockade could be established as a kind of punishment to the German people. There was ample food and the soldiers had more than they could eat, but they were forbidden to give any to the civilians. Hundreds of thousands starved to death. Women turned to prostitution to get by, essentially becoming sex slaves in Allied barracks so that they could feed their children. Meanwhile, many men simply just killed themselves, unable to live amidst the rubble that remained of their homeland, which the Allies made no attempt to rebuild until it was politically necessary when they fell out with the Soviet Union. In fact, more German civilians died in the few years after the war's conclusion than they did during the entire war, which is saying a lot given that Dresden and Hamburg occurred during the war. All that is to say, does this seem like a war of good against bad? Perhaps it's more complicated than that. Was it really a good war after all? The so-called good cause that we joined the war for was to preserve Polish independence. If you take one look at a post-1945 map, however, it becomes immediately clear that fighting World War II not only didn't save Poland or even enforce the status quo, but it actually made life worse for most Europeans. Stalin was quite literally handed over Eastern Europe by Churchill. The Polish government in exile was essentially told to take a hike, and this staunch ally was just given away to Stalin, the man who had already killed hundreds of thousands of Poles even before the war's conclusion. As the war went on, obviously it became about more than just Poland. Internationalism versus nationalism, capitalism versus national socialism, liberal values versus conservative ones, just to name a few. But ultimately, the fact of the matter remains that we fought a war to protect Polish independence, and this is the narrative given to us, that this was a good cause. What isn't discussed is that we failed in this mission, and in fact, just gave not only Poland, but all of Eastern Europe away to the Soviets, whom almost all Eastern Europeans feared far more than Hitler's Germany, who they happily jumped into bed with at the first opportunity in 1940, when they were made to choose a side. Our entire worldview is now shaped by the battle between good and evil. You can do absolutely anything against the so-called bad guys, and that's a-okay. For example, in the US, if you were to call someone the N-word, and then they simply murder you in return, many would say this is your just desserts, because racists are the bad guys. The same is true on a broader level. On posts of white children being murdered on Twitter, you will find hundreds of comments celebrating because the current narrative is that white people are evil for our supposed former sins of slavery. Every movie is seen as good versus bad, as if this is how the world actually is. The truth is that the world is a very complex place, and wars are especially so. Perhaps it's time to start looking at the reality of World War II, rather than the Marvel movie version we currently have for it. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, and the channel in general, then please do consider subscribing to my Patreon in the link in the description. It helps more than you can imagine, and without my patrons, these videos One of the most egregious myths of the Third Reich is that those who did not have blonde hair and blue eyes were treated differently. The way these people were treated differently, according to myth, varies dramatically. Many people, especially in Western countries, usually have a vague memory of being told something in history class, along the lines of, Hitler wanted to kill everyone without blonde hair and blue eyes, without much explanation of the actual truth behind the matter. And then, this is usually followed up by the people in the class who have these features being pointed out, and a classmate or the teacher themselves saying, Hitler would have loved you. Usually, then someone makes a remark like, haha, Hitler didn't even have blonde hair himself, what an idiot. This opinion is usually only held after childhood by those who have had absolutely no interest in history, however, and for the most part, people inevitably realise that the idea of Hitler wanting to kill those people without blue eyes and blonde hair is insane. So if that isn't true, what actually is the deal with the blonde hair and blue eyes thing in Nazi Germany? Why is it so frequently brought up? Were those without these features persecuted or treated differently? Let's find out. And obviously, quick disclaimer, this is obviously a rather controversial topic, so please use common sense. I will make no opinions of my own in this video, and this is purely a history video, nothing more. Firstly, some context. The National Socialist movement, from its very inception, was incredibly racial. Adolf Hitler and many of the other most influential men of the NSDAP felt that the German people were taking the wrong path and were losing their racial purity. For example, in Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler spoke of his time in Vienna, where he witnessed how dysfunctional the multinational state of Austria-Hungary was. In his view, cultures and peoples simply couldn't mesh like this, and that the German people must forge their own path, alone. He wanted Germany and Austria to be united as one country, so that the Germans could forge their destiny together. Others, like Alfred Rosenberg, took a deeper dive into racial science, and he especially was one that influenced Hitler greatly early on. Rosenberg argued that it was absolutely essential to preserve the German race, and he felt that the races of the world existed almost in a tier system, with the Nordics, Aryans, or whatever other word you'd like to use, at the top. These people being the Scandinavians, the Germans, the Anglo-Saxons across the Anglosphere, as well as the Dutch and the Flemish. Many Germans were sympathetic to such ideas at the time, due to the conditions of the nation. With the new Weimar government came either the greatest freedoms the German nation had ever seen, or a tidal wave of degeneracy, depending on how you view the world. Those with the latter opinion felt that the nation's new experiments with homosexuality, drugs, and even other things going on in Berlin at the time, such as transgenderism, were leading the German people astray. The word that the Germans had for people like these, who they felt were wasting their lives and simply being a drain on society, was Untermensch, literally underman in English, but better translated as subhuman. This title also applied to criminals and the like too. As a reaction to such things, the NSDAP was by its very nature very racial, and they felt that Germans should fulfill their full potential and that the German people should be kept pure, both in terms of blood and in terms of living an admirable life. This worldview was expressed in propaganda and advertising in a way that isn't too dissimilar to today. In National Socialist propaganda posters, you will very often see people with a distinctly Germanic look. For example, when it comes to men, it is usually a strong, well-built man with sharp facial features, and then, of course, the point of this video, blonde hair and blue eyes. For women, it was much the same in terms of features, and they were displayed in an entirely non-sexualized manner, usually in a mothering role. If your task as a propagandist in the NSDAP is to show off the uniqueness of the German race to your people, and to try to explain to them why it's worth saving it, expanding it, and fulfilling its potential, then why such features were used needs almost no explanation. These are almost uniquely North European features, and if your point is to display your race distinctly from others, then it makes total sense to use such features. To make a modern day comparison, you only need to turn on the TV or get an advert on social media. Maybe you even got one on this video as you clicked on it. In modern, Western society, whether you believe this is right or wrong, those in power are trying to create a diverse, accepting society. So to express their point, you will find an extremely disproportionate amount of racial minorities in advertising, or even government propaganda. When family products are advertised, you will usually see a mixed race couple, and the intent is to make people okay with such things. When it comes to acceptance and personal freedom, A message is trying to be pushed where it's okay to be overweight or do anything you want really, as long as it doesn't affect other people. In order to push this message, there is usually a lot of very overweight people in advertising. Often, a combination of both messages are used, and the people used in advertising will be both a racial minority and overweight. The message is to say that you shouldn't judge others, and that we should want to live in a diverse world of peoples, all living together in harmony. To almost everyone watching this video, the modern comparison should be extremely easy to understand, and if you even take a second to think about it, you can see the logic behind the propaganda. Understanding the National Socialists isn't much harder. In their view, the model German was a strong, blue-eyed and blonde-haired individual. The image may have been somewhat exaggerated, as is our own propaganda today, but this is how it works in every country. Those without blonde hair or blue eyes, or both, didn't feel marginalized in any way by this message, and the core principles of why people were displayed this way was completely understood. In everyday life, you weren't going to be treated differently based on how you looked. After all, every German isn't blonde-haired or blue-eyed. An example of perhaps when not having such features might be a disadvantage is the SS. The SS we know today was a gigantic million-man strong organization, essentially the Reich's second army. But this wasn't the case in the beginning. The SS began life as Hitler's bodyguard and was an extremely small and selective group. Only a select few applicants would ever make it in. For example, you needed to be at least 5'9", which was above the average height for the time, and also conveniently happened to be Himmler, the leader of the SS's height. You needed to be physically fit, which is obviously normal for any army. However, here is where things are different for the SS. From 1935 onwards, you would need to prove your Aryan genealogy, dating back to at least 1800 for enlisted men and 1750 for officer graduates. Nothing of this sort had ever been seen before in any army in the world, but in the SS, the point of the organization was that they would only accept the most pure and ideal-looking Germans. Himmler himself used to boast of how he would examine the photograph of every single prospective Waffen-SS officer to make sure they had the right level of, quote, Nordic features. Blonde hair and blue eyes were at the very top of this list. As well as the physical features, the mental came into play too. Quote, every pure-blooded German in good health can become a member. He must be of excellent character, have no criminal record, and be an ardent adherent to all National Socialist doctrines. Members of the Hitler Youth will be given preference because their aptitudes and schooling are indicative that they have become acquainted with the ideology of the SS, end quote. When all was said and done, 85% of applicants did not make the cut, and that number was even higher in the SS Leibstandart Adolf Hitler, Hitler's personal SS bodyguard. In this case, even a single dental filling could get you rejected. When the Second World War began, and Himmler was permitted to recruit foreigners into the SS, he immediately got to work on recruiting so-called similarly related peoples into the SS. From here, the stereotypical blonde-haired, blue-eyed strongman propaganda went into overdrive as posters were stuck up all over Scandinavia, the Netherlands and Flanders, looking for fellow Aryans to join the cause. In the end, this was fairly effective, and the idea of the Germanic peoples fighting together against Bolshevism on the Eastern Front appealed directly to a certain kind of person in each of the occupied nations. Thousands of these people would end up dying on the Eastern Front, and many fought right till the end, fighting to defend Hitler in his bunker in the rubble of Berlin in 1945. The SS was certainly an exception, and it was only really here, where far more fanatical men about racial science like Heinrich Himmler had power, that you'd see such policies about things such as racial purity or your eye colour. As for the incredibly strict bodyguard division, such a thing isn't uncommon in history. Gaddafi had his female bodyguard. The Pope has the Swiss Guard, where only single, Catholic, Swiss men between 19 and 30 are accepted. The Byzantines had the Varangian Guard, who were primarily Scandinavians, and even the pretty liberal Napoleon had incredibly strict rules to get into his Imperial Guard. Only today do such tough guidelines seem unfair or strange. But as for the blonde hair and blue eyes myth mentioned at the beginning, as you can see, it didn't exist. The simple truth of the matter is that you wouldn't be treated differently depending on your hair and eye colour in the Third Reich. If you were to have blue eyes and blonde hair, then perhaps you were more suitable for propaganda, as you looked more like the so-called ideal German in the eyes of men like Heinrich Himmler. But overall, it meant very little. The idea that goes around history classrooms that Hitler planned or did kill people who weren't blue-eyed or blonde-haired is perhaps one of the most insane lies ever told. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if there is any other myths you'd like me to discuss, then please do let me know. On the 14th of July, 1940, Winston Churchill said the following, quote, "But all depends now upon the whole life strength of the British race in every part of the world, and of all our associated peoples, and of all our well-wishers in every land, doing their utmost night and day, giving all, daring all, enduring all, to the utmost, to the end. This is no war of chieftains or of princes, of dynasties or national ambition. It is a war of peoples and of causes. There are vast numbers, not only in this island, but in every land, who will render faithful service in this war, but those whose names will never be known, whose deeds will never be recorded. This is a war of the unknown warriors." End quote. In 2006, Nicholas Pringle dared to prove Winston Churchill wrong. He decided that actually these men's names would be known, and he sent off letters to every single regional newspaper in the United Kingdom and asked them the following, quote, "Did you serve in the armed forces or essential civilian services during World War II? I would like to find out what your opinions are of the country today and how you have found life since the end of the war. Did you struggle to adjust to Civvy Street? Has there been enough support for veterans? I am a freelance writer and plan to compile a book with your opinions of life in the UK in 2006. Is it a disappointment, or are you happy with how your country turned out? What do you think your fallen comrades would have made of life in 21st century Britain? All opinions are welcome. If possible, please provide a bit about your war experience, your views on the country, your name, age, rank and regiment. If you request, your name will not be published if you would prefer to remain anonymous." End quote. Not every newspaper in the country chose to print Nicholas's appeal to the veterans of Great Britain, yet a huge number did, and for the next 2 years he bombarded every paper or magazine he could find, no matter how small, with requests for a feature. The response was overwhelming. All across the nation at once, a horde of men and women in their 80s and 90s began to get everything off their chests, and Nicholas was bombarded with the thoughts of an entire forgotten generation. The book, titled The Unknown Warriors, after Churchill's speech, is really one of a kind, and so I considered it worth sharing. Since no other survey on this scale really exists, I will only be using Pringle's book for this video. As the newspaper segment suggests, these quotes are completely the thoughts of the men who served in World War II. I will do my best to share a selection from right across the scale to give a fair survey for their video, but I really do suggest you read the book yourselves, as there is 500 entire pages of these men and women giving their thoughts. I will give the Amazon link to the book in the description. The general consensus, however, isn't in favour of the mainstream narrative. To show this, I'll simply read out the first 2 entries. The very first response in Pringle's book is from Sergeant Richard Roberts, a then 96-year-old D-Day landings veteran. He, like the others, recounts his war experience, and then moves on to his thoughts of Britain today. Quote, "Now, my opinion of today is I am absolutely disgusted with the way things are turning out. There is no respect shown for people. The respect is for money, not people. The terrible murders that are committed, stabbings, etc. The judges that are in charge do not produce the right penalty to suit the crime. Their penalty encourages the crime. Sometimes, those that are imprisoned are better off in than out. I am absolutely disappointed in the country, and sometimes wonder if it was worth all the suffering of a war." End quote. The second entry from John Clark MBE, Monte Cassino veteran, reads as follows, quote, "My own experience is, the first 25 years after the war, we spent building a family and their security. It then became obvious that the politicians had taken over our lives. Today, in my dotage, I have many, many misgivings on how matters have turned out. Problems seem to be resolved by more and more legislation, instead of action at the source. Our women today have been conned into going out to work, and they are still required to do most of the chores as before, except the education of children. They no longer seem to have the skills of cooking, how to discipline children, resulting in junk food, overviewing of TV and computers. The families are no longer as close as we were. We notice on our many trips to the old battlefields how close the Italian families are. The children of today are ill-dressed, scruffy and unable to communicate. Not their fault. What many veterans abhor is the acceptance of homosexuality as the norm. It goes against our Christian teachings, and in our youth it was a serious offence. We went to war to defend our beloved country, our families and our faith. The introduction of the minimum wage is another failure. As once the minimum wage was legalised, it became the maximum wage. This meant all future benefits would be linked, and somewhere under the minimum wage. It was a clever move to keep wages under control. An outstanding failure has been the deliberate move by many Labour councils to ignore the history of World War II as part of our heritage, and subsequently it has not been taught in many schools. Nearly all veterans want Britain to leave the EU. We want the royal head of state to remain. We want taxes to be fair and not hidden." End quote. The following was written by Mrs. Moulds about her husband, Charles, who was rescued at Dunkirk and later went on to fight the Japanese at the Battle of Kohima. For 2 weeks in April 1944, 1,500 British and Indian troops held off 13,000 Japanese infantrymen against all odds before being reinforced. The boys of the 7th Battalion, which Charles belonged to, then played a large role in kicking the Japanese out of Burma. Upon his return to England, gravely ill with malaria, Charles met his wife, a nurse. They married in 1946. On the Kohima Memorial today, it reads, quote, "When you go home, tell them of us and say, for their tomorrow, we give our today," end quote. Mrs. Moulds wrote in, quote, "We settled in my home village of Marston Green. Of course we had a motorcycle, then a sidecar as the children came along, then a car when we had 3 children. When the health service started and the common market life was satisfactory, everything looked hopeful, but things got worse. I think it was in the early 80s the rot set in. We started to lose all our industry. Profit and money became the only aim in life. Immigration became a big problem to the man in the street. Charles often said that his years in the army, and especially his friends' lives, were wasted. He said, 'They stole 7 years of my life, and what for?' He felt all the values of a decent, law-abiding, peaceful life were disappearing. He got quite bitter about it sometimes. It is now 18 years since I lost him, and as I look around parts of Birmingham today, you would never know you were in England. He would have hated it." He was also a very moral man, and disliked the immoral way things were going. I do not think that people are really happy now, for all the modern easy living conveniences. Regarding pensions, I think that the pension age plus the age-related handouts are adequate with a bit of common sense budgeting, although I think it is unfair that my occupational pension company make up the missing war years of the armed services. But not if one was in any essential civilian service. Nothing much is done for the veterans. The free holidays, etc. came too late. Most are dead now. My husband would have been too proud to apply for charity. Nothing is done for veterans by my council, Solihull MBC. Some of the things today that I and a lot of veteran friends disagree with are same-sex marriages, schoolgirl mothers, rubbish TV programs, so-called celebrities, and most of all, unlimited immigration. I am very unhappy about the way this country is being transformed. I go nowhere after dark. I don't even answer my doorbell then. My husband used to say he wouldn't want to come back to this world, and that was before 1988. I fear it is much worse now. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you my views. I am sorry it sounds so miserable, for I usually have a smile on my face. I lead a full life and have lots of good friends and family and make the best of things. It is hidden inside me that I worry about my grandchildren's future." End quote. Essentially unanimously, the men and women sent in replies that were against their ethnic replacement in their own countries. However, some were far more mild than the previous entry. A.G. Brend of the Royal Navy simply wrote in, quote, "I found it very hard to adjust to Civvy Street. I was a stranger in my own country until I met my wife. I have been married 50 years and have been very happy. Whenever we went for a foreign country, we were told to respect their ways. It was their country. All the people coming to our country should respect our ways. I support the Labour government, who I feel are doing a very good job. I don't know what my fallen comrades would afford. We came from different parts." End quote. On the whole, however, the vast majority of responses were absolutely scathing. H.C. Skipper, Normandy veteran, ended his reply, quote, "Government recognition and support as far as I am aware has been lacking. It took them 60 years to give us a veteran's badge. As for the state of the country today, I despair of it. Discipline has long since gone out the window, along with respect for authority and other standards. My other main dissatisfactions are soft sentences given to criminal offenders, coupled with the need for a stronger police force, unrestricted immigration, the ever-increasing hated council tax, and hospital closures due to a tottering NHS. My wife and I often say that we are glad that we are the age that we are, and she goes as far as saying that if we were younger, we would emigrate." End quote. In the same vein, F. Green, Italy veteran, wrote in, quote, "Dear Nick, yes, I served 6 years for this country. For what? 3 of those were in the Middle East. I shall be 90 years old in May, if I live that long, and a very bitter man. I don't even get free teeth or glasses. Immigrant and asylum seekers get everything. All this country thinks about is immigration and jobs. It's a pity Hitler did not get here. I was on Anzio and saw many bodies buried. If I had my time over again, I would never have gone. So would many others I've spoken to." End quote. On page 28 of the book, I encountered the very first positive response, most likely due to the individual's financial success. Captain Blount, MC, a Scotsman from Dumfries who served in Normandy, ended his reply, quote, "After settling down, I eventually built a successful business which I passed on to my 2 sons and grandson. Now, at 91 years old, I enjoy a happy and healthy life. How would have my fallen comrades found post-war Britain? No doubt, like myself, the best country to live in." End quote. In the very next entry, however, the overall trend continues. All 3 of these entries were actually in a row. So either side of Captain Blount, stating that Britain is the best country to live in, you find Mr. Green saying he wished Hitler landed, and the following man saying Enoch Powell was right. Mr. J. George, as he calls himself, lost everything in the war. Both his parents died whilst he was gone, and he went on to achieve victory in North Africa, Italy, and then Greece. On his return home, he found that he had lost his home, and seemingly had a very rough go of it on the dole, starting his life again at the age of 25. He finished his reply, quote, "Regarding the way my country has turned out, I've never felt so disappointed, or out of tune with society, as I am now. The do-gooders have a lot to answer for. Political correctness, lack of discipline, compensation madness, uncontrolled immigration, police burdened with paperwork. I served 10 years in the specials as sergeant. No way would I volunteer now. The only time I go into town is during the day, never at night. I see bus stops vandalized, read of fights in town at night, etc. If you see youngsters doing something they shouldn't, and you say anything, you just get a mouthful of foul language. This is the depth to which society has sunk. It was obvious 30 years or more ago what was going to happen, and was predictable. I have often said that in many respects, I am glad I am 85 and not 18. So much of what Enoch Powell said has proved correct. Unfortunately, I think there is worse to come. This is not the country I fought for. If I were younger, I think I would seriously consider emigrating. Sad, isn't it?" End quote. The trend goes on and on. The next man, Jack Hopeley, whom was twice injured, including at Dieppe, ended his entry, quote, "I think that those who never made it back with us would be appalled if they could see the world as it is today, and would certainly wonder what had happened to the brave new world they fought so damned hard for." End quote. The next, who chose to remain anonymous, but fought in the Navy all across the world, finished, quote, "My opinion of the country. Sadly, it is not the same and has lost its culture, character, and social cohesion. Without doubt, due to uncontrolled immigration of different ethnic groups, religions, and cultures, and we are no longer a powerful nation when we all benefited from our close ties to each other, all on the same side. We had discipline, no drugs or violence." End quote. The next entry, from 87-year-old Len, who had served in India, was the most scathing yet. Quote, "Ask my opinion of India for 3 years' duration. It is hard to describe, but filthy seems best, and to think we have allowed them to come here and stay in our country. Shame on the government since 1997, and I can't talk low enough of the men. Was stationed there for years, and I'm sure my past comrades would agree with me. To sum it up, I am disgusted with everything since the war, and knowing all this, would never have fought for my country. What I think of young, racial slur removed by author, I can't describe. Immigration is out of control." End quote. The next man, an Egypt veteran who chose to remain anonymous, had similar racial grievances. Quote, "My candid opinion of this country today, especially with locality, I just dare not put into words. I am still in touch with a couple of comrades who, like me, think the country is not for us. Was it worth fighting for? I say it's a pity Hitler did not get here with the state of the country today. Send them all back, with half of our current government. Take Prescott. Who would employ him? He wouldn't get a job cleaning the streets, yet he is paid £130,000, lost millions in regional assemblies. I can remember when this council was a UDC and run by interested parties like shopkeepers and people who had an interest in the community. But today, it is a business. Do as little as I can and bleed the buggers dry. You go to the council, and if you are white, you get nothing. In fact, you are lucky to get in. I could not recommend my worst enemy to come live in Britain. England, you have had it." End quote. I ended this video with the sincere intention of maintaining a balance of both positive and negative responses, and so I set out, skipping past endless pages of negatives to hunt for a positive, yet it never came. Eventually, I stopped and could not share an in-depth entry, although negative, from a Mrs. Wade regarding her and her husband's service and the state of the nation. Quote, "During the war, I served in the Voluntary Nursing Reserve at the Manchester Royal Infirmary, so I have a good idea how things have changed since then. Cleanliness and patients' comfort was paramount, and all the staff really cared in spite of the air raids, often working through the night if needed. There isn't the dedication now. The younger people of today have no respect for anyone, especially the old. They do not realise the sacrifices we made of our young lives. We brought our children up without family allowances, etc. Our young men were in the forces, not roaming the streets causing mayhem as they do today. We never knew if we would be killed in an air raid, so had roll call in places of work to publish who was missing. We did not know where our men were either. My husband was on the Ark Royal, so I never knew until he had leave. We only had 48 hours leave to get married. He had to rejoin the ship. Many of our ailments are due to the war and the stress, but we don't complain and look around for someone to sue. We oldies are disgusted at the way our country is deteriorated. It is no longer safe in our hands. We feel that we are foreigners in our towns and cities. It is no longer a country fit for heroes. We've been thrown on the scrap heap. Our pensions, which we paid in for all our lives, are given free to all and sundry. If there was a war tomorrow, I wonder how many conscientious objectors there would be. I am afraid Mr. Churchill and Nelson would turn in their graves. We feel all our war efforts were for nothing. Disillusioned." End quote. The next entry, from a Mr. Turner who served in Italy, spoke in much the same vein about the world of his grandchildren's generation. Quote, "So far as I can recall, no one voted for or requested ethnic or cultural changes to our society. So who precisely benefits by allowing hundreds of thousands or even millions of people about who we know nothing to enter our country? Why do our political elite insist in thwarting the will of the majority of voters by recommending ever closer union? What is demonstrated is a traitorous desire to permit foreigners to have a say in how Britain is governed. It is even suggested that this would be in our best interests. Never in the history of our island has it been less than traitorous to suggest that foreigners govern us." End quote. The next man, Mr. Hull, who lived in the Middle East, echoed Mr. Turner's sentiments almost exactly. Quote, "I am now retired and in my 80s. It is very sad to see this country being run and taken over by foreigners who have no right or business to be here at all. Successive governments have literally sold us up the river. Being an Englishman, it is galling to feel that I and thousands of dead and living service personnel feel badly let down, whilst this country is pandering to the so-called refugees and immigrants who take advantage of benefits which we have earned and paid for in our taxes. Our children are not taught our true history or our Christian heritage, which is being withered away. It is disappointing that we have a government of wimps and twits. I could use stronger language. Many of my age group and many younger people I have talked to are very angry that all we fought for is being whittled down to accommodate people who have their own country and customs and who come here to tell us what to do. It is time to call a halt before there is serious civil unrest on a large scale. Yours faithfully, D.G. Hull." End quote. As I continued through the book in my hunt for the elusive second positive reply, I came across a disillusioned response from the wife of a victim of the General Sikorsky crash. For reference, General Sikorsky was the Prime Minister of the Polish government in exile. In 1943, after the Germans showed the world that the Katyn massacre was in fact committed by the Soviets, not the Germans, inevitable tension kicked off with the Polish government in exile, as the British had very clearly lied to them. The issue was quickly put to bed when Sikorsky's plane conveniently crashed off Gibraltar. Officially, it has gone down in history as an accident, but it was almost certainly sabotage, and Churchill has become the most likely culprit. The wife certainly understands the reality. Quote, "Later, 1943, mental breakdown after husband was killed in the General Sikorsky so-called accident, later known as sabotage." End quote. And then she finished her entry. Quote, "All of this may be of no interest, but sorry, did not have the life I had envisaged and hoped for." End quote. The entry after her was written by a clearly well-meaning man who expressed the usual disappointments. He had served in the RAF for 6 years and lost a brother to the fighting in Italy. He asked the author to keep his name confidential. Quote, "I often look back over the years, and I'm sorry to say, Great Britain has deteriorated in many ways. We are great no longer. Our work has gone, and a lot of the young ones are encouraged to live on state benefit. Illegal immigrants coming in and living off the state. Our pension doesn't rise very much, and our culture seems to be taken away from us. I am sorry to state my views this way, and to know the numbers of people who were killed and suffered during the two wars. Even today, our troops have to endure the hardship of other countries. Our politicians of all parties only look after themselves. We should welcome immigration, but when people come to live in our country, they should abide to our culture." End quote. After a few more entries, however, I did actually find the next positive response from Mrs. Cordelia Stamp. Quote, "Dear Nick Pringle, yes, I was in the ATS for 6 years, 1940 to 1946. I received the princely sum of 9 shillings per week, 45p to you. When I got to pension age, I was rather more than that, but only very recently has it increased to an amount on which one can live comfortably, the so-called pension credit. Take it, it's yours. So I'm still proud to be British, and think the government have repaid me sufficiently for my 6 years' service." End quote. As expected, the trend then continued on from here. The next in-depth response was written by a North Africa and Italy veteran who chose to have his name withheld. Quote, "I could write a book about what I think of life in the UK today, but will settle for saying that it's not a place I recognise, and I don't really belong in it today. I am fortunate in living in an area which has not yet been overrun with immigrants, and in recent years we have had no criminal activity in the neighbourhood, but I've had 4 break-ins in the past. We never see a policeman. Who does? As we always did when I was young. The present government appears to have no feeling of patriotism or tradition, and you feel at times that professing to be a Christian, and English, and heterosexual is a criminal offence. The current national activities seem to be sex, drinking, vandalism, and violence, and watching the interminable football, of course. Few people appear to be capable of speaking English, judging by what you hear on television, and respect and service are just echoes from the past, end quote. The next man is absolutely scathing. Roy was a D-Day and Battle of the Bulge veteran, and after the war he was stationed near the King David Hotel when Jewish terrorists slaughtered 91 soldiers and innocent civilians, and injured 46 more. Quote, "My opinion of this country nowadays? Well, when asked, I invariably quote Enoch Powell when, in 1968, on immigration, he said, 'The streets will be rivers of blood.' How apposite. What, with primitive cultures flooding our societies, and our leaders apologising for the slightest reason. Not what we wanted, or expected in those days. If it were not for family ties, I'm sure my wife and I would have emigrated ourselves long ago. Incidentally, my wife, and we've been married for 56 years, is now disabled, so I have to look after her. Well, I must sign off now. Cheers, Roy." End quote. The disgust at the infinite mass immigration continued, reply after reply. One 85-year-old RAF veteran who chose to keep his name confidential wrote, quote, "I am most disappointed with my country, in particular, this area. As for my fallen comrades, I quote Philip Nicholson's last lines of his poem, 'Faces glimpsed and never seen again,' dispatched with indignity and without preparation. I mourned them then, but now, surviving in a world indifferent to their hopes and dreams, I grieve more for the living. I reckon the dead and injured got a raw deal indeed. I will never forget the ones I knew." I tread dangerous ground now, so it may not be politically correct, but here we go. Local born seems to have a very low priority in the scheme of things in all matters. This is an old cotton mill town and not very upmarket in many ways, so not enough noise has come from the people outrageously ignored. Some sections cannot ask for too much. We are surrounded by 5-bedroom new builds. They are now beginning on 7-bedroom properties. The media seem to be politically correct in all they report. It worries me. The so-called riots being a case in point. If they were spontaneous, how come some had petrol bombs all primed and ready from the start, and all the pubs in the affected area were firebombed? I could never have afforded a 5-bedroom house, and paying my rates each month, not subsidised. The rents being paid are laughable. Happily, my family have left the district. Soon, only the aged will be left. Then, it will be taken over completely. I do not vote anymore, because I cannot support the views of the new faces representing my political persuasion. I have been very restrained, believe me, end quote. Ken, a desert rat, continues in the same vein, quote, "If some of my friends I left in some foreign land were to return now, they would want to know in no uncertain words what we have done to this wonderful country, now taking orders from defeated countries whose sovereignty has been restored thanks to us. Today, living does not compare with pre-war and early post-war. Life was harder, but was accepted by the majority, so that law and order prevailed. As a youngster, I lived in some of the tough parts of South London, and never once saw or was involved in what happens today. There are answers to our present status quo, but very weak leadership, lack of proper punishment to criminals, the influx of societies to defend wrongdoers against the loss of rights, and bending the knee to Europe would make my old buddies furious, whilst I have to live through things that disgust me." End quote. Tom, a D-Day veteran who recounts with disgust his wartime experiences, especially when he had to ferry displaced persons into the Russian zone after the war's end, really rammed the recurring theme home. He certainly had a lot to get off his chest. Quote, "My feeling now, I have seen this country, what lads died and were killed for, thinking they were defending this country from what they were told was a brutal enemy, but they have not been able to see the way this country has been taken over by quislings, to minority groups who pass laws to handcuff the law-abiding citizens, knowing they will obey. We now have people entering our country thinking these laws are not made for them, only the English. Don't forget that some people of the UK were not able to read and write before the war, so we were brought up to speak the truth. Your word was your bond, and your handshake sealed the deal. But what has been put in place? Double dealing, people speaking with forked tongues, who are making vast sums of money on another one's back. Over the years, I have read newspapers and listened to other news media, and the way they are used to manipulate a story so that we must feel sorry for certain groups. Then we get the isms at the end. Sexism, racism, human rights. But this is all designed. Freedom of one's handcuffs for others, but you know who the others are. I have 2 newspapers on a Saturday, Daily Mail and Daily Express. Now, there's not many Saturdays go by that their readers are not reminded what brutes the Nazis were, and we must not allow minority groups to be treated this way. Therefore, it has to be a sledgehammer to bring in new laws to tie our own people's hands. I am beginning to wonder if the Second World War was started not because Hitler went into Poland, but that they would not stop persecuting the Jews. Even at the Nuremberg Nazi trials that have just been shown on TV, the Jewish question is the main theme. On Friday the 6th of September 2006, I was listening to Jeremy Vine on BBC Two, and it made me feel sick. He had Muslim women talking on his show about wearing the veil. They were beating the drum that they were in this country, and they could do what they like, and more or less said, if the English don't like it, then too bad. I've just passed an area full of immigrants. My thoughts went out there, went to all those lads buried in Normandy. Got killed to keep one race from taking over, and we are now a country like Noah's Ark, with every race under the sun. The best part about it is that they are allowed more of a say about running this dear old land than the real populace. When I was young before the war, we were told what brutes the Germans were, square heads doing the goose step, with their arms out shouting Heil Hitler. I was proud I took part in stopping him, but when I met the Germans during the occupation, and their soldiers when taken prisoners, my thoughts were they are no different than you and I. Where were the fanatics I was told about? I think the other big stick that was used to tie up people's hands was the case of the Stephen Lawrence murder, plus the Holocaust and women's rights. I see men let their women make the decisions now to save a lot of arguments. That's how we have come down the ladder. When you think of it, it took a lot of hard work and persuasion to get the standards of life we are enjoying today in this country. Just when you think we can sit back, in they come in their droves. We were a united kingdom. It's been broken up to a disunited kingdom. It's like demolishing a mansion to build a load of prefabs. After all that I have written, I still think this is a great country, but that we are still in the centre of the world's freedom. But I don't want to see it lost by a load of elected and non-elected do-gooders." End quote. Harry Dolling, an RAF veteran, had strong words for the British youth, as opposed to the newcomers. Quote, "I can only say the people of my day and age were wonderful, and they were the people we fought for, our folk and our country. They were worth our blood, our sweat, and our tears. In those days, England was great. Regarding the spoilt, badly educated, rude, and over-aggressive yobs, they make me sick. Today's society is all about greedy, arrogant self, and for today's society I would not have done it. They are quite definitely not worth the sacrifices we made. I am proud I was there in those great days." End quote. I continued through the book, and the themes remained much the same throughout. Eventually, one man, Sicily veteran Mike Bush, did directly address if he felt his fight was worth it. He complained bitterly for a total of 5 pages about the way things had gone, and the slipping of standards. He finished on a rather touching note. Quote, "After unloading a load of pessimism, I must add a note of optimism. When I see the occasional family, complete with 2 parents, nicely dressed, and the children, well behaved, a brief silver lining appears in my vision, and I think, well, this does not happen very often, but that it does occasionally. At least we didn't do what we did all those years ago, for nothing. With very best wishes, Mike Bush." End quote. Another common theme throughout many of the responses was that of the treatment of the veterans themselves. In many they lamented that German and Italian veterans, the losers, were treated far better and given far more benefits than British veterans from their governments. Alex Alexander, a Royal Navy veteran who detested Churchill and took part in the HMS Sheffield mutiny, had this to say, quote, "As an 83-year-old veteran, the VE Day celebrations did not mean a thing to me because of the way the government treat me and my generation, and I'm sure my feelings are shared by thousands of my comrades who are still living, and those who died we remember in our hearts. At the end of the Second World War, we were jubilant, but 60 years on, we are in despair, struggling to live in our own country. Also, my wife is in residential care, and I have to go and see her by bus because I cannot afford a car. What sort of society denies its elderly generation enough money to buy a car, even a modestly priced car? All we can do is to pay bills and eat. There is a sickness in our society. Pensioners being treated like this, but that still celebrates the end of World War II. It is hypocrisy." End quote. Other entries were simply straight to the point. An 84-year-old veteran of Africa, Italy, Greece, and after the war, a veteran of dealing with Jewish terrorism in Palestine, wrote in, quote, "When war is nigh, God and the soldier is the nation's cry. When war is over, and nation's wrongs are righted, God is forgotten, and the soldier is slighted. How very true. We were led to believe we were risking our lives in fighting for a land fit for heroes, but it turns out to be a land fit for drug pushers, illegal immigrants, scroungers, paedophiles, and greedy people." End quote. A particularly scathing entry which stuck out to me was from a Mr. D. Stanton whom served in the army. His main gripe, along with most of the entries, was non-white immigration. His thoughts are worth quoting at length, as they reflect those of many of the other entries, yet far more eloquently and put in more detail. Quote, Dear Mr. Pringle, I am now 80 years old and I'm getting more frustrated with the path my country appears to be taking, i.e. an open door policy on immigration, asylum, etc. To accommodate all these races and religions, the native Britons are being forced to tone our freedom of speech, our very way of life, and now our very identity is under threat by the new Labour. Political correctness, human rights, equal opportunities, racism, etc. etc. Our country was already overcrowded in 1946, with a population of 46,356,000, living on 94,633 square miles of land, with Vera Lynn's White Cliffs of Dover. If we could have seen in 1939 what this once proud and patriotic island would become in 2006, no one would have bothered to answer the call. We should all be ashamed that having fought 2 world wars to protect our island and our way of life, our freedom of speech that our political leaders have lied to us, we now have a country that is lawless, multicultural, hellhole. Our villages, towns and cities are crime and drug infested. Our immigrants have brought with them their own cultures of crime, drugs and guns, etc., and have no intention of adapting to the country and its way of life. What would our fallen comrades of 2 world wars have thought about that? Also, that there are over 3 million Asians, probably occupying the homes they left, never to return to. I volunteered for the army at 17 years of age for Come What May, the month before D-Day. With today's society, many youths of that age are mugging old ladies, kicking down doors on heads, are out of work, on drugs, fathering children, stealing cars and costing the taxpayer millions. At the end of the war in Europe, we went to India and the northwest frontier Kashmir. It was during partition, when the new Pakistan was given half of the Indian Punjab, that the Muslims swept in and so began the slaughter between Hindu, Sikh and Muslim, which cost millions of lives, and was worse than Iraq or Rwanda, because no explosives or machine guns were used, just pure hatred of each other, using knives, swords, sticks, stones, fire and water. They were not adverse to locking hundreds of men, women and children in buildings to be burnt alive. We left on Indian Independence Day, August the 14th, 1947, to the Indian males on the dockside screaming, "Go home, go home." These people have been allowed to settle here in the 1950s, uncontrolled, with no health checks or suitability to integrate, etc. Pakistanis, Hindus with equal rights as ourselves, and our welfare system, NHS, etc. This cannot be right. I have been writing to my local MP for the last 6 or 7 years, warning of the dangers of our Asian immigrants, Muslims in particular. Since my first letter, we have had 9/11, Bali bombings, Spanish, 7/7, with the ongoing promise of more to come. How long before they give us a Belsan school siege? Yet no one gets deported. Our government lets them stay to rant and rave as we witnessed 60 odd years ago. Please find cuttings and opinions of Nottingham, how it was in our day compared to the lawless, drug-fueled gun culture, multicultural hellhole of today. Almost all who married during the war years, unless they were lucky, would have had to live with their parents and bring up children in cramped conditions, no bathroom, outside toilet, etc. Returning servicemen and women would not get a house of their own until the 50s. I married in 1948 and had a 3- and 4-year-old in rooms. Rationing lasted until the early 50s, including having to be registered with a coal merchant for our fuel. We did look forward to the new world we were promised on the domestic front by our politicians. Health service, social security, pensions, full-time regular work and, cradle to the grave, no more pre-war industrial strife, etc. Workhouse. In 1946, uncontrolled immigration began by the Attlee government and carried on by the Conservatives. People from our foreign colonies, having emptied their countries of whites, now began to arrive here, having put nothing in, yet they were entitled to receive the same benefits and healthcare without medical checks, screening for their suitability to settle in our island. Immigration in one form or another means that we have now reached crisis point, that we the native Britons are now in danger of losing our identity. Everywhere, ordinary people are unhappy at what is going on around them. In some towns, English is the second or third language. The 4 native tribes of our island are in danger. I live in the hope that as I saw 250 years of the British working, living, fighting and dying, being born in the Indian subcontinent, ending in my 2 years from 1945 to 47, that all our unwanted migration of about 60 race and religions settled here can be reversed in the same amount of time, i.e. 2 years. I can think of no other country in recent history, the Native Americans, and Palestine excepted, who have allowed such immigration that their native population would become second-class citizens, the same of which is happening on our island. Yours faithfully, D. Stanton." End quote. One entry jumped out at me by a Mr. Bellamy, who served in the war and then in Palestine, once again against Jewish terrorists. Often, when one speaks of progress, they speak of material progress, which no doubt has seen an improvement over the past century. Most of the entries acknowledge that they are better off now than they were then. Yet all of them appear ready to trade the new life for the old in a heartbeat, because of other things they've lost. Mr. Bellamy wrote, quote, "As a young child at Catton, I can remember that we were poor. In fact, very poor. It would be the mid-20s the earliest I can remember. Our house was one up and one down, the toilet one of a battery of toilets down the gardens, and our clothes were invariably hand-downs. My father, out of work, had rejoined the army. There were originally 3 of us in the one up and one down, my sister arriving a few years later, my older brother being my best friend as well as a brother. A little story worth repeating. I found half a crown in the street, which my mother changed for a new shiny penny. Wealth indeed for my mother. It always gives me pleasure to look back on that event. We then moved to Fort Brockhurst, near Gosport, and our living conditions somewhat improved. And finally, our last move as a complete family was to Larkill, a large military camp. Looking back at life in those days tends to produce a sadness about what, as a nation, we have lost in the intervening years. No doubt, there has been improvement such as poverty, which has been virtually eliminated. Few normal people face hunger, never mind starvation. Most of us have a car or suitable alternative transport. The days of the wireless are numbered. Switch on the telly, watch that until we go to bed. To eat, open the tin or packet, whatever. Be quiet, I am watching so-and-so. I could go on endlessly. Yes, we have to a degree lost the art of self-entertainment, discussions, exercise. How many fat people did you see prior to the war? I can think of none. The local Bobby kept us on the straight and narrow, but he was also a friend and a help. The police today we only see in their cars waiting to catch you for the slightest misdemeanor. He is no longer a friend, just someone you want nothing to do with. In my opinion, a fatal situation, and the consequences of which are most serious, if not fatal to society. I think that prior to the war and during the war, we were definitely a homogeneous and Christian nation. If we had been otherwise, the war would have been lost and the world entirely different. I regret to say it, but it has to be said, we are no longer a homogeneous and Christian nation, and despite what our correct politicians say, we are not and probably never will be again. I believe immigrants have come here without knowing the code of practice and living, which we want or require. This political fault is to the detriment of all of us. Do you doubt that the London bombings and other problems are the result of the inadequacies of past and present politicians?" End quote. A Royal Navy Wrens veteran wrote in of the degradation of Britain and how she felt it was not worth it, no matter some of the material gains. Quote, "In those days, people were orderly, kept the laws of the country, were polite and courteous. Gentlemen raised their hats to greet one, stood up when a lady entered the room, offered one a seat. Life was orderly. People in the main, apart from dialects, spoke the King's English. Everybody looked clean and wholesome, especially the females. We still did not have much money, whatever, but we were contented and happy. People still whistled and sang. This was still England, our country, where we had fought for, our freedom, democracy. Where is it now? Churchill once said, 'Beware the secret army.' That is what has happened. I'm sure Blair stood for power solely to destroy England. We are not an area, we are a country, but it has been given away to foreigners who receive far more from this government than we, the veterans, receive. It is the same generation who fought for freedom, who are having to sell their homes for care, who are being refused medical services because incomers come first, who can only afford to exist, just, instead of enjoying the rest of their lives. We are affronted by the appearance of Muslim and Sikh costumes on our streets. Our cities are more Asian than Kolkata and Pakistan. Our freedom has been eroded. This is England, and one has to be white Caucasian to be English. There are no white Chinese, white African, etc. No way they can be English. Our girls are looked down upon because they have let themselves down by their behaviour and dress. They are so obvious, it's embarrassing. Our cream, who didn't return home, would say, 'What did I get killed or injured for?' The tortures of our Jap POWs, what was it for? When one looks at this country, one is ashamed of the filth, of the crimes. Blair and his Scots cronies should be indicted for treason. If I could win the lottery, I would leave this country to its decomposing. My country, not theirs. Sarah Robinson." End quote. A veteran of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force had much the same to say as her naval counterpart. Quote, "I do feel now, though, that there is no longer a Great Britain. Our country and what we fought Hitler for, freedom and pride in our country, it is now just a multicultural society who think they have more right to our social services, even those who have never contributed to the system. They get better care financially than us oldies who have paid our national insurance and taxes all our life. The double racial slur removed by author hold us to blackmail with this fanatical suicidal madness and preach hatred of us whilst being on our social service. Europeans have moved in by the thousands, legally or otherwise, and are taking employment from our tradesmen by accepting lower wages, part of which they send back to their families at home, taking money out of our country, and our stupid politicians seem unable to see what's happening. The nanny state has literally ruined what we were rigidly taught. Good manners and respect for older people. Now, murder by knife and gun is the in thing, and next to no deterrent. A few years in cushy prison accommodation, or else to get free solicitors to prove abuse of human rights. Technology has overtaken our lifestyle. Again, all the TV programs are aimed at the young, full of violence and obscene language. Nothing for all us older housebound folk, who would love some good old humour and nostalgic music, if only for an hour, here or there. I certainly feel we can no longer feel proud of our country, and the behaviour which is now accepted as normal, and we are no longer proud to belong to the land of hope and glory. It's a land of yobs, drug addicts, drunkard youths, and teenage mothers, who think they are owed all for nothing. At 85, I'm just hoping I'm not in this land for much longer, and my daughter and family, so that when I'm not here, they will certainly emigrate to New Zealand, as they don't like being ruled by Brussels and Muslims." End quote. Others were more pious in their criticisms. Royal Armoured Corps veteran Geoffrey Prater had this to say, quote, "I am not going to comment on our country today. Suffice to say that I am a Christian, a patriot, and love my Queen and country, and I say to younger members of my family, you will never, ever know what a lovely country this was, and was it all worth it? No." End quote. Mrs. Roberts wrote in a similar tone, quote, "Recently, for the first time in many years, I have felt that my late husband and father, who lost their lives in the 39-45 war, would have been devastated by what this country has become, that I have felt grateful that they did not live to see it." End quote. Elsie, a widow of a royal engineer in the war, thought so too. Quote, "The last straw was when the door was opened and all those foreigners were allowed in, given money, houses and cars at times, us being told not to comment on it. Britain a land of free speech. Sheffield sounds like a foreign country, i.e. no one speaks English. My feeling is that men who offered their lives have been betrayed, and the dead gave their lives in vain. Most of the older people, me too, say thank goodness we are at the end of our lives, Muslims by the thousand taking our churches, etc. It is no longer the Britain that was fought for. Elsie." End quote. By this point, the responses seem to just be the same thing over and over again, and my goal was to hunt for the ever-elusive positive response number 3. Hundreds of pages went by, and none came. I did come across a particularly fiery negative response from a Pacific Theatre veteran, however. Quote, "Out of the common market and oust all the so-called asylum seeker scroungers. If we did a quarter of what they do here, we'd be in jail or deported. Not here. Human rights, only making money for solicitors, etc. Bring back Catton Birch and hanging. Then, us war year pensioners may feel safe to go out in dark hours. Stop scroungers coming over and getting free treatment on the NHS. Go to their country, and we pay up. These idiots, Greenpeace and animal groups, only troublemakers. Prisons, TVs out, bare meals and gym, etc. out. Prison should mean prison. Through this damn government, immigration soaring, murders, muggings, even Muslim no-go areas. What next in 20 years? All white decent have emigrated. If I was younger, I would. So by and large, New Labour have made a mess of this country. 6 years I fought for this country. If I was call-up age now, I'd refuse." End quote. Mr. Jones, a particularly bitter Welshman who was part of the first landings at Gold Beach and watched several of his best friends die, writes, quote, "Wales is in a dire state. Where are we all going? No. Nick, our comrades in Normandy, where I stand in front of 36 Jones's grave, Blackett's grave in Bayeux Cemetery, R.G. Cross, our B Company Sergeant Major in Hattot Cemetery, and I cry when I say, what the hell have you died for, lad? The asylum used to be in Bridgend when I was a lad. Never did I think it would move to the dump, as we call Cardiff." End quote. And he finished his entry after voicing his grievances regarding the Thatcher regime. Quote, "Fallen comrades, they would not be very pleased. If any of them were able to return, sir, they would say much as I say at my comrades' headstones. They'd say, my God, what did I die for? What's happened to Great Britain? My honest opinion, sir." End quote. RAF veteran Ernie echoed the sentiments of almost every reply when he complained about the treatment of veterans, especially their extremely low pensions, which were but a fraction of those given in the Dominions. Ernie wondered whether it was all worth it in his message, and then finished, quote, "Since those who fought in the war are living on a pension, I think it was a bad deal to cut the old age pension. If we had not stopped the Germans taking over the country, all the Jews who live here would have died in concentration camps. When my mother died, the Jew who had brought up all the houses cheap after the Middlesbrough railway station was bombed evicted my sister and I. She went to Canada and has stayed there. I left Middlesbrough for good and never came back." End quote. After continuing to trawl through the book, I did eventually find the third positive comment on page 319. For reference, the book is 500 pages long. Dunkirk veteran Roy Powell wrote, quote, "Regarding the main thrust of your letter, I suppose the beliefs of the men who never returned would be rather similar to we survivors, only even more so. At least we have had a gradual acclimatizing due to the huge social and economic changes that have taken place, especially over the past decade or so. Changes. The plus side must feature the diminution of deference. Although the class system still operates, young people are not overawed by it, and consequently, it has lost much of its power. People are infinitely more prosperous, e.g. clothes, cars, holidays abroad, home ownership, etc. I remember the 50s as a young teacher, wearing my one suit weekdays, and the luxury of a sports jacket and flannels at the weekend. As a single man, then, I enjoyed one night at the local, a cinema visit, and a soccer or rugby game on Saturdays. The point was that everyone was poor. Education has made vast progress. In my early days, I taught classes of 50. Discipline was keen and parents backed the school, not so today. I left school in 1935, aged 18. I had a good matriculation, but no hope of university as my wage was needed at home. I was able to teacher train after the war under the government scheme. Only 5% of children went on to further education, compared with over 40 today. Also, must feature is emancipation of women with the introduction of the pill a huge contributor. It's hard to believe that pre-war women teachers were dismissed as soon as they got married. People say what they want today, and a good thing too. I well remember my father being told that if he wished to keep his job, not to bring the Daily Herald with him to work. There is a much enlarged middle class now, and the progress in the world of IT would be stupefying to old comrades today. I think the creation of the European Union would appeal to them, if only for the reason of maintaining the peace in Europe over the past 60 years or so. Changes, the debit side. I think the fallen would be appalled by several features of modern life. The lack of manners, the worshipping of celebrities, the gradual fragmentation of our liberties for anti-terror reasons, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, litter, the patent dishonesty of politicians, and the power of the press, now able to influence the government's decisions. The fact that most citizens seem to manage to live in a constant condition of debt. We were, of course, brought up to believe that if you hadn't the money, you waited till you had. A small but interesting point, I believe, is the death of melody. My generation were raised on the big bands and found the birth of the groups rather shocking. However, one could still hum tunes written then. I wonder if youngsters can today. All in all, things are undoubtedly much better today, and I think old comrades would agree with that. If they were asked if the world at large was better, poverty in the third world, AIDS, climate change, I'm not so sure." End quote. The next entry, however, was right back to the trend, or perhaps more so. T.W. Earle wrote, quote, "How do I feel about the country today? My two uncles gave their lives for this country. My father's health was broken from gas and World War I. I did my little bit. My brother did his national service in the Canal Zone in Egypt. What has been our reward? Everything we fought for has been taken from us and given to foreigners. We are now third-rate citizens in our own country. Our enemies rule us from Brussels, and we are now being colonized by racial slur bleeped out by author and racial slur beeped out by author in this country. There is not one political party that is prepared to stand up and fight for our country and the indigenous population. The Holocaust is now being carried out on us. What are my main regrets? That I didn't fight for Hitler. At least he was for his own people. Many of us that are now left have a saying, bombed, shelled, and shot at, and now shit on, and that sums it up. When I came out the army, extremely long list of slurs bleeped out by author. Now I wish I could, extremely long list of slurs beeped out by author. That whole rotten pigsty called Parliament and the traitors in it. 82 and full of anger. Not a very nice way to come to the end of your days, is it? I worry about the future of what was once my country and the fate of my grandchildren. Yours sincerely, T.W. Earle." End quote. The next man, a then young civil defence messenger boy, was equally as disappointed with how things turned out, although put it in a less harsh way. Quote, "What our fallen comrades would make of 21st century Britain, I dread to think. If they knew how, in spite of everything, the country has been invaded without a shot being fired. The government has banned everything but the air we breathe, and we are still fighting wars on behalf of other nations that have nothing to do with us, all because Blair wanted to get into bed with Bush, as it turned out, for his own financial ends. I feel when I was younger, I did what was required of me in the war, and working all my life, paid my dues demanded to the state. But what for? So the immigrants can invade our country and milk the system we fought so hard to get? Yours sincerely, Len Sargent." End quote. In the first edition of Nicholas's book, he just covered the UK itself, but in the later edition, which I'm currently reading for this video, he later reached out to British veterans living in the Dominions, which proved to be an extensive number. A common theme amidst those still in the UK was that they wished they could emigrate, but that they had left it too late. So I thought it was worth quoting Mr. Cooper, an Italy veteran who emigrated to Australia in the 50s. One of his stated reasons was that he saw the writing on the wall as Jamaicans began to flood into the UK. In 1993, he went to visit his homeland again for a month, and he had this to say at the end of his entry, quote, "I have no interest in the UK anymore. I found that in '93, I was dirt in my homeland, disgusted by an incident at a bus station with a What? So with the best wishes for you and yours, I close now from a frosty morning to a sunny day, but with no rain in sight. Most sincerely, Chaz Cooper." End quote. Most Aussie replies had similar regrets as the Brits did, albeit on a slightly later time frame. Eric Bernard, Royal Navy veteran, finished his entry, quote, "My feelings are now that Australia is becoming Americanized far too quickly. Even the national news and TV is so full of US goings-on, I wonder if they have brought shares. Plenty of local news and world news to report on. I have not been in the UK since 1995, so I have not much knowledge, but Australia, with, it seems, an open door to anyone, has become far too cosmopolitan. I shall see my days out here. It still has a lot to offer, but it is not the country we came to all those 54 years ago." End quote. The Kiwis shared the exact same sentiment in pretty much all of their entries. E.G. Buchanan, a Navy veteran who was at Nagasaki just after the bombing, wrote, quote, "Now about New Zealand since the war. I have travelled to many countries in my life, and I'm always pleased to be home in New Zealand. In my view, New Zealand society is slowly shifting downward. Murder nearly every day, 10 in Auckland in 1 month alone. With the advent of the pill, partners living together instead of marriage, decline in religious beliefs, etc., drugs and gangs, rapes by police, large-scale fraud, etc." End quote. Also in making his later edition of the book, Pringle reached out to other areas of the UK once more, and got still further replies. By this point, the replies were all too similar. The last 100 pages of the book read much the same as the last 100, and so on. Mrs. Corrie, wife of a deceased Burma veteran, spoke for every single one of the later replies, when she wrote, quote, "Whilst in Burma, he lost some of his friends in Japanese POW camps. He also visited the memorial at Kohima, which, as you know, reads, 'When you go home, tell them of us. For your tomorrow, we gave our today.' I do not think they would think it worth their dying for the state of the world today, especially our country. What with our MPs stealing from the taxpayers for greed in the recession, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the losses almost every day of our young men and women. For what? I think they would be utterly disgusted and disappointed at what is happening to our once great country, as I am." End quote. This video could have gone on for hours, but since the sentiments of all the responses tended to be much the same, I thought I'd spare you the trouble. Instead I settled for writing down the general trends, and I also made a tally of positive and negative responses. Bear in mind, I went into this video expecting a rather even split. There were 182 responses in total. Of those, 30 seemed to be a little confused on the assignment and just gave a recount of their war experiences and didn't touch on how Britain has changed. 3. Yes, that's right, only 3 of the responses in the entire 500-page book were positive. All 3 have been quoted above, and all 3 were positive due to personal financial success. So naturally, that leaves the rest, meaning there were 149 negative responses. The numbers speak for themselves. As for the trends, here is what I noticed. I will simply read them out and let you make your own conclusions. Firstly, immigration was by far the biggest complaint. Almost every response mentioned it. Of these immigrants, it was mostly Muslims and also blacks from the Caribbean who were viewed the most negatively. Not one person referred to immigration positively. Secondly, Queen Elizabeth was only mentioned on a single occasion, and even then it was amidst a hugely negative response, in which the man added that despite all of that, he was a patriot and loved his queen and country. Thirdly, the veterans lamented the loss of the church, especially the Church of England. Many actually ended up with Irish or Italian wives and became Catholic. Fourth, there were dozens of positive references to Enoch Powell, stating he had been proven absolutely correct. To a lesser extent, there were lots of positive references to Nick Griffin and the National Front. Fifth, there was dozens and dozens of references to moving to the Dominions. Many actually took this path, and most expressed no regrets. Of those that stayed in Britain, they lamented that they hadn't made the decision earlier, as now it was too late. Sixth, there was a completely unanimous disgust at how veterans were treated. The veterans tended to feel the appreciation showed to them was completely fake. They were rolled out once a year, given a big cheer, and forgotten about. Their pensions were tiny, and they lamented that the Germans and Italians were paid more than they were by their governments. The Canadians and Aussies were also given double the wages during the war, and also double the pensions. Safe to say the veterans were furious about this. All the while, newcomers to Britain got free housing and a stress-free life on benefits. Seventh is an extension of the immigration complaint. The crime rate was universally complained about. In 1951, the British crime rate was around 500,000 reported crimes. In 2001, it was over 5 million. Today, it is higher still. None of them gave the figures, but the author does at the end of his book. The increase was entirely noticeable to the veterans, and dozens complained in their entries about not being able to leave their homes at night, or even being able to walk anywhere without being harassed by migrants, or yobs as they call them. Eighth was the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Every single veteran that mentioned these modern wars without fail did not buy the official narrative. They knew these wars were ridiculous, and they made it known. They also felt that the soldiers involved in them were essentially pansies compared to themselves, and they often referred to all the fuss about PTSD and therapy that a lot of the veterans of these American-led wars in the Middle East needed. All of the veterans recognised that these wars were not Britain's wars, but wars for bankers in the US. Lastly, I noticed the following trend when it came to the Germans themselves. The men in the army, or those who were prisoners of war, tended to view the Germans very highly, and mentioned how they were nothing like the propaganda image they were fed by Churchill. Many even found German wives. On the flip side, many of those in Bomber Command seemed rather callous, and seemed to have zero regrets about the genocide they took part in when it came to German civilian targets, and they seemed to buy the narrative far more than the troops on the ground did, who actually met and fraternised with the Germans. POWs said that their experiences were very orderly, and indeed, their survival rates reflect this. Those in Japanese captivity had quite the opposite story, and all of them had lost friends to Japanese barbarism whilst they starved in the camps. Many had a hard time forgiving the Japanese for how they were treated. A question many, perhaps logically, may ask themselves is how World War II and British participation in it is in any way related to how Britain subsequently turned out. To that I would reply that the veterans themselves, despite not even showing an understanding as to why, knew intrinsically that the two were linked and spoke in that manner. Britain in 1939 was a world-spanning empire, although one which surely could not handle another human or financial burden the size of a world war. Germany had absolutely no qualms with the British Empire. Hitler, in fact, wanted an alliance with Britain, not a bloody war to the death. Despite this, Winston Churchill, on payroll from a group of international bankers who sought a war with Germany, rang the drums of war, and he got exactly what he wanted. The British people, trusting in their politicians, fought a war which they believed was righteous and for their own benefit. They believed they were defending the British Isles from an imminent bloody German invasion. Even most of the veterans in their replies still felt this, and even despite that being the narrative, regretted fighting. Many, as you saw, said they would now fight for Hitler instead if given the opportunity. The veterans, in short, were duped. They fought a war for someone else's view of the future, not their own. Even Winston Churchill, selfish as he was, would have balked at the stacks of cash offered to him at the time if he saw just how badly his nation had gone downhill in the cause he, whether he knew it or not, led his country to war for. The entire modern world is based on the narrative of World War II. Nationalism is bad, borders must be open, everything must be permitted. If you love your people, you are literally like Hitler. That is what the veterans fought for, but it is not what they felt they fought for, and as seen in their responses, they never would have fought for it had they known. Interestingly, the author chose to end his book in the following way, quote, "When I was first researching local newspapers to send the letter out in autumn 2006, I came across some reports of World War II generation pensioners being victims of attacks in various local newspapers. I kept a copy of them, then later found more. I decided to keep a record. The following is by no means a comprehensive list, just cases I came across. A few were national news, but most were regional. All of the victims were either World War II veterans or were of working age during the war. A generation of people who remember a Britain where it was common to go out without even bothering to lock the door. Sadly, some unknown warriors survived the war, but did not survive living in the Britain of their old age. They all deserved a peaceful end to their days, but some ended their lives in fear of being attacked or worse, died alone, in terror, as they were murdered. It is interesting to think how the country would be now if in the decades following the war, the wartime generation had voted not for political parties just once every 5 years, who then do what they want, but on individual issues in a direct democracy system of referendums. The country would, most likely, be much more similar in many ways to the country they fought to defend in 1940." End quote. After this, Pringle dedicated 14 and a bit entire pages to these gruesome murders, which you can now see on your screen. If current British crime statistics are anything to go by, the vast majority of these events were carried out by the new arrivals. I'll let you draw your own overall conclusion as to whether the war was worth it for the veterans themselves. I think you have a hard time plastering the mainstream narrative on top of it and making it all make sense. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this different sort of video, and if you did get this far then please do leave a like, it helps immensely. I urge you to read the book yourself if you found this video entirely based upon it interesting. I'll leave an Amazon link to The Unknown Warriors by Nicholas Pringle in the description. Most of all though, a huge thank you as always to my Patreon, Subscribestar and YouTube members who make these videos possible. Without their kind donations, I would not be able to do this for a living, and I am extremely grateful. So if you do want to support the channel, join the Discord, or our weekly Hearts of Iron 4 games, then please do consider signing up in one of the links in the description. Thank you. On the 7th of March 1936, Adolf Hitler sent 20,000 troops back across the Rhine River for the first time since the German army had left their guns behind them and fled in 1918. It had been a long time coming, and originally it was meant to be even longer. In Hitler's mind, 1937 was the perfect time. However, with the changing international situation, now was his chance. Mussolini had openly come out in April 1935 and condemned Germany as stressor with France and Britain, and stated that he would oppose German rearmament and revanchism. Now, it appeared Hitler was surrounded with no way out. This situation quickly changed, however, when Mussolini blew up the entire thing in his own face. In October 1935, Mussolini sent his Italian army over the Ethiopian frontiers, and the Brits reacted furiously. Economic sanctions were quickly imposed, and Mussolini was left in the international wilderness. Hitler sent the Africans guns, knowing full well they wouldn't win, but he knew that prolonging the war would be worth it if it meant a distraction and then isolated Mussolini. Whilst the war continued to drag on down in Africa, Hitler made his move. Before we begin, a quick disclaimer. This is a video about Adolf Hitler, so by its very nature, it could potentially be controversial. I request that you please don't read too much into it. This video is purely a work of history, and I will express no political opinions of my own. Thank you. Also, this video is part of a larger series on the life of Adolf Hitler, from birth till death. You can easily watch this video as it is, but if you'd prefer to start from the start, then the link is in the description, or on my channel homepage. And finally, a huge thank you to my Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube members who make these videos possible. Whilst these videos are monetized, it usually takes days to do so due to their controversial nature, which requires a manual review. As a result, I am entirely reliant on your kind subscriptions and donations, so if you do enjoy these videos and you'd like to support me, then please consider clicking one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you. During the build-up to the great day, when his troops would step across the line, Adolf had been unable to sleep at all. Over and over in his mind, he'd been plagued with what-ifs. He knew the English wouldn't act, that much was certain. But what of the French? If they showed even a token resistance, then the Germans were not at all prepared. In fact, they would be sent back on an embarrassing retreat. Hitler issued orders to this effect. If any resistance was spotted, stage a fighting retreat. He need not have overfought this hard. Whilst he had been planning for this situation for months, his opponents had not, and they were caught with their pants down. Hitler had deliberately chosen a Saturday to stage the invasion, as the British aristocrats would all be off at their country homes, as opposed to in Parliament. They would not return till Monday, and by then, he reasoned, the emotions would have calmed down, and the drama would have already unfolded. When the news of the invasion arrived in Berlin, the French ambassador urged a, quote, energetic reaction, which inspired the French government to react. The army, however, was having none of it. General Gamelin said, quote, a war operation, however limited, entailed unpredictable risks and could not be undertaken without decreeing a general mobilization, and so the French settled for simply sending 13 divisions to the Maginot Line. After all, who was willing to risk their neck for the Rhineland? The occupation had already ended 6 years earlier, and it was German territory at the end of the day. Meanwhile, over 25,000 German troops had flooded across the Rhine, where they were greeted with rapturous applause. Priests awaited them, blessing them as they passed, and flowers were thrown at them by ladies wherever they went. Hitler, on the other hand, was still crippled by worry. He later reminisced, quote, the 48 hours after the march into the Rhineland were the most nerve-wracking in my life. We would have had to withdraw with our tails between our legs, for the military resources at our disposal would have been wholly inadequate for even a moderate resistance, end quote. Eventually, it became clear that the French would do nothing, and he took a tour of the reoccupied area before heading back home in a special train. He remarked, good Lord, am I relieved how smoothly everything went? Yes, the world belongs to the courageous, God helps him. He then asked for some of his favourite Wagner to be played, and as he listened, he remarked that his Christian faith had been built out of Wagner's beautiful opera, before ending with, you can serve God only as a hero. Over in London, the Brits were only half bothered. After all, the deed had already been done. Lord Lothian's remark sums up the average Brit's thoughts at the time, quote, the Germans, after all, are only going into their own back garden. And the politicians felt helpless against the weight of public opinion. On the 12th of March, 5 days after the Germans had walked into their own back garden, the League of Nations Council met and passed a unanimous resolution condemning Germany as a treaty breaker. Some began to panic, including General von Blomberg. Hitler had to remind him that political matters were decided in the Reich Chancellery, not the War Ministry, and he was told not to meddle in political affairs ever again. In the end though, just a few hours later, word came from Ribbentrop in London that the crisis was over. Hitler had got everything he wanted and lost nothing by pure bluff. Even after his resounding success in the Rhineland, early 1936 was a stressful time for the Führer. His chauffeur, Julius Schreck, had just passed away. Schreck had been an old friend of Hitler's and had actually been a founder of the SS when it was just simply Hitler's bodyguard unit. When Emil Maurice, his old chauffeur, was exiled in shame from Hitler's inner circle after trying to seduce Hitler's niece, Schreck stepped in and served the Führer loyally until his recent death. As a result of this, and other recent events, Adolf could barely sleep. His doctor prescribed him some pills, and eventually he managed to settle into somewhat of a decent schedule at the Reich Chancellery. At night he would disappear into his extremely basic bedroom. The only decoration was an oil portrait of his mother on the wall. In the morning, he would shave and dress himself before emerging, where he would then meet Karl Kraus, his valet. The Führer would then eat a breakfast, which usually consisted of 2 cups of milk, 10 pieces of Zwieback, and some chocolate. This was usually done in 5 minutes, and he'd set off to his office for the day's work. The only relaxation time Hitler would get would be an almost nightly movie. Kraus would give him a list of films and ask the Führer to choose. If one bored him, he would exclaim, "Trash," and ask for the next one to be put on. One of his favourite films at the time was Lives of a Bengal Lancer, an American film depicting a group of British cavalrymen in British India fighting off rebellious natives. Sir Yvonne Kirkpatrick, a British diplomat in Berlin, recalls, quote, "He liked this film because it depicted a handful of Britons holding a continent in thrall. That was how a superior race must behave, and the film was compulsory viewing for the SS." Over the coming weeks, Hitler's health showed no signs of improving, and he was suffering from a high buzzing sound in his left ear, which was troubling him greatly. His doctor advised him to head off on vacation to his mountain retreat, which he duly did. Over the next few months, he would spend as much time as possible there. On the 22nd of July, Hitler's peace was disturbed, as 2 Germans who lived in Morocco appeared with a letter from a Spanish general named Francisco Franco. In the letter, Franco asked for the Führer's assistance in getting his Army of Africa out of Morocco and across the Strait of Gibraltar. Hitler immediately summoned Goering, and the two agreed that it was in their best interest to support Franco for a variety of reasons. Goering said he wanted to in order to, quote, "test my young Luftwaffe," and that doing so would crush the Reds, preventing the spread of communism in Europe. Ribbentrop, on the other hand, advised Hitler against getting involved, as he feared, quote, "fresh complications with Britain, which would undoubtedly dislike German intervention." Hitler himself felt that it was his duty to stop the spread of communism in Europe. If Spain fell, he assumed, then would France, who already had a leftist regime, not be next? Wedged between the powerful Soviet bloc in the east and a strong Franco-Spanish bloc in the west, we could do hardly anything if Moscow chose to attack us, he said. He did have one serious moral dilemma about helping Franco at first, however. The troops he would be transporting from Spanish Morocco weren't just Spanish, but local too. These troops were known for their extreme brutality. For example, in the Asturian miners' strike of 1934, when they were brought to quell the strike, they frequently tortured prisoners and hacked them to death. Many of them were executed by the Spaniards for their crimes. In the end, Hitler was right, and much like had happened in the Rhineland when French colonial troops had moved in, Spanish colonial troops unleashed a wave of sexual crimes and extreme violence on the unfortunate Spanish population in the years of civil war to come. Hitler's moves, however, weren't all so well intentioned. Hitler's most important reason for intervening was much closer to home. Hitler's homeland, Austria, was only able to maintain its shaky independence against the population's wishes due to the Austrian government's relationship with Italy. Mussolini had drawn a line in the sand several times. To him, Austria was his sphere of influence and his buffer state against the north. The Austrian Catholic regime was more than happy to go along with this, if it meant protecting their unique Austrian culture, instead of it being, as they saw it, swallowed up by Hitler's united Germany. Mussolini had opposed Hitler at every turn up until now, but lately, with the Ethiopian fiasco, he had poisoned his relationship with the Allies. Now, Hitler reasoned, he could put the final nail in the coffin. If he made sure the rebellion in Spain got off the ground, Mussolini would become bogged down in a lengthy civil war, which to him had two benefits: the annihilation of any goodwill left between the Allies and Italy, and secondly, the Italians themselves would be weakened on the battlefields of Spain, leaving them in no position to resist Hitler's moves in Austria. Hitler took it a step further. Whilst the overwhelming majority of assistance went to the nationalists, it didn't only go to them. Hitler didn't want a quick war, he wanted a long, drawn-out one. Italian fascism must be bled white in Spain. For example, just one shipment of supplies on the 1st of October 1936 to the Republicans, Franco's enemies, were over 19,000 guns, 100 machine guns, and 20 million bullets. Obviously, Hitler still wanted the Reds to lose, so he made sure they were given the oldest guns possible in order to delay their defeat, not avoid it, much as he had done in Ethiopia. It must be remembered that despite all these moves, it's par for the course in the dirty game of foreign policy at the end of the day. Hitler had always been a great admirer of Mussolini, but the love had never been returned. For over a decade by this point, Mussolini had talked behind Hitler's back and opposed him. Despite all this, Hitler just felt that Mussolini was misguided and that he could be won around. Now, it appeared that this was the case. On October the 25th, Mussolini and Hitler signed a treaty of friendship in which they promised to pursue a common foreign policy, later known as the Rome-Berlin Axis. This so-called common foreign policy certainly didn't include Austria yet, however, as Hitler kept up his policy of weakening Italy, despite the sincere talk of friendship. The blocks that we all know from the Second World War were now beginning to be put solidly into place. England, not Italy, had been Hitler's dream alliance, but reality was now taking him in this direction. Hitler's bodyguard, Karl Wilhelm Krauss, during an interview, would recall the following.
Hitler wanted, especially, to be on good terms with England. No one could control colonies like England did. They can, with just one hand, control millions of people. They, the English, know how to do that. And afterwards he said, the best soldiers will have to go with the worst soldiers. And he meant, of course, the Italians. And he said, at one time they had the Romans, but they don't have any Romans now.
In 1931, before Hitler came to power, Berlin had beaten Barcelona to host the 1936 Olympics, and this led to a golden opportunity for Germany to show itself on the world stage, quite unlike anything before. The city was cleaned up a little bit for the international audiences. Julius Streicher's rabidly anti-Semitic newspaper, Der Stürmer, was removed from the stands. Anti-Semitic posters were taken down, as well as any reference to the Nuremberg laws, or restrictions on Jews in general. The opening ceremony was on the 1st of August, and the clear blue sky was perfect for the occasion. Leni Riefenstahl had been brought in once more to create a movie of the games, and just like last time, it was a smash hit, which was known for its revolutionary camera angles and filmmaking. Even today, it is highly acclaimed, and in a world of dated old black and white movies that seem unwatchable now, Olympia stands strong. Hitler led the parade to the stadium, protected by 40,000 brown shirts. When they arrived, the Führer then stepped into the biggest stadium in the entire world, followed by Tsar Boris of Bulgaria, the Crown Princes of Sweden, Greece, and Italy, as well as Mussolini's sons. The orchestra blasted Deutschland über alle, the Horst Wessel Lied, and then the Olympic hymn. 110,000 onlookers watched on enthusiastically, and cheered when the Führer came into sight and took his place in the stands. Most of the delegations used the Olympic salute. However, the Austrians used the occasion to modify this to a Nazi salute. The greatest applause was for the French, who also had a Roman-esque salute, as opposed to the Olympic one, and the least applause was reserved for the Americans, who arrived without any enthusiasm or flair. To cover the entire games is a video of its own, but to summarise, the Germans ended up winning a resounding victory, both in the sporting sense and also the propaganda sense. The Germans took home 101 medals, including 38 gold ones, whilst the second place Americans managed barely half with 57 medals, 24 of them being gold. The most famous story of the 1936 Olympics was Jesse Owens, the African-American runner who took home many gold medals. Hitler was unable to greet every winner of every event, and did not end up meeting Owens properly, and this has been painted as a racist snub by Hitler. The reality could not have been further from the truth, however. Owens himself later said, quote, "When I passed the Chancellor, he arose, waved his hand at me, and I waved back at him. I think the writers showed bad taste in critiquing the man of the hour in Germany." End quote. In fact, despite winning 4 gold medals at the Olympics, he wasn't even invited to the White House and was largely ignored on his return to the USA. Owens would also remark that the greatest ovations he had ever received in his life were from the crowd in Berlin. It was also said that Hitler wanted the games to be a display of Aryan superiority, and that Owens, who was obviously black, destroyed his plans by upstaging everyone. This narrative is also silly, as it's never mentioned who actually won the games that year by a gigantic margin. Hitler watched as many of the games as he could within the confines of his busy schedule, and he was glued to them with the interest of a passionate schoolboy watching his favourite sports team. He was overjoyed with how the Germans performed, and on the 16th, the games were brought to a close, whilst the crowd yelled out, "Sieg Heil, unser Führer, Adolf Hitler, Sieg Heil." The visitors left the games impressed by Hitler's Berlin, and he couldn't have asked for a better advertisement for his beloved Germany. One event marred the end of the games in controversy, however. The man Hitler had chosen to erect and organise the Olympic Village was Wolfgang Fürnster, a Jew. However, before the games, he was dismissed because, quote, "Fürnster did not act with the necessary energy." After the games, Wolfgang attended the banquet in honour of his replacement, and then shot himself. The press claimed Wolfgang was only dismissed and driven to suicide due to his faith, but given that he was chosen in the first place, it's hard to say that this played any factor at all in his dismissal. After the Rhineland controversy, Hitler seemed to become more and more engrossed in foreign policy and tended to leave domestic matters to remain as they were, not making any drastic changes. He also reverted back to his old ways. Whenever he was extremely stressed, he would isolate himself and barely see anyone, much like in Vienna or when he got out of prison. Otto Dietrich, the party press chief, recounted, quote, "He became markedly less ready to receive political visitors unless he had expressly sent for them. At the same time, he contrived to erect barriers between himself and his associates. Hitler could no longer tolerate objections to his ideas, or, in fact, anything which cast doubt on his infallibility." End quote. During an interview with Current History, he seemed as if he had aged massively since the interviewer saw him a year earlier. Hitler happily talked at length on topics such as music, his days in Vienna, or even the Night of the Long Knives, but refused to talk about his future, and Hitler seemed nihilistic. Instead, he talked of the Obersalzberg and his mountain retreat. He said that only there could he, quote, "breathe and think and live. I remember what I was, and what I have yet to do. If only my strength lasts, and God and fortune remain with me to the end." He talked similarly to his sister Angela, who was Hitler's housekeeper. He spoke as if his time was past, which perhaps had something to do with his endless fear of health problems. For the rest of his life, he would constantly worry about cancer claiming him, like it had to his mother, resulting in him not being able to finish the work he felt he had been put on this earth for. Around this time, Hitler and his sister fell out over a few different things, which resulted in her giving up her post as housekeeper. She wanted to, and did, remarry, which Hitler didn't want, and she disliked Eva Braun, who she privately called the stupid cow. Angela wasn't alone in this dislike. Everybody around the Führer either openly disliked Eva or found her incredibly annoying. Common criticisms were that she was extremely stupid, uninteresting, and self-obsessed. Everyone put up with her, however, due to their love of the Führer, and they mostly kept their opinions to themselves, announcing them only in strict privacy, or after the war. Hitler, on the other hand, was warming to Eva, and began to include her a little more. He purchased her a new 2-story house near her current apartment, which he had also brought for her. It was paid for via Hoffman, his photographer, who ended up spending 30,000 marks for the new place. Hitler never took a salary during his time in office, so these funds mostly came from donations or sales from his book. Regardless, he was a very wealthy man. He also moved her right into the Berghof, which was currently undergoing a total reconstruction. She was given a bedroom and bathroom adjoining his own room, and the summer residence had to be big enough to host high-level diplomatic negotiations. Martin Bormann, who was making himself indispensable at this time, was given the task. Bormann grated on those around him and was extremely controlling. Whilst he rose to the forefront, others dropped to the background, like Rosenberg and most prominently Ernst Hanfstaengl, both of whom had been with Hitler since near the beginning. Hanfstaengl had gotten a divorce from his wife, Helene, who Hitler was incredibly fond of. The Hanfstaengls were Hitler's safe place back in the wilderness years and even earlier. When the beer hall putsch went downhill, it was the Hanfstaengl household he ran to, where Helene had to talk him out of shooting himself. Now though, Ernst, who was foreign press chief at the time, was being pushed more and more into the background. Ernst's endless criticism of the party was winning him no friends, and he always tried to push the party to take a safer and more palatable path, at least in the eyes of foreigners. He expressed his concerns to his 15-year-old son Egon, who Hitler had always been around, loved, and played with growing up. "Boy, listen to what I have to say, and don't forget a word of it. Things are not well. We all believed in the movement, didn't we? I'm still trying to believe in it. At the rate we're going, we'll have a war in which England and America will be against us. It's dangerous for Germany, and for the world. I've tried, God knows, to get at Hitler and warn him. It's no use saying that he just doesn't know what goes on. He must know, and if he knows, he must be held responsible." End quote. Ernst felt that members of the party, most likely referring to Goebbels, were out to get him. He had recently been framed for embezzlement, and quote, "They failed, and I cleared myself completely, but they are not through. I expect to be fighting for life itself before long. They're almost certain to get around to liquidating me, sooner or later." End quote. Egon wasn't surprised, and he too felt that Hitler had changed and that bad things were coming. He suggested that his father should have left already. Ernst explained that it wasn't as easy as that. After all, he had helped bring the party to power, and his family had an extensive personal history with the Führer. Quote, "We're all responsible. The foundation, 95% of the original aims are good. There is still a chance," he said. Regardless, they made contingency plans. If Ernst called his son and started a conversation with the word perhaps, then it would be a signal for Egon to board a train to Switzerland. Quote, "Pretend you notice nothing, but quietly walk out of the picture and keep walking without delay." He was not even to tell his mother he was leaving. 6 months later, the time came. Ernst was ordered to immediately board a plane that was waiting for him and fly to Spain, apparently to protect the interests of German journalists there. When he was in the air though, the pilot told him that he had to parachute over the Republican lines. Ernst was understandably shocked. Obviously, such a move was an absurd death sentence. The pilot explained that he was just following orders, but then suddenly an engine clattered and they landed at a small airfield. Ernst then used a phone and pretended to call Berlin for instructions. He came back and told the pilot that the Führer had ordered him to return home. He then took the night train to Munich, and the next morning he took one to Zurich, Switzerland, where he called his son, beginning with the word perhaps. Egon packed some clothes, a signed photo of Hitler, and most importantly, a gun into his overcoat, boarded a train, and then hid in the bathroom till they were across the border. Before midnight, father and son were reunited, and Ernst explained what had happened. The Führer had sent him on a peculiar flight over Spain in order for him to die on his mission, in a way that would allow the party to cover it up. This was just Ernst's recollection of events, however. The reality is much more strange. The mission was actually an extensive joke created by Goebbels and Hitler. They wanted to punish Ernst for his recent negative remarks about the, quote, "fighting spirit of the German soldiers in combat" during the Spanish Civil War. The plane was actually just circling above Germany with false location reports, being given an order to make it seem like the plane was actually heading closer and closer to Spain. When the joke had gotten the intended results, that being Ernst's shock at the orders, the pilot was to fake an engine problem and return home. This version of events is from Albert Speer's memoirs. Who would know such things, given that he was in Hitler's inner circle, and he would have absolutely no reason to lie. His entire post-war persona was the good Nazi, and he had already served 20 years in prison, so the idea that he would lie to make Hitler sound good is ridiculous. Plus, his version just makes more sense. Back in mid-1936, however, Hitler and many Brits had not given up hope that the two countries could one day work together. One was historian Arnold Toynbee, who during a visit to Germany was invited personally by Hitler to a private meeting. Arnold left so impressed that he basically ran around telling everyone he could that the present view of Hitler was misinformed and that he could be trusted. The West just had to hear him out. He sent off letters to the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary stating as much. Then, it was Lloyd George, the old Prime Minister from the Great War, who had campaigned with the slogan, "Hang the Kaiser." Now, he was in Germany singing Hitler's praises. He was greeted warmly on the 4th of September at the Berghof. Lloyd George said, quote, "I have always been interested in promoting good relations between our two countries, and I renewed my efforts after the close of the Great War." End quote. He wasn't lying. During the drama and intense emotions of war, the PM had indeed gone overboard, much like everyone else. During the Versailles Peace Conference, though, as time passed, he began to understand the German position and sympathise with them, especially as he fell out with his own allies like Italy and the new Eastern European nations. He felt Germany was a bastion of civilization amidst those who were not. He said to Hitler that an agreement must be reached between the two countries within the next few months, otherwise they would drift apart. Hitler was completely in his element, and felt as if he was speaking to a man who finally understood him. The two talked of how both nations came from a common racial stock, even though Lloyd George himself was actually Welsh, not English. The menace to the future, they both agreed, was communism. He expressed concern about Spain, and the fear that if Franco lost, this would be but the first domino to fall. Later, they came to the topic of the Great War. Hitler spoke of the time when England was on the point of surrendering, quote, "I told Lloyd George I believed this, and that the disaster for Germany was that we surrendered at 5 minutes to 12. Lloyd George agreed, and Hitler recalled, quote, "I told him that if ever there was another war between Germany and England, Germany will fight until 5 minutes after 12, so long as I am Führer." Later, as Lloyd George got to his hotel entrance, his daughter jokingly called out, "Heil Hitler," with a salute. Lloyd George didn't even smile, and replied in all seriousness, "Certainly, Heil Hitler. I say it too, for he is really a great man." During his trip, Lloyd George attended the Nuremberg rally of that year, and he was incredibly impressed. In front of 160,000 brown shirts and SS men, Hitler spoke about the communist menace, and the foreign guests had never seen such a spectacle. One of these guests, on the way to lunch with Hitler afterwards, stated, quote, "By the time we got there, I was suffering from megalomania too. I decided I must be 10 feet tall, even if the cheering wasn't for me." During a talk with the small group for lunch, the Führer could barely continue speaking with the incessant chants of "We want to see our Führer" in the background, until he went over to acknowledge his admirers. The next day, the guests were swept off their feet even more. The last day of the rally featured a mock aerial battle and a demonstration of the latest anti-aircraft guns, as well as a mechanized battle in an arena. Lloyd George was completely overcome with emotion by the trip, and when he returned, he penned an article for the Daily Mail, stating that Hitler had single-handedly raised Germany from the depths. He was born a leader of men, he said, a dynamic personality with resolute will and dauntless heart, who was trusted by the old and idealized by the young. Further south, Mussolini was, or was nearing, political isolation. Hitler reached out and tried to, in his eyes, make the Duce see sense. He sent Hans Frank, his lawyer and loyal party member, to Rome with an invitation. As Hitler expected, Mussolini was now genuinely interested. After all, it was mutually beneficial. He had soured his relations with the Brits, and Germany also had revanchist aims, just like Italy, so really, it was his only logical option. Count Ciano, Italy's foreign minister and Mussolini's son-in-law, met Hitler at the Berghof, and Hitler turned on the charm. "Mussolini is the first statesman in the world with whom no one else has the right, even remotely, to compare himself," Hitler said. He then went on to say that the Germans and the Latins complemented each other. Together, they would be an invincible coalition against the capitalists and the communists, he explained. Mussolini, according to his son-in-law, was up to the same game as Hitler. Ciano's task was to drive a wedge between Germany and England. Mussolini gave Ciano a document that was supposedly from the British ambassador in Berlin to London. It stated that the Hitler government was one of dangerous adventurers, to which Hitler angrily shouted, "According to the English, there are only 2 countries in the world today which are led by adventurers, Germany and Italy. But England too was led by adventurers when she built her empire. Today, she is governed merely by incompetence. In the end, their new relationship was ironed out, and Mussolini made his famous speech, quote, "This Berlin-Rome line is not a diaphragm, but rather an axis, around which can revolve all those European states with a will to collaboration and peace," end quote. If the alliances of the future war weren't clear before, they certainly were becoming so now. This new official friendship didn't stop Hitler from his plan in Spain, however. A representative appeared from Franco, urgently begging for more help, and he said that if it didn't come, then disaster could be imminent. Goering suggested that although unofficial, Germany was now basically at war anyway and should go all in. Hitler urged caution, and so did the army. If Spain was on the verge of disaster, Hitler reasoned, then he would increase the aid. But for now, what they were giving, which was a lot, was fine. The last thing Hitler wanted was a quick Franco victory, and he stuck rigidly to his plan. He told his generals semi-openly what he was up to with Mussolini. He told them that Mussolini alone would be allowed the honour of sending troops in force to Spain. What he really meant by that needs no explanation. Hitler's foreign policy in 1936 certainly seemed to be going well. Towards the tail end of the year, one rather large issue cropped up, however. Edward VIII, the man who had been crowned King of England only in January, was now engulfed in a crisis. He sought to marry Mrs. Wallis Simpson, a double divorcee and American socialite. Neither of these things, or anything about Mrs. Simpson in general, seemed even remotely appealing to the British establishment, never mind the church. "If I can marry her as king, well and good," the king said to Prime Minister Baldwin. He followed up by saying that if he could not, however, then he was prepared to go. This state of affairs absolutely horrified Ribbentrop, the German ambassador in London, who made sure to stress the importance of the situation to the Führer. "He's our greatest hope," he exclaimed to a German press agent. He was right. Edward was a huge Germanophile, and without him on the throne, Hitler's great dream of an alliance with Britain was just that, a dream. At first, Hitler refused to believe that the abdication was anything more than typical British tabloid nonsense. Ribbentrop too was reassured by his Führer's confidence. Quote, "You'll see, the Führer will be proved right, the whole affair will go up in smoke, and the king will be grateful to us for having treated the crisis with such tactful reticence." On December the 9th, Edward made a speech to his subjects to inform them that he was unable to, quote, "carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king, as I wish to do, without the help and support of the woman I love," end quote. That morning, he had signed the instrument of abdication and was officially the first British monarch in history to voluntarily give up the throne. Hitler couldn't believe it and fell into a brief depression. He phoned Ribbentrop and said, "Now that the king has been dethroned, there is certainly no other person in England who is ready to play with us. Report to me on what you've been able to do. I shan't blame you if it amounts to nothing." On January 30th, 1937, Hitler addressed the Reichstag on the 4th anniversary of his swearing in as Chancellor. He stated, quote, "Today I must humbly thank Providence, whose grace has enabled me, once an unknown soldier in the war, to bring to a successful issue the struggle for our honour and rights as a nation," before continuing to talk about his upcoming plans for Germany. 1936 had changed everything for Hitler. He had made his first major foreign policy gamble by marching into the Rhineland, and he finally had Mussolini on side. The only issue, as always, was his united dream of an alliance with Britain, the nation he admired more than any other. It hadn't been all cheer, however, as with the success came the stress, and it was telling on Hitler's face. This was just the start, as from now, things would only get a lot more stressful for Hitler, and by 1945, he looked unrecognisable to those around him. For now, however, he carried on with his work and his grand plans. He set to work on the Autobahn, his project to connect the nation via a network of extensive high-speed roads, and in order to fill these roads, he set to work on finding someone to create his dream of the people's car, aka the Volkswagen, which was meant to be affordable and compact so that almost anyone could acquire one. He also spoke of city planning, one of his favourite pastimes, especially with Speer, his architect. Underground car parks, traffic-free centres, parks and green areas, huge statues, monuments, and more. His dreams weren't just in the cities, but in the small towns too. He said, quote, "I am delighted to see our architects planning on broad and spacious lines. Only thus shall we avoid the springing up of more towns in which the houses are cluttered up almost on top of each other, as one sees in Zwickau Gelsenkirchen, and so on. If I were banished to a town of this kind, devoid of all beauty, I should lose heart and happiness just as surely as if I had been banished from my fatherland. I am therefore determined that some measure of culture and beauty shall penetrate even into the humblest of our towns, that, step by step, the amenities of all of our towns will reach the highest level." End quote. Hitler's revolution was total and overwhelming. It affected every aspect of society. For example, the school curriculum was completely overhauled. As much as 5 hours a day were spent on physical training, as well as racial biology classes being introduced. The history classes have become incredibly German-centric in order to make the student feel like he was part of a larger whole, stretching back millennia. One teacher described the new way of doing things as follows, quote, "We don't intend to educate our children into becoming miniature scholars. Therefore, let us have, rather, £10 less knowledge and £10 more character." At the centre of this new way of doing things was, as always, Adolf Hitler, and the teachers made sure that the students knew that it was he who had changed Germany, in their eyes, for the better. In Cologne, one such song at school, which pushed the boundaries of heresy, was as follows: "Führer, my Führer, bequeathed to me by the Lord, protect and preserve me as long as I live. Thou hast rescued Germany from deepest distress. I thank thee today for my daily bread. Abide thou long with me, forsake me not. Führer, my faith and my light. Hail, my Führer." To foreign spectators, such things, perhaps understandably, seemed a little peculiar and intimidating, but at the end of the day, only the Germans themselves understood their current situation and what they had been through in order to get to the current standard of living they had now. British Ambassador Phillips reported back to London, quote, "The German schoolboy is being methodically educated, mentally and physically, to defend his country, but I fear that, if this or a later German government ever requires it of him, he will be found to be equally well fitted and ready to march or die on foreign soil." End quote. He wasn't wrong. The training of the youth was total, and their mission was drilled into them constantly. In Hitler's eyes, the German people had to be strong and united in order to defend Germany from such humiliations as happened in 1918. No matter where the future took them as a people, they must be able to protect themselves. It began early on in the Jungvolk, an organisation preparing boys of 10 to 14 to become a part of the Hitler Youth. The author of a booklet on the Young Volk, or Young Folk, wrote, "The Young Volk is the newly won element of eternity, in inexorable truth. For us, an order and an imperative are the most sacred duties. But every order comes from the responsible personage, and that personage we trust, the Führer. So we stand before you, German father, German mother, we, the young leaders of the German youth, we train and educate your son, and mould him into a man of action, a man of victory. He has been taken into a hard school, so that his fists may be steeled, his courage strengthened, and that he may be given a faith in Germany." End quote. Once a child graduated from the Young Volk into the Hitler Youth, he could officially wear the brown shirt, and he would be given a dagger which had the words "blood and honour" engraved on it. Even at a younger level, somehow, the party had overhauled things to such a level that it again impressed foreigners. Sir Arnold Wilson, a British MP, wrote, "Infant mortality has been greatly reduced, and is considerably inferior to that in Great Britain. Tuberculosis and other diseases have noticeably diminished. The criminal courts have never had so little to do, and the prisons have never had so few occupants. It is a pleasure to observe the physical aptitude of the German youth. Even the poorest persons are better clothed than was formerly the case, and their cheerful faces testify to the psychological improvement that has been wrought within them." End quote. Another notable aspect of the years leading up to, and then the actual rule of the NSDAP, is how many workers they managed to swing from being rabid communists to die-hard National Socialists. This was no propaganda trick. These people had been a part of perhaps the fastest change in working conditions that the world had ever seen. Under the slogan, "Beautification in every place," the factories, offices, and even bathrooms of Germany were completely revamped. Everything was kept perfectly clean. More windows were added, less crowding, flowers littered every patch of grass and were visible outside every window. Robert Lay's Strength Through Joy program gave workers subsidized or free concerts, theatre performances, dances, films, and courses of all kinds. The most famous of all was the subsidized tourism. Even the poorest of German workers and their families, who just a few years prior had been starving and reduced to begging on the streets, could now head off on a cruise to the Norwegian fjords, or even as far as the Portuguese island of Madeira in the Atlantic. Lay, the leader of the DAF, the German Labour Front, said, "The worker sees that we are serious about raising his social position. He sees that it is not the so-called educated classes whom we send out as representatives of the new Germany, but himself, the German worker whom we show to the world, end quote. When Hitler said to the Reichstag during the 4th anniversary speech, quote, "A radical transformation has taken place and has produced results which are democratic in the highest sense of the word, if democracy has any meaning at all. On these cruises, there was no brutal class separation like in Britain, most famously seen in films like the Titanic. In Germany, the idea was that there was no class, there was just the Germans, and Hitler and Ley especially set out to make this idea a reality. The Führer said in one interview, the bourgeois must no longer feel himself a kind of pensioner of either tradition or capital, separated from the worker by the Marxist idea of property, but must aim to accommodate himself as a worker to the welfare of the community, end quote. Even Hitler himself was displayed as a worker and an artist, a man who ate with his chauffeurs and who lived a Spartan life and ate simple meals. Hitler refused all honorary doctorates from universities. He owned no stocks, he rented out no property. He took no salary and would regularly visit factories where he would seamlessly mingle with the workers as if he was one of them. In a way, he was. Hitler, as we know, had been homeless for years, and he knew what the bottom felt like. He had no ego to boost or point to prove. He only ever had one mission, and that was to the German people, for better or for worse. Whether that be improving working conditions for his people, or invading Poland to unite his people, which ended up causing the biggest war in history. Apart from class differences, there was the regional differences between the German states to remove. It must be remembered that Germany, in its present form, was a new nation, only becoming united in 1871. Separatism was present in different states to varying degrees, most of all in Bavaria. When Hitler launched the Beer Hall Putsch, which failed, this was partly rushed due to his fear that those he were overthrowing were about to proclaim an independent Bavaria. Now, however, he was succeeding. Even Hitler's biggest critics had to admit as much. American diplomat George Kennan wrote, "Germany has simply been unified and thoroughly so. What Bonaparte and Napoleon III left undone in this direction, Versailles completed, and Hitler is now stamping out the last vestiges of particularism and class differences. That he is doing this by reducing everything to the lowest and most ugly common denominator is neither here nor there. German unity is a fact. Hitler may go, but the unity will remain, and with it, barring outside influence, must remain, the jealousy, the uncertainty, the feeling of inferiority, the consequent lust to dominate Europe, which are all that most Germans really have in common," end quote. Even in terms of the economy at large, it was all about unity and pushing the German people forward. Hitler brushed off economic concerns from Hjalmar Schacht, the Minister of Economics, and those of big industrialists. To him, it was all simply a matter of willpower, rather than economic theory cooked up in some office by experts. At the 1936 Nuremberg rally, Hitler announced his 4-year plan, and he chose Goering to administer it. Curiously, Goering was the only party member Hitler chose for the plan. Goering stepped up to the task with vigour and got to work. In a speech calling for national mobilisation, in the sense of the people all working towards a common goal, he stated that workers and peasants must apply their full strength, inventors must place themselves at the disposal of the state, and businesses must, quote, think not of profit, but of a strong, independent national German economy, and that, quote, each one of us should ask himself every day what he can do, how he can contribute to the success of the common effort, end quote. Goering pressed the industrialists onwards, and Hitler urged them to listen to him. Autarky, aka an economic system where the state is self-reliant and doesn't need to rely on international trade, was the main priority, not each individual business's profits. Goering said to them that it was no longer a question of producing economically, but a question of simply producing. Schacht was furious and began to speak openly against the party to the same industrialists. He had always been a strange fit, as he was more of an international type and certainly didn't seem to care about the German people as a whole, but rather about himself and those in his circle. After the war, he would write an autobiography in which he nicknamed himself The Wizard in the title. Within a few months, Schacht was forced out, and Goering marched forwards with no opposition. If Hitler had died now, in 1937, he would have gone down in history very, very differently. He was brought up frequently when it came to the Nobel Peace Prize, and the following year, he would win Times Man of the Year. In the eyes of many, he had changed Germany from a backwards, depraved land of homelessness and degeneracy into perhaps the most advanced state on earth. Men such as Sven Hedin, the world-famous Swedish explorer, spoke glowingly of him, quote, A man who within the space of 4 years has raised his people from the very lowest depths of self-consciousness, pride, discipline and power, deserves the gratitude of his fellow citizens and the admiration of all mankind." End quote. As well as just words of praise, those seeking to emulate him popped up in every Western country, as well as even in Eastern ones. In China, Chiang Kai-shek spoke of how fascism was the future and how it had saved Germany and Italy. Now, in his eyes, it could save China. Oswald Mosley openly copied the NSDAP in Britain, and in Belgium, you had Leon Degrelle's Rexist movement, which whilst having more of a Catholic twist, was extremely similar to Hitler's. However, as we know, this isn't the Hitler that went down in history, and he certainly isn't remembered for his remarkable economic and social achievements. Whilst we are currently in the year 1937, and he would only have 8 more on this earth, the coming 8 years would change the course of not only his reputation, but world history as we know it, forever. Thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy this video, then please do leave a like and a comment. It helps immensely with pushing these videos out there, as they of course take a long time to make. At the Tehran conference, Stalin first talked of dismembering Germany, and then said to Churchill and Roosevelt that they should kill 50,000 German officers. Churchill, to pay him a compliment for once, found this abhorrent, so Stalin played it off as a joke. Roosevelt was all on board with Stalin. History has chosen to believe that Stalin was joking. They were wrong. Here's what really happened. This is part of the US plan to commit genocide against Germany after the war and end them as a country forever. This is the Morgenthau Plan. The plan was written up by Henry Morgenthau, US Secretary of the Treasury, and Harry Dexter White, his assistant. These weren't just nobodies with some random plan they came up with. This was accepted. For a brief period, this was official US policy. The plan was leaked, and it played a huge part in why Germany wanted to fight to the end. It's important to mention that both Morgenthau and Harry Dexter White were Jewish, so you can imagine the field day Goebbels had with the information that 2 Jews, working at the highest possible level of American finance, wanted to genocide millions of Germans and crush the nation forever. To top it off, their plan was accepted as Allied policy. If the German people ever needed a morale booster or a reason to fight, this was it. To the German people, it was as if all the Nazi propaganda had come true to the word. It came out after the war that Harry White was a literal spy for the Soviet Union, and that there was many questions about Morgenthau, but he was too big to touch. It came out in fact that Roosevelt during the entire course of the war was surrounded by Soviet spies. It is impossible to put into words in one video the extent that the United States was infiltrated by communist double agents. On September the 4th, 1944, in a planning session for the upcoming Allied conference in Quebec, the two of them specifically referenced Marshal Stalin's list of 50,000 Germans who ought to be shot. For some reason, the drafting of post-war plans for Germany was the Treasury's business. When the Allied victory was appearing on the horizon after the success of the Normandy landings, the Treasury Department planning for post-war Germany turned into a sick and twisted revenge fantasy. In the same meeting as the death quotas discussion, in reference to the Ruhr industrial area in Germany, Morgenthau said the following: "Just strip it. I don't care what happens to the population. I would take every mine, every mill and factory and wreck it. Steel, coal, everything. Just close it down. I am for destroying it first, and we will worry about the population second. Why should I worry about what happens to the German people?" This vile talk didn't come out of the blue. White warned Morgenthau that there was talk of the State Department drafting a much more lenient deal for post-war Germany, demanding the rapid reconstruction of their industrial base so that they could partake in the economy again and rejoin the European economy. In terms of reparations, it was suggested they last for no more than 10 years, so that Germany could become democratic without the various issues that they fell into after the First World War. Morgenthau got to work on convincing Roosevelt that this was the way to go, and putting him off the much more lenient plan from the State Department. Morgenthau said, quote, "We've got to be tough with Germany, and I mean the German people, not just the Nazis. We either have to castrate the German people, or you've got to treat them in such a manner that they can't go on creating people who want to continue the way they have in the past." Roosevelt was enthusiastically on board with the idea, and promised to try and convince Churchill in Quebec. Stimson, the proponent of the State Department's plan, never stood a chance with Roosevelt. Morgenthau was deeply connected and was a huge donor to the Democratic Party. The plan pitched to Roosevelt went roughly as follows. Firstly, the mass murder of at least 50,000 German officers without a trial. The Ruhr, the industrial heartland of Germany, was to be totally stripped of all its industry. All metallurgical, chemical, and electrical industries in Germany as a whole were to be removed. Germany would be split up into several smaller states, as well as a huge international zone, which was effectively so the land could be milked for reparations for the various powers. This looted industry from Germany would go to the powers who had been invaded by the Nazis, presumably, since at least 7 different known Soviet agents had a hand in drafting this plan. This meant presumably the Soviet Union. And to top it all off, Stalin was to be allowed to use the German people as slave labour.
As he marched into Germany, he would be allowed to take as many German people as he wanted and simply employ them as slaves. When asked what would happen with the surplus population after the industry was taken away, Morgenthau said that they would simply be dumped in the barren wasteland of North Africa. Stimson invited Morgenthau and White for dinner after this, Stimson being furious that his deal had been torpedoed. At dinner, he confronted Morgenthau with the fact that at least 30 million Germans would die if the plan was carried out, mostly from starvation. They simply would not be able to survive if their land was raped the way the plan was suggesting. Neither Morgenthau or White objected, they simply did not care. It seemed as if this was part of the plan, not a sad byproduct of it. Stimson claimed that this plan was totally against Christian values and would bring chaos to post-war Europe rather than helping it to recover. He felt that German people were a hard-working people, and it was better to have them on side to help Europe rebuild after the war. Morgenthau complained that Stimson was misguided by his silly Christianity, and that it didn't matter if Germans died. In his eyes, they were all guilty. He was hell-bent on a sick sort of revenge. Next, Morgenthau was invited along to the Allied conference in Quebec to put his case before Churchill. He brought his sidekick, the spy, White, with him. When Churchill heard the plan, he exploded at Morgenthau, berating him endlessly about how sick and twisted the plan was. He also made the case for being totally against Christian values, the same way Stimson did. He claimed the English people would never stand for such a thing. According to Morgenthau, Churchill was even crying. Churchill, who for whatever reason couldn't bring himself to sign for humanitarian reasons, yet was happy to firebomb German cities, hit a brick wall. Morgenthau simply said that unless Churchill signed, all of the Lend-Lease aid that was meant for the post-war recovery of Britain would be withdrawn, every single penny. Unless, of course, he signed. This was no small amount. In modern day money, it's 2/3 of $1 trillion. Churchill had no choice. He signed. Eden, Churchill's closest confidant, screamed at him, telling him he can't do this, and it's against all the values that the two of them had spoken of so far. When I have to choose between my people and the German people, I'm going to choose my people, Churchill said. Thankfully, however, this story has a hero. Stimson leaked the plan to the press, and dozens of others, upon hearing about this sick plan, went berserk at Roosevelt. They couldn't believe what their country had become. This would be akin to the greatest genocide in human history. A similar thread rung through all of these objections. Like Churchill and Stimson, anyone with an ounce of morality felt this was utterly unchristian. In a way, it appeared that Christ was intervening to save the German people. Faced with this onslaught and the prospect of this blowing up in his face just before an election, he played dumb. He said to Stimson, insanely, that he had no idea how his signature had gotten on such a document, and that he must have been misled when Stimson showed him his own signature on the document. One of the main objectors of this plan was the army at all levels. Due to the news reaching Germany about the plan, resistance had noticeably stiffened. The German people were not just going to be pushed around into slavery and starvation, they would fight to the last now. Key members of the army went crazy at Morgenthau, slamming him for convincing the enemy to fight on, while the army was trying to convince Germany that the war was over and that they should lay down their arms. The American government had quite literally created what Nazi propaganda was warning of. The faith in the Führer became stronger than ever. The plan was pulled by Roosevelt, however, it was a base for future plans. After peace was signed in 1945, millions of Germans would still go on to die after the war in ways not too dissimilar from some of the points in the Morgenthau plan. Eisenhower was even one of the biggest fans of the plan. But thanks to the intervention of these great Christians, millions of innocent German lives were spared, although Stimson wasn't going to act quite so Christian when it came to the Japanese a year later.
From as early as 1943, or even 1942 in some cases, it was obvious to many that Germany was not going to win in their struggle against the Allies and the Soviets. Operation Barbarossa had been repulsed at the gates of Moscow. The supply lines simply could not handle the distance or the weather. 1942 brought fresh gains, but not in the same league as the previous years. There was no going back, and a slow, painful 2-year retreat ensued. Those who had willingly collaborated with the Germans in the east came too. From Estonia in the north to the Cossack hosts of the south, millions of civilians had welcomed the German army as liberators with flowers and kisses. Now, these actions were to have consequences as the Soviets entered the towns that they had been expelled from once more. Masses of Ukrainians or ethnic Germans from the Soviet Union, such as the Mennonites, among others, began the great trek west along with the German army and their allies, knowing what would happen to them if they stayed. Things progressed from a trickle to a flood as the collapse continued, and by 1945, the roads into Germany's borders and beyond were absolutely packed with refugees. Although some chose to live in blissful ignorance of the fate that awaited them at the hands of the Soviets, millions did not, and set off west to join the mass. Let's discuss the reality of the Eastern Front in the final months of the war and the hell that descended on the German people. A disclaimer before we begin. I'm going to be discussing some of the most vile things I've ever had to read. So whilst I will try to tone the language down, for example, replacing the R word with violent sexual assault or something similar, it may still be hard to listen to. Also, I will make no political statements in this video. I will simply recount events from those that were there. If you think these German civilians deserved it, that's your prerogative, but I'm just recounting what happened. I will not be able to cover the entire story of the German civilians in the East, or I'd be talking for a lifetime with how varied each person's experience was. But hopefully, this gives you a good overview of events from the examples I do give. Also, a huge thank you to my patrons who make these videos possible with their generous support. If you enjoy these videos and want to support the channel and join the Discord, please consider clicking the link in the description to sign up for as little as $2 a month. Thank you. Nemmersdorf was a tiny, sleepy town situated right on the eastern border of East Prussia. As the Soviets approached in October 1944, the city still remained its sleepy self. The residents had been spared the horrors of the Allied aerial bombardments due to them being both an unimportant little town and also being miles out of range of the bombers. Erich Koch, the district chief of East Prussia, who was both a fanatical Nazi and a devout Lutheran Christian, demanded that everyone stay put. If anyone attempted to flee, it could lead to a death sentence, and even causing panic by withdrawing funds or slaughtering farm animals could bring the same fate. No true German would allow himself even the thought that East Prussia might fall into Russian hands, said Koch. He didn't need to speak in such terms. Many Germans were ready to see this story out till the end, no matter the cost. Even these types had no idea what was in store for them, however. Most Prussians laughed at some of the stories they had heard of Soviet brutality towards civilians. They thought they were bad, but not devils. Most things were dismissed as simply Goebbels' propaganda about the Asiatic hordes trying to scare the Germans into fighting till the end. They were correct. Goebbels was wrong. In fact, he had undersold the problem. That evening of October 20th, the Soviets punched a hole in the German defences and swarmed over the countryside. They were pushed back after a few days and the land lost reclaimed, but when the German army marched back into these towns, they were lost for words. One German officer reported afterwards, they tortured civilians in many villages, nailed some on barn doors, and shot many others. Others recounted how refugee columns had been overrun, people pulled from their carts, and then brutally sexually assaulted before being shot on the spot. An army physician recalled of one of these columns. On the road through Nemmersdorf, near the bridge, I saw where a whole trek of refugees had been rolled over by Russian tanks. Not only the wagons and teams, but also a goodly number of civilians, mostly women and children. They had been squashed flat by the tanks. At the edge of the road and in the farmyards lay quantities of corpses of civilians who evidently had been murdered systematically. Another spoke of similar scenes in a farmyard where he found 4 naked women who had been nailed against the barn door in a crucifix position. As the soldiers pushed further into the town, one said, "In the dwellings, we found a total of 72 women, including children, and 1 old man, 74, all dead, all murdered in a bestial manner, except only a few who had bullet holes in their necks. Some babies had their heads bashed in. In one room, we found a woman, 84 years old, sitting on a sofa, half of whose head had been sheared off with an axe or a spade." Murder wasn't the only crime on the menu. A horrified soldier recounted that every female, including girls as young as 8, had been R-worded. Old men trying to prevent these sexual crimes against their daughters, granddaughters, or even wives had been knocked down, and in many cases, sawn in half or cut into pieces. Over 50 French prisoners of war and Polish workers had stepped in to intervene and stop the madness. For their good deed, they were killed just as brutally, many castrated. The reports flooded back to the rest of Germany. Many didn't even believe them because they sounded so surreal. Independent investigators from neutral nations such as Spain, Sweden, and Switzerland came to make reports of their own, and their findings matched that of the Germans. When these reports were released, however, no one in the outside world cared. The propaganda whipped up against the German people was so severe in countries such as Great Britain that many saw these acts as the German people getting just what they had deserved. Many Germans, even now, refuse to believe the stories coming from the East, but as story after story turned out exactly like that of Nemensdorf, the message started to set in. The cold reality that they too, innocent civilians, would be treated the same as, if not worse than, actual German soldiers, sent many to the brink of insanity as the Soviets approached. Many joined the endless waves of refugees heading west with their families and whatever little personal possessions they could find. Others simply accepted their fate. Maybe they'd get lucky. Not all of the Soviet troops were like that, they thought. And they were right, but they were rolling the dice. Food was the most pressing issue of all for both those fleeing and those staying. Shipments of food that would usually arrive in hours took days and then weeks to arrive. When it finally did arrive, half of the time it would be mouldy anyway. One woman in Berlin, near the end, summed it up well. My center is the stomach. All my thinking, feeling, desires and hopes begin with food. Food may have been a problem, however drinking was not. For example, somehow, in Berlin, out of the 17 breweries there, 11 were still running amidst the rubble. To cope with the unbearable stress weighing down on them, many Germans turned to the bottle. Massive parties were held in whatever buildings still stood, and many of those in attendance would simply drink until they passed out. A lot of these people were so dedicated to drinking to avoid the reality they were faced with that many parties would simply carry on whilst the bombs rained down on their head. One Berliner remembered, around 10 o'clock, the siren broke up the festivities with its harsh warning. While the guests hesitated and time was wasted in deciding where to take shelter, a blast shook the house. As it was too late to leave, the orchestra played louder. All joined in the dancing and singing to drown out the sound of explosions, to drink and forget. Another common phrase was, today we're happy, tomorrow we're dead. Many had sunk into a total fatalism. Another escape from the current reality and the unbearable thought of what was to come was sex. All moral norms were thrown out of the window, and many people just went at it whenever and however they could. Many at the time describe how sex among passing strangers was a normal sight as the war entered its final months. Whether it be on park benches, in random doorways, or just in random piles of rubble, orgies were commonplace. A German soldier describes how he and 11 of his men entered a barn for a night's sleep, when suddenly the barn door sprung open and a crowd stormed in. I jumped up and grabbed my rifle next to me. Ivan is not getting me without a shot out of my rifle, was my instinctive thought. Well, it was an attack, but not by Ivan. It was an attack by the females of that farm. They were falling over us, hugging and kissing every soldier in the barn until they were consumed in what nature calls for. One girl or woman, as fat as an elephant, fell over me. In the dim light of the few bulbs lighting the barn, I could see that she was very ugly. The natural drive for love had overcome them, especially under the conviction that their lives would be over as soon as the Russians arrived here. When World War II is discussed, it's usually in the framing that Nazi Germany was trying to take over the world and the heroic allies intervened to save the day, but this isn't how wars work. Wars are declared for a reason. Let's discuss what Germany was actually fighting for when they marched into Poland on September 1st, 1939. In the West, we are very good at rewriting history to fit our agenda and justifying our actions, and World War II was no exception. The First World War propaganda was, and in some cases still is, framed as Kaiser Wilhelm being some evil madman trying to take over the world. But enough time has passed for most to talk openly of this war now. The Napoleonic Wars were framed in a similar way, but now even mainstream historians such as Andrew Roberts publish biographies such as his Napoleon the Great, which is essentially just 1,000 pages of him worshipping the man. If someone tried to do the same for Hitler, their lives would be ruined in weeks. So let's just talk honestly for once. What was Germany fighting for? Because it certainly wasn't blind conquest. Two things before I begin. First, it goes without saying, but I need to post a disclaimer regardless. Any opinions I state in this video have been published by professional historians who did not agree with Adolf Hitler's political views. I am no different. Just because I discuss these topics from the angle that our understanding is propaganda does not mean I agree with the views of those I'm discussing. My channel is strictly non-political. Secondly, I'd like to give a huge thank you to my patrons. Without them, these videos would not be possible. Even the $2 tier helps tremendously, so if you do have a few spare dollars a month laying around, please consider signing up to gain access to our Discord and our weekly Hoi 4 multiplayer games. Thanks. When the German army marched into Poland in September, they had their reasons. You can't convince over 1 million men to attack their neighbour and expect them to perform well without an adequate justification. On the flip side, a literal unprovoked attack is very difficult to motivate your men for. Mussolini's insane act of attacking Greece shows that. Tensions had been building for years in western Poland, if not decades. Ever since the Polish corridor was brought into existence, problems arose. Ethnic Germans had been shoved under a regime that felt nothing but contempt for them, considering that they had just spent the past century with the roles reversed. Marshal Pilsudski had brought things to a relative quiet by keeping a lid on the ethnic tensions, but he was no friend of the Germans. When Hitler came to power, he sought support for a preemptive invasion, but none was found, so a non-aggression pact was signed with Hitler instead. When Pilsudski died though, things kicked off in the border regions, not just in the west, but in the east. Ethnic Germans were mistreated along with Jews, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. Everything from general discrimination to the murder of women and children occurred and ramped up until that fateful day in 1939. When it came to finding a solution, Hitler did not find anyone willing to negotiate. For all his faults, he did care about the German people, and it was this that brought about the war and his eventual demise. Hitler was pretty generous. He offered the
Poles lied to her in lighter terms until eventually he was offering to take Danzig simply in name only and have a 250-metre wide strip of land connecting Prussia with Germany for a road and railway. Things looked up until the Brits got involved due to a mixture of genuine concern over German expansion and outright fake invasion scares. They gave Poland a guarantee not of her borders, but of her independence, and negotiations stopped dead. Months passed and tensions rose. Whilst Hitler made lighter demands, the atrocities increased in the borderlands, and the number of victims Hitler was being informed of were inflated by up to 10 times. He was being driven mad and felt backed into a corner. This video isn't a video on the lead up to war, but as we know, he could take it no longer and declared war. He genuinely believed the British guarantee may have been a bluff, but he wasn't 100% sure. He took the gamble and his men marched into Poland. A wave of retaliation fell upon the Polish civilians in the borderlands. The exact figures of the atrocities on both sides will never be known. The only sources for the German dead are obviously from Nazi Germany, so they are instantly dismissed as if they either didn't happen or are some inflated propaganda. So, war had begun and the gamble had failed. Britain was now in the war, as was France, but everyone knew Britain wore the trousers in that relationship. The French didn't have their heart in it. Hitler made a speech on day one of the war stating his aims and the causes for the war. It's worth beginning by quoting part of it. I am determined to solve 1. The Danzig question, 2. The question of the corridor, and 3. To see to it that a change is made in the relationship between Germany and Poland that shall ensure a peaceful coexistence. In this, I am resolved to continue to fight until either the present Polish government is willing to continue to bring about this change, or until another Polish government is ready to do so. I am resolved to remove from the German frontiers the element of uncertainty, the everlasting atmosphere of conditions resembling civil war. I will see to it that in the east there is on the frontier a peace precisely similar to that on our other frontiers. Germany never wanted war with Britain and France, and was more than willing to stop things at any time. Thus why Hitler never pushed west until the following year after the war escalated in Norway. The reasons why he didn't care for a war with them is a video in itself, but it's pretty easy to figure out why. What did he have to gain there? There was no border escalations, and he'd written off all the territory lost to France, Belgium, Denmark and Italy. Obviously, as a war escalates, goals change. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought it would be over quickly and a peace deal quickly made with the border territory ceded or independence granted to them as well as Ukrainian neutrality. As the war drags on, the result will now be totally different and the goals different to that of when the war began. The same is the case with this war. Poland inevitably collapsed, and 5 weeks later, on the 6th of October, Hitler made a speech stating his peace terms. They were pretty mild considering that Poland now no longer existed. Again, he cared nothing for the West and stated the following. 1. Demarcation of the boundary for the Reich, which will do justice to historical, ethnographical, and economic facts. 2. Pacification of the whole territory by restoring a tolerable measure of peace and order. 3. Absolute guarantees of security not only as far as the Reich territory is concerned, but for the entire sphere of interest. 4. Re-establishment and reorganization of economic life and of trade and transport involving development and civilization. 5. As the most important task, however, to establish a new order of ethnographic conditions, that is to say, resettlement of nationalities in such a manner that the process ultimately results in the obtaining of better dividing lines than is the case at present. In this sense, however, it is not a case of the problem being restricted to this particular sphere, but of a task with far wider implications, for the east and south of Europe are to a large extent filled with splinters of the German nationality whose existence they cannot maintain. He then went on to talk about how he would guarantee the new Polish border. His issue lay entirely in the east. He was willing to give up most of his Polish gains in order to set up a non-antagonistic Polish state. In reality, this would be a vassal state, but considering the circumstances, this was the best the Poles could hope for. To summarise Hitler's position, there was nothing, not an inch of land, no economic rights, not a single thing to fight for in the West. He talked endlessly later in the war about how all his plans had been ruined for Germany due to this ridiculous war thrust upon him. We should believe him in this regard, given how many times he tried to make peace with the Western Allies. Those quoting Mein Kampf as a counter, saying that Hitler talked of Lebensraum and would just conquer all in his path in the East, must also concede that in the same book, Hitler talks endlessly of wanting an alliance with Britain and talking of how much he loves the British Empire. Germany's only interest was solving the ethnic tensions on the eastern border and the return of the 99% ethnically German Danzig. Once war began, his demands increased to a total reorganization of the Polish state and the reincorporation of the German peoples in the East. Many in Chamberlain's position at the time probably would have taken up the deal. After all, Poland, the point of the war, no longer existed. A flare-up over the Polish corridor after Versailles was inevitable. David Lloyd George, the former British PM, said so himself. To call Hitler a warmonger, wildly conquering territory, is simply ridiculous and amateurish. As stated in the beginning, all wars have a point, and this one was an unwanted war when Hitler felt he had exhausted all other options to fix the ethnic tensions on the eastern border. I do not state whether this is a just or an unjust cause for war, but this is simply the reality of what happened. World War II evolved over time, and war aims changed, but the original intention, no matter how much propaganda is used to muddle this point, is that Hitler wanted to secure the safety of Germans in the East. He was willing to make a huge gamble to do this, and ultimately, he failed and lost everything. If he did nothing though, he would be seen as a joke. All that talk of a strong Germany and of the will of the German people would be seen as a bluff. Perhaps World War II was inevitable with Poland and Germany in their forms they were left in after Versailles. That is a discussion for another video, however. Thank you for watching, and once again a huge thank you to my patrons who make these videos possible. Lobster to you, Darway Lololol, Sigmar, Emperor Titus, Luke David Murphy, Chechen Natsok, Cameron, Anton Berglund, Levi E, Lanza, Friendly Brian, and Mr. Malabar.
Whether one stayed put or chose to flee with their family westwards, they were rolling the dice. The people were in an impossible situation, and absolutely no choice was guaranteed to keep them safe. If they fled, they were braving the elements. Most were in nothing but rags, their clothes barely held together by a thread or string. If they could survive the bitter cold, they would have to survive the Soviet Air Force attacking them on sight, and then, when they got far enough west, the same issue would arise, but with British or American planes. Those that stayed were placing their fate in the hands of whichever unit would be the one to take their town. Many, in futile attempts to get better treatment from the enemy, would leave out presents like alcohol or prepare a welcoming party. The results depended on who you got. Many described their first encounter with Soviet units being a great relief. Often, a stereotypical white Russian army officer type, kind of like Peter Rangel, would appear. These kinds of men would often carry themselves extremely professionally, not drink, and maintain strict discipline amongst their troops. They would fraternize with the locals, although it would often seem very tense. They would usually leave on good terms to make way for the rear units to move in as they advanced. These men would all depart with a similar message. The warning was loud and clear. The men to come, they would explain, were nothing like them. These were not men with the same values. The next group to arrive were those accustomed to the roughest of conditions, with totally different morals. The criminals, the thugs, as well as those easiest to spot and most feared of all, those from the Asian provinces of Russia. And it must be said that many atrocities were carried out by your average Red Army soldier also, but many accounts seem to specifically mention those referred to as Asiatics, so Mongolians, Uzbeks or Kazakhs, etc. Most towns were not spared. Some had a lucky first encounter, but after that it was all downhill, all the way to hell itself. Some incidents I can't even cite, as they were simply too disgusting for YouTube. A particularly grotesque account is from a hospital surgeon named Hans Graf von Leyendorf, who refused to leave his post inside Königsberg and remained behind to tend to the wounded as the Soviets marched in. The arrival of the first officers destroyed my last hopes of coming to tolerable terms. Any attempt to talk to them failed. Even for them, I'm only a coat rack with pockets. They only see me from the shoulders downwards. A few nurses who got in their way were seized and dragged off, and then released again, thoroughly dishevelled before they realised what was happening. The older nurses were the first victims. They wandered aimlessly among the corridors, but there was no place to hide, and new tormentors kept pouncing upon them. These nurses weren't the only ones. Extreme sexual violence was the most common weapon used against the civilian population, and almost nothing, save individual brave officers sometimes intervening, was in their way to stop them. It was even encouraged. Many were so utterly whipped up on propaganda by men such as Ilya Ehrenberg, who fired out propaganda encouraging soldiers to commit the most vile acts, saw it as gospel, and that the just thing to do was to commit these acts against civilians. Nuns were perhaps the number one victim. The Soviet Union strictly enforced state atheism, and Christianity especially was despised. To find these women of God, untouched by any man, regardless of their age, was like a dream come true to some of these communists. In fact, age everywhere didn't seem to stop the frenzy. Varying accounts from all over the Eastern Front describe women aged as old as 80 and children as young as 8, or even below in some cases, becoming victims. In one case, a woman tried offering herself to the invaders as she saw it as inevitable anyway, and this way, maybe they would be less rough. She was wrong. They were disgusted by her offerings. Instead, they shoved her aside and moved on to her grandmother's room, who did resist. Often, as soon as the onrushing Soviets were done, they would shoot their victims, often torturing them first. I won't even describe what was done to some of these women. Basically, whatever comes to mind, that probably happened. Those killed were often the lucky ones. Many women were described as being used as many as dozens, if not more times, per day. Some hundreds over the course of the passing weeks and months. Understandably, a lot just went insane. They were essentially wandering zombies with dead eyes, waiting for the end, or for their next violator to turn up and take them before they continued their insane wandering. One priest in Danzig recalls how hundreds of women and little girls asked a Russian officer for protection. He kindly showed them towards a Catholic church. After all of them were inside, it became obvious he wasn't being kind after all. The officer yelled to his men, and they all rushed inside, where absolute hell on earth broke out. Some women were violated over 30 times just in that one night. The priest says even 8-year-old girls were not spared these crimes, and that young boys who tried to shield their mothers were simply shot like it was nothing, while the Soviets carried on about their deeds. The sick were fair game also. Von Leyendorf describes how the Soviets discovered a local brewery and then marched into the hospital and began running room to room, using the nurses and patients alike for whatever they wanted, and then setting the place on fire. An evacuation began, and quote, "Soon the whole hillside was occupied by patients, and the Russians were rushing wildly among them like a horde of baboons, carrying off indiscriminately nurses or patients, harassing them and demanding watches for the 100th time. I shouldered again a rather heavy man and had just crossed the footbridge when I was stopped by a Russian. I had to drop the man. The Russian ransacked him, then shot him in the belly as if by mistake, and went on. The man sat there, looking at me, an inquiry in his eyes. If only I could have given him the finishing shot. I gave him a dose of morphine and left him lying by the side of the road. Children were either a blessing or a curse. Often, when a man was about to assault a woman and her children appeared, his conscience would intervene and they would move along to another, unable to do such an act to a mother in front of her children. Sometimes, if the men continued, the mother would negotiate so that their children would be able to go outside and wait until the deed was done before mother would call them back inside, so at least they would not have to see. Often, worse occurred. One woman in a crowded cellar being overrun by bloodthirsty men taking advantage of everyone in sight recalls how a young mother was grabbed when she was trying to hide her 3 children. The children began to scream, and the gigantic soldier simply hurled them headfirst into a wall, one after the other, crushing their skulls. The woman became absolutely hysterical, and obviously nothing would calm her down, and no negotiating or shielding her by those present stopped group after group arriving and taking advantage of her. Another woman, a 19-year-old Brazilian worker named Leonora Cavoa, who was with the Women's Right Labour Service, was spared the fate of the others due to her nation being friendly with the Allies. She was not spared the fate of having to witness these acts, however. She recounts a horrible event where Polish soldiers located her camp along with the other 500 women there. They rounded up the ones they considered prettiest and took them into a room, one by one, where they forced Cavoa to watch as they individually cut off each woman's breasts before killing them in various ways, and then brought the next in. Each seemed to have a worse fate than the last. One woman was brought in and sliced in half before the Poles and Russians poured diesel inside of her and tried to set her alight. Another had her underwear and bra covered in oil, and then she was also set alight. Cavoa continued to vomit, but the commissar simply held her in place and forced her to watch. He was enjoying every second. The commissar said to her, quote, "Watch and learn how to turn the master race into whimpering bits of misery." I could go on. This was common all over the front, but for the sake of your stomach, I'll save you more examples. Men were treated just about as you'd expect. In these villages, it was mostly the very young or the very old. These were simply in the way, and were tortured and killed in their own uniquely grotesque ways if they tried to intervene with the Soviets, taking advantage of their family members. Many were simply killed for no reason other than sport, but understandably, the legacy of the Soviet advance is ultimately based on what happened to the women. These events, to varying degrees, was what those who decided to stay behind in their hometowns received. Very few have positive things to say, or even neutral. None of their lives would ever be the same again. if they survived. Those that fled suffered a horrifying, if less intimate, fate. Instead of coming face to face with a crazed, drunken Soviet soldier, they were greeted with bullets and bombs. At least, the lucky ones were. Those unfortunate enough to have set off late were simply flattened by the oncoming Soviet tanks. They had no time to clear the roads and were more than happy to crush these women and children, and then reverse over them a few more times for good measure. Those who made it to refugee havens like Dresden, to at least recover for a while before continuing on, weren't spared the horrors. When Dresden was firebombed by the Allies and over 100,000 civilians were incinerated, the city was packed with refugees, and it was at double its usual population. Those in cities like Breslau, which became German fortresses behind enemy lines, had no choice. Civilians were expelled by the German army so that they weren't a drain on resources. Those staying to fight didn't have much better odds of survival, but those leaving were sitting ducks for the Soviet and then Allied air forces. The biting cold wiped out many almost as soon as they began. Horrified and distraught mothers were sometimes left with no choice but to dump their frozen children who had long since died on the sides of the roads and continue on. Bodies littered the countryside, whether it be from bullets and bombs or simply the weather. Those who had set off early and managed to survive the weather felt they were saved. They had reached the Elbe River, where the Allies had been ordered to stop on the other side. The Allies, in German minds, were far more similar to them than the Russians. The Allied war had always been a side quest compared to the main war on the Eastern Front, and even Nazi propaganda was far kinder to the Brits and Americans arriving in the West. Signs had been put up by civilians pointing the way to Berlin, and many held hopes that the Allies would continue on and fight the Soviets themselves. Many Germans simply could not understand why the Allies couldn't see that the Soviets were the true enemy. Ultimately though, when they reached the river, it was again a roll of the dice. Eisenhower strictly forbid letting German civilians cross in the American areas, and as a result, many thousands more were killed, mutilated, or sexually abused, or a mix of the three, by the oncoming Soviet forces. Those who were across the river from the Brits had a different story. Montgomery was under no illusions about what lay in store for those innocent civilians if they were left across the riverbank in their rags with almost no food, awaiting their fate at the hands of the Soviets. Whilst the RAF was happy to strafe and kill these people, the British Army was not. The floodgates were opened, and Germans poured across the river and mingled among the British soldiers, grateful that their lives had been saved by Montgomery's heroic act of kindness. Those seeking to leave by sea in the coastal cities suffered some of the worst fates of all. The ports resembled Dunkirk, but with civilians. As the noose slowly tightened around these ports, the crowds grew larger and larger, desperately trying to get on board whatever ships they could. Babies were often a golden ticket to get on board, as there simply wasn't enough space on board the ships. Family members would sometimes drop children from the upper decks for others they knew to catch, so that they could get on board too. Often though, the child would simply disappear into the ocean or crack down onto the earth. Some babies were even stolen from vulnerable mothers so that the thief could be passed off as a mother or father themselves and get their ticket to safety. Horrible crushes often resulted on the docks, but when it was all said and done, tens of thousands managed to get on these ships, although horribly crowded. If those on board thought they were home free, they were wrong. These ships were prime targets for Soviet torpedoes. It didn't matter if it was a cruise ship, an actual military target, or a hospital boat, they were all targeted. A prime example was the Wilhelm Gustloff. Pre-war, this cruise ship had been used to provide free or heavily discounted holidays for workers under Hitler's Strength Through Joy program to places like the Portuguese island of Madeira. Now, it was trying to rescue German citizens from certain doom. Once out to sea, however, the ship was hit by 3 Soviet torpedoes. Only 9 lifeboats could be lowered, as the rest had frozen stiff. Those on board died from the stampedes to reach the lifeboats, the torpedoes themselves, or from being thrown off the lifeboats when the boat listed. That's even before the ship went under. The majority of deaths were caused by freezing to death in the -10 to -18 degree temperatures. When all was said and done, barely 1,000 would survive, and over 9,500 died. Although exact figures are impossible to calculate, as it could be more due to how many people were packing into these ships. Ultimately, in any war, you're rolling the dice, and when Hitler chose to invade Poland, whether you believe it was to conquer Eastern Europe or to stop the Polish atrocities against Germans there. He knew this too. If the war went badly, he must have been well aware that greater harm would fall upon the German people than what he was preventing in Poland. The same goes for his invasion of the Soviet Union. Heavy reprisals were expected, and the German people understood this, and most were more than willing to fight this story to the end with their Führer, who they supported until the day he died. Perhaps they may have changed their minds if they saw what was to come. When the Soviets ended up in Germany, however, reprisals are expected and normal, especially given how many Soviet civilians would perish at the hands of others who welcomed the Germans, or at the hands of the Germans themselves. But what isn't normal is the sheer level of barbarity used by the oncoming Soviet invaders. The accounts sound like they belong to a Mongolian invasion of the 13th century, not 20th century Europe. No justification can be put forward for such acts. There simply is no explanation for what I've just covered, such as the torture of those innocent women in the camp witnessed by the Brazilian worker. There is no justification for the sexual crimes committed against those children, not once, but literally hundreds of times. There is no justification for crucifying people to barn doors. World War II was a horrible war, and atrocities were committed on every single side, but the amount of horror that occurred in such a short space of time as when the Soviets advanced is in its own realm of insanity, and may it never happen again. Thank you very much for watching. I have more on this topic to make, but next week I think I'll do a different video, as these videos can be difficult to get through due to the disgusting subject matter. A final thank you to my patrons who make these videos possible. Thank you to Lobster2U, Darway Lololol, Sigmar, Emperor Titus, Luke David Murphy, Chechen Natsok, Anton Berglund, Levi E, Lanza, Friendly Brian, Mr. Malabar, Bushak, Firefly Enterprise, and Henry Unru. And if you I recently made a video called the Lebensraum Myth, in which I explained Hitler's reasons for declaring war on the Soviet Union in 1941. Although the post-war propaganda has been extreme, the truth is still readily available. To summarise, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a reaction to the Brits trying to throw themselves into the arms of Stalin. The Brits, however, were terrible negotiators. They were unclear about what they could actually offer Stalin, and instead of flying to Moscow for the talks, they took an extremely slow boat that took weeks to get there. Hitler and Ribbentrop jumped on the opportunity and made a deal before the Brits could. The cost was the Baltic states, a place with a long history with Germany. If it meant saving Germany from being surrounded, albeit temporarily, then it was a necessary sacrifice in Hitler's eyes. The idea that this was some kind of permanent alliance is ridiculous. The ideologies are simply incompatible. One is hyper-nationalist, the other is hyper-internationalist, just to name one key difference. There was always going to be friction. That friction was immediate. The Soviets ripped Bessarabia away from Romania and began to make moves towards absorbing the state as a whole, whether via their influence or just by straight up occupying it. There was constant border clashes between Romanian and Soviet troops, especially in the Danube Delta. As a result, the Romanians threw themselves into the arms of Germany. The Soviets then tried the same with Bulgaria and Turkey. Stalin wanted full control of the Dardanelles, so he tried to coax Bulgaria into teaming up on the Turks. The Bulgarians instead joined the Romanians in running into the arms of Hitler, as their country was bombarded with Soviet infiltrators and propaganda. In the north, the Soviets were putting heavy pressure on Finland and were trying to influence the election in their favour, as well as meddling with Finnish politics in general, so they could set up a puppet regime. The Finns too threw themselves into the arms of Germany, a nation they had incredibly close historical ties with. The most pressing matter of all, however, was the Romanian one. If the Ploiest oil fields just north of Bucharest were taken, then the German armed forces would grind to a halt. Romania produced more oil than every nation that would end up joining the Axis combined, as well as Japan and Spain. There simply was not another comparable source, and the German military could not function without it. Perhaps this issue, most of all, is what caused the war in the East. After all this had happened, Hitler took a gamble to test the waters. He invited the Soviet foreign minister, Molotov, to Germany and invited him to join the Tripartite Pact, knowing the Soviets would refuse. Molotov immediately replied with a huge list of demands in order to join, and they were akin to handing over the Balkans to the Soviets, which obviously the Soviets knew Hitler would never accept. From this point on, war was on the cards for the near future. The Soviet build-up on the German border had been going on before this, but now it went into overdrive. The biggest concentration of troops in human history was lined up on the German border, as well as the accompanying airfields and tank parks. Most damning of all was the railway tracks lined up towards Germany. The railway gauges were the European gauge size, not the Soviet one. They were entirely offensive, not defensive. A Soviet invasion was not only probable, but inevitable. If the Soviets were given time to continue their build-up, then all would be lost. The USA was guaranteed to join the war in the foreseeable future. That much was clear, as the US Navy was already attacking the Germans in the Atlantic. All that was missing was a formal declaration of war. If mainland Europe were invaded by the Anglo-Americans, and the Germans had to take troops from the east, then the result would be obvious: total annihilation. Soviet policy had always been to let the Western powers obliterate each other so that they could capitalize. This situation was no different. They would pounce at the slightest sign of German weakness. The only option for the Germans was to strike now. Soon it would be too late. Perhaps it already was too late, but the Germans had to try before they were swallowed up by the industrial might of the Soviet Union. So, this is the real reason the Germans invaded the Soviet Union in 1941. Anyway, this is what leads me to the point of this video. I was reading a book for another video and came across an explanation of Operation Barbarossa so egregious that I had to discuss it. The book was about Germany's allies on the Eastern Front, named Death on the Don by Jonathan Trigg. When it comes to the actual topic of Trigg's books, he's a decent author. I've read a couple of his books on the foreign SS divisions, but when he mentions the politics or reasons for the war, he enters the realm of propaganda and just straight up misinformation. You could say he's a military historian, not a political one. I'll quote in full his description of why Germany invaded Russia. Quote, "Hitler's war, and this was one man's war, was also a new type of conflict. Europe and Asia were used to wars of conquest, fought for land, resources, power, and prestige. But in the Russo-German struggle, these factors were secondary. This war was fought for one reason, and one reason only: race." Hitler's worldview, his Weltanschauung, was clearly expressed by his acolyte Heinrich Himmler, the sociopathic head of the SS, in a pamphlet he wrote entitled Die SS. Quote, "As long as humans have existed on Earth, war between humans and subhumans has become a rule of history. As far back as we can see, this Jewish-led battle has become the natural course of life on this planet." End quote. In other words, whereas Karl Marx saw all history as a struggle between different classes, the Nazis saw all history as a war between races, a Rassenkrieg. The prize for the victor was world domination, and all that came with it: power and riches for eternity. While for the losers, the abyss of total genetic extinction beckoned. End quote. It's hard to know where to begin. The idea that Germany invaded Russia for reasons of race is beyond absurd. In fact, it's telling that he quotes Himmler and not Hitler in his description, and even then, Himmler is talking about another group, not committing such an act himself. The reality is that the war was nothing of the sort. Firstly, let's look at it from a logical level. In 1941, Nazi Germany was in the middle of a war with the British Empire, in which she had no means of bringing it to an end. The Brits had dragged the Scandinavians into the war, and Scandinavia had fallen. The Brits had dragged the war into the Balkans with the Yugoslavian coup, and some could even argue the Greek campaign. Everywhere the Brits tried to expand the war resulted in failure for the poor countries they were using. Now it was just the British Isles left of any importance, but the Germans had no means of reaching her by sea or by air. There was also no means of making peace. All peace offers, including one in which the Germans would leave all non-German land, was denied. Rudolf Hess had flown to Scotland to make peace. In return, he was imprisoned and refused access to the outside world for the rest of his life. Winston Churchill was hell-bent on war. He didn't care. He was being paid to go to war. It was a precarious situation. Germany was fighting an enemy that was willing to sell off all the assets of her empire to the Americans, simply to defeat Germany. There was no logic to be had on the British side. Now Germany was sat in Europe, knowing that the Americans would soon come. If that happened, the Soviets would come crashing down on them, as they had been preparing to do. Does this sound like a scenario to suddenly begin a side quest in the form of a race war, or does it sound like a backed into a corner situation, where Germany decided to preempt the Soviets before the opportunity was lost? Let's ask Hitler himself. I'll use a quote that Trigg in fact quotes in his own book. This is the Führer himself speaking to his soldiers before they set off east. Quote, "Soldiers of the Eastern Front, Weighed down for many months by grave anxieties, compelled to keep silent, I can at last speak openly to you, my soldiers. About 186 Russian divisions are lined up along our frontier. For weeks, this frontier has been violated continually. Not only the frontier of Germany, but also that in the far north and in Romania. A build-up is in progress which has no equal in world history. You are standing on the Eastern Front. In Romania, on the banks of the Prut, on the Danube, down to the shores of the Black Sea, German and Romanian troops are standing side by side, united under the Conductor Antonescu. You are about to join battle, a hard and crucial battle, the destiny of Europe, the future of the German Reich, the existence of our nation now lies in your hands alone." End quote. To me, this is an open and shut case. Others may say, however, that Hitler was simply lying and that this was a pretext. In response, I would say, who was Hitler lying to? Germany was a pariah state, hated by the world. Why would he need to lie to his men? They were all on the same page. These men were willing to lay down and die for Hitler and for National Socialism. If he had told them it was a race war, they would have marched east for Hitler's race war, regardless of how silly such a thing would have sounded at the time. The reality is that he didn't say it was a race war, and that was because it wasn't one. Under this quote of Hitler's, Trigg somehow goes on to say, quote, "So, with the prophetic words of Adolf Hitler, Führer of Nazi Germany, and the man about to launch the mammoth venture that was Operation Barbarossa, planned in 1940, the intent was to destroy communism as an ideology and occupy the Western and Central Soviet Union all the way to the Ural Mountains in the east, with a border running on the line from Archangel in the north to Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea in the south. Once this was achieved, Himmler and his SS were to go to work exterminating and enslaving the majority of the former Soviet peoples in order to create a new German empire in the east, the so-called Lebensraum for the Aryan master race that he and Hitler fantasized about." End quote. Whilst writing this script and having to read these quotes, it's genuinely hard to keep a straight face. The most horrifying thing of it all is that people genuinely believe this stuff. Let's look at the reality. The Germans marched into the Soviet Union and were greeted by most with open arms. For now, they would not be needed as soldiers, but thousands upon thousands volunteered to help the Germans regardless. They were especially well received in Ukraine and in the Baltic states. Soon, however, hundreds of thousands of these men would be allowed to volunteer to fight alongside the Germans. This is where the narrative runs into serious problems. If these men were viewed as subhumans who they were about to kill, why on earth would they arm them? In Ukraine, Trigg even states in his own book that the Germans enforced their anti-abortion laws there and arrested abortionists. If the Germans wanted to kill these people, why would they punish practices which lowered their birth rates? Are we to believe, as Trigg states, that as soon as the Germans reached the Urals, then some kind of real-life Order 66 would come into effect? We are meant to believe that the Germans would suddenly turn on their comrades in arms, men they had fought and died with, and just kill them? Or is it more likely that me, as well as many other historians, are quite right in suggesting that the war had a far more logical cause? People talk of plans the Germans had for the East, but conveniently for people, like Trigg, all of these happened to be magically burned. So instead, let's focus on the reality. What happened under the few years of German occupation in the East? Let's ask one of the most respected historians of the 20th century, A.J.P. Taylor. He explains the reality in depth in his book, The Origins of the Second World War. Quote, "But was Lebensraum Hitler's sole idea, or indeed the one which dominated his mind? To judge from Mein Kampf, he was obsessed with anti-Semitism, which occupies most of the book. Lebensraum gets only 7 of the 700 pages. Then, and thereafter, it was thrown in as a final rationalization, a sort of pie in the sky, to justify what Hitler was supposed to be up to. Perhaps the difference between me and the believers in Hitler's constant plan for Lebensraum is over words. By plan, I understand something which is prepared and worked out in details. They seem to take plan as a pious, or in this case, impious, wish. In my sense, Hitler never had a plan for Lebensraum. There was no study of the resources in the territories that were to be conquered, no definition even of what these territories were to be. There was no recruitment of staff to carry out these plans, no survey of Germans who could be moved, let alone any enrollment. When large parts of Soviet Russia were conquered, the administrators of the conquered territories found themselves running round in circles, unable to get any directive, whether they were there to exterminate the existing populations or to exploit them, whether to treat them as friends or enemies." End quote. Does this sound like the work of a mastermind bent on exterminating Slavs and Balts? It would require some absolutely extreme mental gymnastics to come to such a conclusion. Millions of Slavs and Balts at the time certainly didn't think so. If they believed they would suddenly be turned on, then there certainly wouldn't be any Latvians fighting and dying in Berlin like there was in reality. Ukraine had already long since been swallowed back up by the Soviets, yet thousands of Ukrainians fought and died for Adolf Hitler and his cause. Would they have done this if there was even the slightest inclination that they would be killed for being seen as Slavic Untermensch? The run-of-the-mill historians have got it wrong. Men espousing views such as Triggs cannot possibly believe what they are saying. Such things are simply wartime propaganda espoused by Stalin or Churchill. There is simply no basis in reality for the war in the East being a race war. In fact, it was quite the opposite. One of Hitler's allies during Operation Barbarossa was Slovakia, who were Slavs. Another of Hitler's allies who wasn't involved in the invasion was Bulgaria, also Slavs. Furthermore, the Third Reich had the most diverse army in history. Muslims, Christians, pagans, Germans, Scandinavians, Frenchmen, Slavs, Balts, Armenians, and an almost unlistable variety of peoples were fighting and dying on the Eastern Front together. After all, Trigg already knows this, considering he has half a dozen books on the various foreign SS divisions. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, then please do leave a like. As always though, the biggest thanks of all goes to my Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube members who make these videos possible. My videos are not monetized immediately and have to undergo a manual review. As a result, the vast majority of my income comes from subscription sites such as these. As this is my full-time job, these people literally make this possible, and I cannot thank them enough. So if you enjoyed the videos and you'd like to support me, join our Discord or our weekly Hearts of Iron 4 games, then please do consider signing up in one of the links in the description. Thank you. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you to Lobster2U, Darway Lololol, Sigmar, Emperor Titus, Luke David Murphy, Chechen Natsok, Anton Berglund, Levi E, Friendly Brian, Mr. Malabar, Bushak, Firefly Enterprise, Henry Unruh, Evan Brightfield, Chef Jeff, Ethan Winstanley, Wunderwaffe, Mr. Bloom, Gav D, Gaius Longanese Hanno, JD, Before I first began this channel, just over 2 months ago, there were 2 videos that inspired me to come back to YouTube after 5 years of not uploading and to make history videos. Both were by the same channel, Potential History. The first was a video titled Germany Could Not Win World War II, which I thought was an interesting concept, so I made a video of my own along the exact same lines, and the channel didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. The second video was a video titled Dresden, a Justifiable Target, and it was quite literally 8 minutes of not only endorsing, but also joking about genocide.
This is now an Arthur Harris video. Arthur Brit RAF Lit AF Harris. Arthur Bankrupting Fire Insurance since 1945 Harris. Arthur Fire Up the Lancasters Harris. Arthur Holocaust Mark II Lancaster Boogaloo Harris.
Seeing a man an entire ocean away, with no proper understanding of events, making jokes and laughing from his bedroom 73 years later like this, inspired me to make this video. And this video is dedicated to all those civilians on both sides, whether it be a small boy watching his mother get blown to pieces in Coventry by German bombs, or a grandfather watching his entire family get melted into nothing but a puddle of fat by British firebombs in Hamburg. When we read about the Second World War, or any history for that matter, a lot of the horrible things we read come off as just words on a page, and we carry on about our day, not thinking about it too deeply. But when it comes to the Allied terror bombing campaigns of the Second World War, things are different. Reading accounts of the people on the ground during the genocide is physically hard to read. I had to stop several times, and it literally made me feel ill. The events are totally glossed over, because as we know, the victors write the narrative. In fact, here in Britain, our bombing campaigns were never mentioned in history class. Let's discuss what actually happened, and why it was a uniquely evil and criminal event, the likes of which the world had never seen before. War isn't quite as simple as good guys and bad guys, after all. Even before the Second World War had begun, propaganda in media of all forms was so pervasive and unending against Germany that it was having real effects on both politicians and everyday people alike. In the lead up to war, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain would latch onto the most ridiculous hoaxes, thinking they were real, because fear of Germany conquering all of Europe was such a constant theme. When a fake war scare came up that Germany was about to invade Romania, a country Germany didn't even border, Chamberlain fired off war guarantees to a whole handful of countries in Europe. The consequential one being Poland, which halted negotiations dead between the Germans and the Poles over Danzig. Poland could now do whatever she liked, as she knew Britain would be there to back her up. When war actually did come about, the all too familiar themes of the First World War anti-German propaganda reared their head once more, but this time they were dialed up to the maximum. In his popular 1941 book, Germany Must Perish, author Theodor Kaufmann wrote, "This time, Germany has forced a total war upon the world. As a result, she must be prepared to pay a total penalty, and there is one, and only one, such total penalty. Germany must perish forever. In fact, not in fancy. The goal of world domination must be removed from the reach of the German, and the only way to accomplish this is to remove the German from the world. There remains then but one mode of ridding the world forever of Germanism, and that is to stem the source from which issue those war-lusted souls by preventing the people of Germany from ever producing their kind again." He was dead serious. He proposed that all Germans be sterilized, and that Germany be partitioned among its neighbours. This wasn't just some lunatic talking to himself. Many people were all on board. Time magazine said it was, quote, "must perish forever," reared their head once more, but this time they were dialed up to the maximum. In his popular 1941 book, Germany Must Perish, author Theodor Kaufmann wrote, "This time, Germany has forced a total war upon the world. As a result, she must be prepared to pay a total penalty, and there is one, and only one, such total penalty. Germany must perish forever. In fact, not in fancy. The goal of world domination must be removed from the reach of the German, and the only way to accomplish this is to remove the German from the world. There remains then but one mode of ridding the world forever of Germanism, and that is to stem the source from which issue those war-lusted souls by preventing the people of Germany from ever producing their kind again." He was dead serious. He proposed that all Germans be sterilized, and that Germany be partitioned among its neighbours. This wasn't just some lunatic talking to himself. Many people were all on board. Time magazine said it was, quote, "a sensational idea," and the Washington Post called it a provocative theory. At first, most Westerners found ideas such as these sickening, but eventually, propaganda wore down their Christian ideals most had been brought up with, and as the war dragged on, the media and government alike had created a sizable chunk of the population that simply saw no difference between killing a German soldier and killing innocent German women and children. A British naval officer summed up the British people's thoughts at the time. Germans were first cousins to the devil. The population of the British Isles had been worked up by propaganda to a state of passionate hatred of Hitler, the Nazi Party, the German armed forces, and the German people. They had been told repeatedly that the only good German is a dead one. More influentially, back in the US, Henry Morgenthau called for 2/3 of the German population to be killed by starvation and thousands more shot out of hand. Winston Churchill agreed after a little convincing, and President Roosevelt agreed immediately, before a handful of influential men whose Christian morals could not stomach such things stepped in and caused a scene which spared the Germans at least this fate. In the East, one of the most influential writers in the Soviet Union, and perhaps the entire world, targeted his propaganda at the average Red Army soldier. He said, "The Germans are not human beings. If you have not killed at least one German a day, you have wasted that day. If you cannot kill your German with a bullet, kill him with your bayonet. There is nothing more amusing for us than a heap of German corpses. Do not count days. Count only the number of Germans killed by you. Kill the German. That is your grandmother's request. Kill the German.
That is your child's prayer. Kill the German. That is your motherland's loud request. Do not miss. Do not let through. Kill, kill. Red Army men. Kill. No fascist is in for us than a heap of German corpses. Such things stepped in and caused a scene. More influentially, back in the US, Henry Morgenthau called for 2/3 of the German population to be killed by starvation and thousands more shot out of hand. Winston Churchill agreed after a little convincing, and President Roosevelt agreed immediately, before a handful of influential men whose Christian morals could not stomach such things stepped in and caused a scene which spared the Germans at least this fate. In the East, one of the most influential writers in the Soviet Union, and perhaps the entire world, targeted his propaganda at the average Red Army soldier. He said, "The Germans are not human beings. If you have not killed at least one average Red Army soldier. He said, "The Germans are not human beings. If you have not killed at least one German a day, you have wasted that day. If you cannot kill your German with a bullet, kill him with your bayonet. There is nothing more amusing for us than a heap of German corpses. Do not count days. Count only the number of Germans killed by you. Kill the German. That is your grandmother's request. Kill the German. That is your child's prayer. Kill the German. That is your motherland's loud request. Do not miss. Do not let through. Kill, kill. Red Army men. Kill. No fascist is innocent. Be he alive, be he as yet unborn." The message was heard loud and clear by the average soldier, and many obeyed to the word. The events that fell upon the German people on the Eastern Front are uniquely horrifying in their own regard, but they are a story for another day. All this is to say, though, propaganda works. A handful of men with evil thoughts in control of the media or in the government can quickly turn a not insignificant amount of the population into bloodthirsty savages. By 1945, the bombing of German cities was nothing new. Winston Churchill had initiated this early in the war by beginning the indiscriminate bombing of population centres. After holding his nerve and not wanting to take part in this horrible game, eventually Hitler replied in kind, and the back and forth bombing of cities began. By 1945, more bombs had fallen on Berlin alone than the Germans had dropped on all of England combined. It was believed that the mass slaughter of civilians, as well as making many times more homeless, coupled with the destruction of ancient cities and priceless artworks, would annihilate German morale. It didn't take much convincing for Churchill to be won over to this idea by Arthur Harris, the chief of British Bomber Command. Over time, the bombing escalated, and the destruction became more and more hellish. The Germans barely had the capability to reply as the war entered its final years. Hitler expressly forbid kamikaze attacks, stating that Germans must always have a chance to survive, no matter how small, and that they were not like the Japanese. However, his V-1 and V-2 rockets did cause chaos in London when they were finally operational. The destruction was nothing compared to that inflicted upon Hitler's own cities, however. As 1945 rolled around, almost every major city was effectively a pile of barely functioning rubble. A prime example being Hamburg, which was burnt to a crisp by firebombs for over a week straight, resulting in up to 100,000 civilian deaths, and that's just US figures. The lower range is around 40,000 by British sources. It was a prelude of what was to come in Dresden. Civilians that weren't killed by shrapnel or burnt alive directly by the bombs were sucked into the vortex, melted into the hellishly hot pavement, asphyxiated by burst gas pipes in their shelters, or worse. Those jumping into the water to survive suffered from thermal radiation to the lungs and then ignited upon hitting the surface. A quote by Thomas Goodrich from the book Hellstorm sums up the scenes rather well. Due to the tremendous heat, some bunkers contained only dozens of log-like shapes, charred and shriveled to only a quarter of their original size. Dogs and cats had been reduced to the size of rats. In still other cellars, only a powdery grey ash remained. When rescuers entered some shelters, they found floors covered in up to a foot of greasy fat, the victims having been rendered into a dark, evil liquid. Similar scenes took place unceasingly across the Reich, this just being one example in a single city. By 1945, the end of the war was in sight, and a post-war plan was needed. So Churchill and Roosevelt met with Stalin at Yalta to discuss the future of this wasteland that was once the German nation. Somehow, all this death and destruction had not had the desired effect. German morale had actually increased as a result of the bombing. With the humiliation of the First World War still in somewhat recent memory, Germans knew that they had no choice but to fight till the end. The bombing only strengthened their feelings that these people, who were happy to roast children alive from the skies, were not to be negotiated with. One Berliner wrote in her diary, "I feel a growing sense of wild vitality within myself. If the British think that they are going to undermine our morale, they are barking up the wrong tree. They are not softening us up." Goebbels, the so-called master of propaganda himself, didn't even need to do his job. When making his rounds, helping the fire services with their task of putting out the flames after the bombing raids, he couldn't find the slightest sense of defeatism among the German people. Many seemed even more determined than him to see this through to the conclusion, whatever it may be. The Allies continued on with their strategy, however, and took it to new heights. At Yalta, in early February 1945, Stalin requested that the Allies commence a mass bombing campaign in eastern Germany to smooth the way for the advancing Red Army. Churchill and Roosevelt, who seemed to be trying to outdo each other in impressing Stalin every time they met, happily obliged. The target was obvious. It was the one that the mastermind of these bombing operations, Arthur Harris, had been begging them to hit for months now. Dresden. Dresden had been struck only twice so far in the war, and many had theories for why this was the case. Many residents in the city logically assumed that it was due to Dresden having a reputation for being a city of art. For centuries, it had been home to priceless, irreplaceable gems of Western civilization. Surely, even these terror bombers had the heart not to bomb a barely defended and militarily unimportant cultural centre hundreds of miles from their own front lines, or so the residents of this doomed city thought. The town had barely any industry to mention. It was regarded as a hospital city, and it was currently home to 26,000 Allied prisoners of war. Most of all, it was internationally regarded as a refugee town for those fleeing from the Red Army flooding over the Reich's eastern border. The normal population of 600,000 had ballooned to double that figure. Each restaurant, cafe, pub and bar was crammed full of people with suitcases, rucksacks, and bundles. You literally fell over these people and their possessions. It was so bad that you did not like to watch it, and it spoiled all the usual happy atmosphere, wrote one woman. At the main train station, there was a kind of city within a city, full of lost or orphaned children, among others who had washed up in Dresden amid all the chaos. A 17-year-old Red Cross worker named Eva Bayer sets the scene in Dresden better than I can. Children were searching for their parents. Parents were searching for their children. There was constant calling and asking. A boy of about 9 years of age, holding his little 4-year-old sister by the hand, asked me for food. When I asked him where his parents were, the boy said to me, "Grandma and Grandpa are lying dead in the carriage, and Mummy is lost." The children had no tears anymore. In one compartment, we found a woman. She had 23 children with her, and not one of them was her own. She had buried her own child 3 weeks ago. Her child had died of cold and tonsillitis. I asked her where all these other children came from, and she told me that these were all children whose parents were lost or dead. After all, somebody's got to take care of them, she said. Those children's faces were not the faces of children anymore. They were the faces of people who had gone straight through hell. Starving, wounded, lice-ridden, in rags, and the most treasured thing they had, security and the love of their parents, they had lost. End quote. Dresden being the hotspot for refugees and lost children was no secret. This was public information, and the Allies were well aware of this city being a kind of safe haven. They chose it anyway. After all, by 1945, the difference in many Allied minds between German soldiers and German civilians was narrowing by the day. Wouldn't this make the biggest splash of all? Would this massive act of devilish destruction not take the Germans past their breaking point and crush their morale? Fasching is a German event, kind of like Mardi Gras. It fell on the 13th of February. In all of Germany, celebrations did not go ahead like normal due to the war, except in one city. Dresden was still in a fit enough state for celebrations to go ahead, and that evening, the locals flooded into the streets to partake in a much-needed break from the stress of war and enjoy themselves. The city was a mass of people. At 10 p.m, however, the sirens sounded. Most ignored the sounds. Why would this alarm be any different to the 171 other false alarms that came before it? Instead of the usual signal to inform them that all was clear, the citizens of Dresden heard a different noise. It was the rumbling of the Allied bombers. The previously excited atmosphere of the masses turned to terrified panic in seconds. Klaus von Ferentiel, an SS officer laying injured in a military hospital, missing half his hip at the time, recalls how he felt it simply couldn't be true when people started to panic due to Dresden having openly been declared a hospital town. Surely, these fellow Christians, these supposedly civilized men of Western civilization, couldn't commit such an obvious war crime. Tons and tons of bombs began hurtling down to earth. Almost immediately, entire neighborhoods were reduced to rubble. The variety of fancy bombs hitting them, designed to cause maximum death and destruction. Centuries-old cathedrals and palaces were wiped out. The masses of civilians at the railroad station were torn to unrecognizable pieces. The circus performers for the Fasching festival and their animals were ripped from the face of the earth. The crowded streets were a scene of unimaginable horror. The city had no anti-aircraft defences to speak of, and the planes were flying so low that they could see the masses of costumed partygoers in the streets. They dropped the bombs anyway. The hospitals were clearly seen directly ahead of them on a night as bright as day.
Red Cross painted on the roof. They deliberately targeted them anyway. The cross became a target, rather than something to avoid. Eventually, what seemed like an eternity was over in 30 minutes, and the all-clear signal was sounded. The fire brigade of not only Dresden itself, but of the outlying communities, descended on the Saxon capital to fight the flames. An endless stream of Red Cross workers appeared to rescue who they could from the miles and miles of destruction. The ancient capital of the Wettin dynasty was now no more than a pile of burning rubble. The 60-year-old zoo inspector, Otto Sailor Jackson, recalled what he saw when he came back to check on his beloved animals. The elephants gave spine-chilling screams. Their house was still standing, but an explosive bomb of terrific force had landed behind it, lifted the dome of the house, turned it around, and put it back again. And the huge iron sliding doors, which shut off the house from the terraces, had been lifted off their hinges. When I and some of the other men managed to break into the elephant house, we found the stable empty. For a moment, we stood helpless, but then the elephants told us where they were by their heart-breaking trumpeting. We rushed out onto the terrace again. The baby elephant was lying in the narrow barrier moat on her back, her legs up to the sky. She had suffered severe stomach injuries and could not move. An elephant had been flung clear across the barrier moat and the fence by some terrific blast, and just stood there trembling. We had no choice but to leave these animals to their fate for the moment. Mr. Jackson continued to another area of the zoo, where he encountered a terrified monkey which rushed at him, screaming for help. To Jackson's horror, he saw the monkey had nothing but stumps for arms. Jackson drew his pistol and put his beloved hysterical monkey out of its agony. Rescue work continued elsewhere in the city. Most of it was pointless, but for the survivors' own conscience, and to distract them from sitting there, going over what they had just witnessed in their heads, they carried on. What the citizens of Dresden had already seen was bad enough, but at 1:30 a.m, the ground began to shake beneath them. The terrified voice of the announcer blared out over the few radios that still functioned, telling everyone to get to shelter, and that another wave of bombers was coming. Over 1,000 Allied bombers came flying overhead, low enough to see the masses of dead, mostly women and children, as well as those still living, getting themselves to shelter as fast as they could. No mercy was shown. Over 1,000 bombers dropped not only the usual payload of bombs, but thousands of incendiary bombs. These bombs were timed to land and fall amongst the debris into every nook and cranny. Basements all over the city, filled with masses of terrified civilians, were suddenly filled with these fiery canisters. Most locals had no idea of the thought process behind how these bombs were used, but the Allies did. They had deliberately flattened the city hours earlier so that they could now drop these incendiaries to cause the maximum amount of death. The city went up like a tinderbox. The wounded SS officer describes his attempt to free himself from the hospital of hell. Now I was in the open, no longer surrounded by walls, but by flames instead. No path was recognizable between the buildings, no obvious path of escape, because walls were collapsing and adding to the heaps of rubble. The suction in the flames was so strong, even pieces of clothing, which I had hurriedly picked up and thrown over myself, began to smoulder. Because of the flying sparks, my eyes had become useless. I was blind. Small holes must have been burnt into my cornea, which were incredibly painful. They made it impossible for me to open my eyes even briefly, just to see where I was. Temperatures in the inner city, where the fires were beginning to congregate and burn the hottest, were upwards of 3,000 degrees. Almost every material liquefied like it was nothing, and the flames were becoming not just fires, but a firestorm. Wandering or blinded citizens who took a wrong turn down a street were sucked into the vortex, never to be seen again. The SS man had resigned himself to fate. One could forecast what must happen next. The oxygen in the air becomes completely burnt away, so one becomes unconscious and hardly notices that one is burning to death. Blind, I accepted that this must happen. Suddenly, someone touched my shoulder and asked me to come along. He had found a way through the rubble to the outside, and so, holding onto the arm of a comrade, I was led through burning Dresden." End quote. People were fleeing in all directions to escape the madness. One woman describes how she saw a woman carrying a baby trip over, and before the baby could touch the ground, it literally flew in an arc as it was sucked into the vortex. The woman simply laid on the ground, in shock. Sparks of flames would attach themselves to people's clothing and ignite them. Those wandering to safety are on the clock as their skin is literally peeling before their eyes from the heat. Many went insane from the shock of the situation and started shouting incoherent nonsense or cursing the Allied terror bombers in the sky who had done this to them, wondering what they had done to deserve this fate.
Many could not take it anymore and simply fell to the ground, being engulfed in flames. Through sheer will, some would get up and continue on, the fear of burning alive keeping them going. Some made it, most did not. A spectator on the hills outside of Dresden described the unbelievable scenes they witnessed. I did not understand what my eyes were seeing. I stood in the darkness, paralyzed, numbed, with my eardrums aching from the hellish uproar. It was simply beyond comprehension, beyond the wildest imagination. It actually seemed unreal. I saw the rising of a flaming sea, which inundated the entire city in one huge glowing wave. The entire area was in flames. Huge red and yellow tongues of fire were roaring towards the sky. Streaming, trembling, madly onrushing clouds intermingled with brilliant white, red, and yellow explosions, out of which the big bombers seemed to rise like flocks of giant birds. Without ever having been through a big air raid before, I knew at once that something quite different was happening. After 30 minutes, the attack was broken off. Allied pilots after the war spoke of how they could literally see women, children, dogs, and all sorts moving below on the streets as they dropped their bombs on them, and how terrible they felt afterwards. However bad they felt, it changed nothing. All these innocent civilians, most of whom who had never even heard to fly, were now dead. Rescue teams poured into the city, slowly edging their way towards the centre, where the inferno was at its strongest. They saw people clinging to railings, only to be sucked away by the inferno towards the centre, never to be seen again. The streets stunk of sewage, blood, gas, and fat, along with every other smell imaginable that had been whipped up by the firestorm. The bodies they found varied. There was literally dozens of different ways that people had died, from people simply being crushed by debris to people glued to the boiling pavement. One rescuer describes how the dead in the streets resembled logs more than people, that they were so burnt. One found a mother and a child stuck together, charred into one piece by the heat. You could only roughly see the outline of the child in its mother's arms. Another describes the horrifying scenes which caused her to burst into tears as she watched dead pregnant women be removed from the hospital, their bellies burst open, and the child inside torn to pieces. Zoo animals were wandering the streets, making sounds of horror. Those at the train station, who had gathered in their thousands, were slaughtered to a man. Literally nobody underground had survived. They had died of the smoke and carbon monoxide poisoning. The local parks were a scene of total death and destruction. The RAF knew that the civilians would flee to these open spaces to escape the flames, so they hit the parks particularly hard to kill as many people as they could. The survivors began to assemble in whatever open spaces still remained. Individuals became a mass as they all trudged along towards the bombed out main park, each person injured in their own unique way, but just relieved to be alive. The relief didn't last long. The air raid sirens blared again, and a mass of US fighters came swarming from the sky, opening fire at the masses of refugees, tearing them to pieces. They hit them in the parks, they hit them in the columns fleeing the city, they hit them everywhere they could find them. One even deliberately targeting the last living giraffe, as well as others like deers and other animals at the zoo, in front of zookeeper Sailor Jackson's eyes. The raid lasted 10 minutes, but it happened again, and again, and again. Day after day, these fighters returned to strafe the fleeing columns of refugees. Barely a soldier was among them. When all was said and done, these were the figures. A month after the massacre, the Dresden police chief reported that over 200,000 dead bodies had been recovered from the ruins, not counting those where nothing was left, as they had been boiled into nothingness. The chief later updated his numbers to 250,000. The International Red Cross estimated that 275,000 died. Because of the sheer number of refugees in the city at the time, and how many bodies simply didn't exist anymore, many credible historians or others put the numbers at between 300,000 and 400,000 dead. When the reports flooded back to the rest of Germany, people were horrified. Goebbels let go of his persona of stoicism that he had kept up during the war, and in private was a broken, crying mess. Back in Britain, the papers celebrated the news that the 7th largest city in Germany had been wiped off the map. The papers celebrated the news that the 7th largest city in Germany had been wiped off the map, and that all these people were now dead. Some men, who still had some good in them, were furious, however. One man went berserk in the House of Commons, wondering why on earth that they had just committed such an obvious sick act of genocide when the war was clearly on the verge of being won. Most outrage was directed at Arthur Harris, Chief of Bomber Command. He didn't care, however, and Churchill shielded him from any criticism. The innocents were their target, and they couldn't be happier with the results. German factories could be up and running again in a few weeks, but it would take 21 years to raise a new worker, Harris said. Some men of the RAF felt they had been lied to, which was odd, considering they were low enough to see the lies for themselves firsthand. We were told at the briefing that there were many thousands of panzer troops in the streets, either going to or coming back from the Russian front, one said. My personal feeling is that if we'd been told the truth at the briefing, some of us wouldn't have gone. After the war, one pilot, whose eyes had been opened, said Butcher Harris didn't give a damn how many men he lost, as long as he was pounding the shit out of German civilians. Churchill publicly spoke about how maybe a change of strategy was needed in the wake of all this destruction, but this was just words. That same month, Pforzheim in western Germany was utterly flattened, killing 20,000 people in 19 minutes, and then the hospital city of Wurzburg was turned into an inferno too. Open season was declared on the German countryside, and anything was fair game for Allied fighters. Children in schoolyards, barn animals, trucks, farmers, anything. Trains were one of the main targets, whether military or civilian. Thousands of Jews were killed as they were shipped between one bombed camp or the other, only to have their train car, in which they were packed in like sardines, lit up by Allied fighter pilots. Many Germans agreed with Goebbels' proposal that they disregard the Geneva Convention. His thoughts was that the Allies had already thrown this treaty out of the window with their mass killing of civilians. Thousands were itching to kill any downed Allied airmen in retaliation for their loved ones killed. Hitler, however, absolutely forbid it. 99% of Allied prisoners of war would make it home after the war. I'll take things full circle to the video I mentioned at the start of this video. The most popular video on YouTube attempting to justify this act of genocide only states this single reason in the entire video titled Dresden, a justifiable target.
Then in 1945, Dresden was definitely a military target. Dresden was a key junction in Germany's railway system, with rail lines extending from the city in multiple directions. By the time it was bombed, Dresden was one of the final lines of supply for the Germans on the Eastern Front, namely what was left of Army Groups Center and South, with thousands of soldiers passing through on rail lines every day. So this bombing was definitely strategic and was a great help to the Soviets in the East.
This is an interesting attempt to justify what happened at Dresden, but it's simply not a justification. In what way is American fighters afterwards targeting civilian columns or congregations of them at the parks, destroying the railway junction? In what way is incinerating between 200,000 and 400,000 people an acceptable justification for stopping troops which could simply be redirected around the city? In what way is deliberately creating a firestorm going to stop a railway any better than other means at the disposal of the Allies that would cause far fewer or no civilian casualties? The answer is A, it wasn't about railways, and B, Arthur Harris, and by extension, perhaps Churchill, wanted to kill as many German civilians as they physically could. These people were targeted because they were German. It didn't matter that they had committed no crimes. It didn't matter that they were children. It didn't matter that thousands were refugees fleeing death and destruction in the East, beyond the comprehension of the average Brit or American at the time. This was a targeted genocide, and it was one of the worst acts ever committed by the human race in all of our history, and no YouTuber sat an ocean away 70 years later can alter the facts of that matter. It feels wrong to promote my Patreon or anything else as I normally would at the end of the video, so I'll leave with a single quote I used from Arthur Harris in this video, which removes all doubt as to the purpose of this event. German factories could be up and running again in a few weeks, but it would take 21 years to raise a new worker.
Pope Pius XII has left a confused legacy. He is remembered as being both pro and anti-Nazi, and, fittingly, both friendly to the Jews and anti-Semitic. John Cornwell's bestseller, Hitler's Pope, caused quite a stir, and to many, this book settled the matter. But what stance did the papacy actually take during the Second World War, and in the crises that followed? The popular history on the matter is mostly slop, with very little behind it. Let's look at the whole story. Before we begin though, two things. Firstly, a quick disclaimer. This video is purely historical, and in no way, shape or form political. Please, don't overthink the video, and turn it into something it is not. Thank you. Secondly, a huge thank you to those of you who have subscribed to me on Patreon, Subscribestar, or here on YouTube as a member. Without your kind support, I simply would not be able to make these videos for a living, and I cannot thank you enough. If you do want to sign up, then please do consider clicking one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you. Eugenio Maria Giuseppe Giovanni Pacelli was born on the 2nd of March 1876. The Pacellis were, as you can imagine, highly loyal to the papacy, even during the turbulent period it was currently going through, as its temporal power collapsed. Eugenio's grandfather refused to have anything to do with the new Italian authorities, but Filippo, Eugenio's father, was rather more prudent and pragmatic. In the end, Francesco Pacelli, Eugenio's brother, would actually negotiate the Lateran Accords of 1929 between church and state. All of the family, despite their views on the loss of the Papal States, were of course extremely devout Catholics and would recite the rosary together each evening before dinner. Eugenio was a very shy boy, and went on to become a shy man in general. He kept no diary and spoke very little about his early years. One observer noted, quote, "He was different from the other children of his age. He was nearly always alone. He preferred to keep to himself, to remain detached. The boy seemed to find his own company sufficient." End quote. He did, however, read widely and often. Later, with the permission of his mother, he even read during meal times. Sometimes he could be seen wandering around Rome from church to church, almost always alone. Above the door of one of these churches was an inscription reading Opus Justitiae Pax, or Peace is the Work of Justice, which would later become his motto. Instead of joining the other children his age who played football or other sports, Eugenio preferred to practice saying mass at an altar his mother helped him set up, complete with candles and all. When his aunt was sick and became depressed as she couldn't attend religious services, the young boy immediately provided an alternative of his own, as well as a homily at his own altar. Above all, the young Eugenio retained a unique devotion to the Virgin Mary, which would remain with him for the rest of his life. Throughout his time at school, he was a good student, whose prodigious memory, diligence, and persistence allowed him to pick things up quickly, and he duly learned French, English, German, Spanish, and Portuguese to add to his native Italian. Upon graduation in 1894, he finally decided to become a priest, something he'd been pondering since the age of 12. His parents, therefore, were far from surprised when he broke the news to them. His father was an extremely well-connected man, and, with very little trouble at all, his son was admitted to the Roman Diocesan Seminary, the oldest in the Eternal City. He also went on to study law and theology, somewhat of a family tradition. Seminary was a rather claustrophobic time for the shy young man. His living quarters consisted of a tiny room with a small window and a narrow bed, and he was blasted awake at 6 AM by a big bronze bell outside his room. On top of this, the food was intolerable, as he put it, and Eugenio disliked having to get permission to visit family. He got very sick, very quickly, lost a lot of weight, and was deeply unhappy. After constant complaints to his very worried parents, Filippo pulled a few strings for his son, and Pope Leo XIII granted Eugenio an extraordinary dispensation and allowed him to transfer to a Jesuit-run school where he could continue his seminary education as a day student. Here, the boy was of course much happier, as he could return home each evening and live life on his own terms. He could eat normal food and got the solitude he craved. He could read his book or play his violin when he liked, and he could plan his days without having to get permission. A much more productive working environment. In 1895, Eugenio received his tonsure, and the following year, at age 20, the young man accompanied Father Giuseppe Leis to Paris to attend a conference on astronomy. In 1899, Eugenio received his degree in sacred theology, and on the 2nd of April, Easter Sunday, he was ordained as a priest at the age of 23. Shortly afterwards, Eugenio was made an assistant to the pastor of the Church of Santa Maria in Vallicella, where his family regularly attended. Soon enough, though, he returned to university, and within 2 years, Eugenio had obtained a doctorate in civil and canon law. A number of figures in the Curia by this point had already decided that the young man could be put to better use than simply being locked into a parish assignment. One night, in February 1901, whilst Eugenio was enjoying a quiet evening at home playing the piano, there was a loud knock at the door. To the family's surprise, the man at the door was Monsignor Pietro Gaspari, a man who Mussolini would later call the greatest diplomat he had ever met. Gaspari, having heard a rumour that Eugenio wished to continue his parish ministry, boomed out, quote, "So you want to become a shepherd? I want you to become a sheepdog to shy away the wolves," end quote. The 25-year-old was then convinced to abandon his parish pastoral plans and enter the church's diplomatic service. Pacelli quickly found himself a man in high demand in his new role at the diplomatic service. Already in 1901, he was sent off to England on behalf of the papacy to offer the condolences to Edward VII upon the death of Queen Victoria. By 1904, he was made a papal chamberlain and given the title of Monsignor. In that same year, he was asked to assist Gaspari in the revision of the Code of Canon Law, and a year later he became a domestic prelate and an official member of the Pope's household. Leo XIII, Pius X, Benedict XV and Pius XI all recognised Eugenio's ability and would all end up turning to him at some time or another when it came to international affairs. In 1906, Pacelli was instrumental in providing Pius X with the material for his encyclical Vehementer Nos during his battle with the Third French Republic and the illegal separation of church and state. During this time, famously, Pius X led his crusade against modernism, which has made him a hero for many Catholics today. During this crusade, Pacelli was an eager participant and proved to be a zealous prelate, determined above all to defend the purity of the faith and the integrity of doctrine. Above all, however, Pacelli was a prudent man and made sure not to anger or alienate those who were sympathetic to the modernist movement. Frank J. Copper wrote of Eugenio in this regard, quote, "From an early age, Pacelli possessed an extraordinary ability to coexist and collaborate with those who harboured very divergent beliefs, learning not to contradict opinions he did not share by keeping his own views private to avoid counterproductive confrontations. Adherence to such silence did not prove difficult for Pacelli, whose temperament and personality favoured privacy and secrecy," end quote. His continued great work led to him being offered to teach canon law at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. in 1908, but with so much on his plate, he had to turn this great opportunity down. Eugenio continued to work closely with Pope Pius X until his death in 1914. Pope Benedict XV was then elected to take the papal tiara, and the now 38-year-old Monsignor Eugenio Pacelli served as the papal equivalent of Undersecretary of State. Pope Benedict and Eugenio were very similar in many regards, and so immediately became very close, and found themselves in accord on most internal and international issues. The new pope called upon Cardinal Pietro Gaspari, his Secretary of State, as well as Eugenio, his Undersecretary of State, to help preserve papal neutrality during this trying time. The Great War, of course, had just broken out before he became pope. Neutrality, as well, was obviously the correct policy. The faithful were to be found on both sides, and essentially the only logical policy for the Vicar of Christ to take. If the Pope was ever to help broker a settlement and end the madness, he, of course, had to be neutral and trusted. Despite the trio's hard work, though, no one listened. Britain held anti-Catholic views. The Italians assumed the papacy would try to reclaim her lost territories, and so made her allies agree to keep her out of the peace conference. And the Germans suspected that Benedict was pro-French for some reason. Despite all of this, the papacy was not discouraged, and during the first year and a half of his pontificate, Benedict fired off 40 appeals for reconciliation. Italy, especially, was urged not to jump into the fray. All of this fell on deaf ears. In other matters, the papacy was more successful, and Eugenio was commissioned by Gaspari to contact the belligerents to arrange prisoner exchanges, as well as repatriation of prisoners in general, as part of the papal apostolate of charity. In general, the aid dished out in the form of money, clothing, food, and medicine by the papacy bankrupted the Vatican treasury. In addition to the material aid, a papal bureau was established for locating prisoners and informing their families of their location and condition. Mechanisms and means were provided for letter exchanges too. Truly, the papacy was doing God's work. All of this was coordinated by the Congregation of Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, over which Pacelli presided. In terms of Italy, it was once again Pacelli who was sent into the fray. In 1915, in order to avert war, he was sent by the Pope to Vienna to suggest that the Habsburgs hand over the ethnically Italian regions that Italy so desperately wanted. Franz Joseph, however, was not particularly interested, and regardless, he said, any kind of deal would require German consent, since they were now in charge. Later on, the Germans did indeed reach out, but the papacy was wary of seeming biased to Germany. Eventually in 1917, the papacy approached the Germans themselves with what they saw as a reasonable basis for a peace settlement. To make him more acceptable, Pope Benedict appointed Eugenio as the Apostolic Nuncio to Bavaria, whose residence was in Munich. On the 13th of May 1917, Benedict personally consecrated Pacelli with the honorary title Archbishop of Sardes in the Sistine Chapel to make the still young prelate seem like a more respectful negotiating partner. On the same day that Pacelli was consecrated, the Virgin Mary appeared to 3 peasant girls in the small town of Fatima in Portugal, something he later considered prophetic. On the 20th of May, Pacelli set off for Munich, and he arrived 5 days later, where he received a quasi-royal reception. Towards the end of June, Eugenio was heading for Berlin on his peacemaking mission. After settling into the building opposite what would later become Hitler's Brown House, he met with the German Chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, and the necessary preconditions for a negotiated settlement were laid out as outlined by Pope Benedict. 1. Limitation of armaments. 2. Establishment of international tribunals. 3. Belgian independence. 4. Leaving contentious issues such as Alsace-Lorraine to be settled by the contending parties. The Chancellor, knowing how important the papacy could be to peace, offered no objection to these preconditions. A few days later though, Eugenio went to see the Kaiser, and he found him to be very difficult. He didn't like the preconditions at all, and began to complain that Benedict had failed to use his infallibility to condemn the, quote, atrocities of the Allies, end quote. The Kaiser then openly questioned the future of Belgium, as well as French claims on Alsace-Lorraine, and then proceeded to shock the nuncio by suggesting that Pope Benedict should die a martyr's death in his quest for peace. Despite the bizarre encounter, the Kaiser would write in his memoirs that the messenger had been aristocratic and distinguished, and that he possessed great intelligence and impeccable manners. Pacelli, however, was quite understandably less than impressed with the Kaiser. His peace mission was shattered before his very eyes. This was not a man who would be able to negotiate peace with. In his report back, he described Wilhelm as fanatical, distracted, incoherent, and far from normal. The new German Chancellor, George Michaelis, met with Pacelli on the 24th of July, and the two cooked up an actually presentable peace plan. The Kaiser, however, openly boasted that he had provided the inspiration for the papal peace note, which simply wasn't true at all. The Allies, quite understandably, and also rather conveniently, decided to believe the Kaiser, and so rejected the papal peace proposal. Pacelli pushed on to try to make things work, but both sides proved to be constantly infuriating to work with, and the Allies especially were dismissive of any attempts at peace. Soon enough, poor Eugenio was left physically and psychologically exhausted, and the rest of his war was spent dishing out much-needed food and clothing to Germany's suffering civilian population. Eventually, of course, peace did come. Of Versailles, Pacelli remarked that it was a, quote, international absurdity, end quote, and, quote, we now count ourselves lucky not to have been invited and not to have participated in this work, end quote, finishing that these so-called peace terms would, quote, result not in 1 but in 10 wars, end quote. Pacelli remained in Germany, which he loved, until 1929. Side by side, he would stand with the Germans as they went through the hell that was the Weimar Republic, and he was immediately right in the thick of things. In Bavaria, of course, there was a left-wing revolution led by Kurt Eisner. Pacelli described him in the following terms, quote, atheist, radical socialist, propagandist and intimate associate of Russian nihilists, what's more, a Galician Jew, end quote. It was not just words that Pacelli offered, but action, too, and he refused to have any contact with Eisner or his regime. Any interactions, he reasoned, would offer Eisner some kind of legitimacy which he did not deserve. Fearing for his own safety in November, with Gaspari's permission, Pacelli left for Switzerland. After the January elections of 1919, he returned, but the situation was still precarious. On the 21st of February, Kurt Eisner was assassinated by a Catholic, and the regime became even more revolutionary and anti-Catholic. Max Levin, the new leader, was described by Pacelli as a repulsive, dirty Russian Jew. On the 3rd of May, the Palace of the Nunciature came under gunfire by government troops, and when this ceased, 3 officials and 20 heavily armed troops began to bang on the door. The revolutionaries claimed that shots had been fired from the building towards their soldiers, and they demanded to search the premises. Pacelli was ill at a clinic that evening, but the incident was an eye-opener nonetheless. Regardless, the Red Reign of Terror did not last in Bavaria, and Pacelli saw the best hope now to be the Catholic Centre Party, and indeed, the Centre Party made sure some important pro-papal elements were inserted into the Weimar Constitution. State intervention in the assignment of ecclesiastical posts was banned, and Germans were guaranteed the right to form and join associations. Another article offered special state protection for the institution of marriage. Most importantly, perhaps, it was made illegal to discriminate against Catholics on the basis of their religion, and the establishment of any state religion was prohibited. The papacy and the Centre Party also pushed for freedom of religious teaching, but overcoming Protestant opposition on this matter was impossible. Relations between Germany and the Holy See, in general, were sorted out at this time. On the 20th of June 1920, Pacelli presented his credentials to the Weimar government. In the years from 1920 to 1928, he continued working on the delicate Concordat discussions with Bavaria and dealt with the various internal and international crises of the period, including the French occupation of the Ruhr. In this last matter, Pacelli was uncharacteristically biased, and perhaps with good reason. The German bishops were flooding the Vatican with reports regarding the mass rape of German women and children at the hands of black troops. Pacelli urged the papacy to take a harsh response, and they did so, unequivocally siding with Germany against France, and Pacelli took part in a Vatican campaign to have these, quote, violent and rapacious black troops, end quote, replaced with white ones. This, however, came to nothing. In March 1924, Pacelli finally wrapped up the Concordat with Bavaria, in which the Church was granted broad power over the educational system. The following year, Pacelli finally set off for Berlin. Here, he was given three main tasks by Pope Pius XI. He was to negotiate the concordats with both the state of Prussia and Germany itself, and lastly, he was to secretly negotiate an agreement with the Soviet ambassador in Berlin to resolve differences between the papacy and the USSR. This latter task was of course a difficult one. In 1918, the Pope had commissioned Pacelli to negotiate an agreement in which the Vatican would provide asylum for the imprisoned Tsar and his family, but before these talks could be finalised, the Tsar's family were executed. In 1922, Pacelli had again been involved in the conclusion of an agreement with the Soviets for the Vatican to provide humanitarian assistance to its long-suffering population. Relations were, as you can imagine, strained, and consequently, these latest negotiations didn't get very far, and stopped altogether in 1929 when Stalin introduced his program to eradicate religion. Negotiations with the Germans, too, were proving difficult. Pacelli had supported the Germans in their quest to retain much of Silesia, and was a true friend of Germany. But regardless, it was a stressful time, and it wasn't until 1929 that a lackluster agreement was signed. It's not surprising that in 1929, when Pacelli was recalled home, he had mixed feelings, given that he had essentially failed in 2 out of his 3 main assignments. Pacelli was not being demoted, however, but promoted. Now that his mentor and patron had resigned, he learned that in 1930 he was to receive the Red Hat and became Cardinal Secretary of State. At his farewell dinner in Germany, he remarked, quote, "My mission in Germany has come to an end. A greater, more embracing task in the heart of the Universal Church now begins," end quote. The main issue during Pacelli's time as Secretary of State was also, of course, to involve Germany. The Pope had already censured Maurras's Action Française, and the NSDAP was seemingly going to be next. Propaganda against Hitler's party was, of course, in overdrive. One lie was that the NSDAP itself was a pagan movement, which obviously wasn't true, despite there being a few kooky beliefs in certain Nazi circles, especially later in the SS. For now though, Hitler sent the internationally respected Hermann Göring to the papacy in 1931, expressly to inform the Pope that the National Socialist movement was not pagan. Some sources say Hermann met the Pope, some say that he met Pacelli. Either way, Göring went to the Vatican to clear up the paganism allegations. When the National Socialists actually came to power, Hitler assured the delegation of German bishops of his high regard for the Catholic Church, and he claimed his movement was based on Christian principles. That spring, Vice-Chancellor von Papen visited the Vatican and suggested an accord between the Vatican and the new National Socialist Germany. The Pope was hesitant, but Pacelli, Germanophile that he was all on board. Hearing of this, Gaspari, Pacelli's old mentor, offered him some advice. Firstly, he suggested that the Nazis should dissolve the Catholic Centre Party, which did little to assist the papacy now anyway. Secondly, he suggested that all restrictions on Catholics joining the Nazi Party should be stopped, as the movement reflected genuine national sentiments and desires. Regardless, the talks went ahead, and the Concordat was famously signed on the 20th of July in Rome, 1933. The contents covered a wide array of issues, and the Germans, also famously, were not very good at following the agreement. Even before such breaches of the Concordat, the Pope was extremely anti-Nazi, and Pius XI himself was notoriously stubborn in general, so Pacelli's job of keeping him from tipping the board over rather than playing the game was a hard one. During the mid-1930s, Pacelli was sent on various faraway trips, including to South America and the US. Many would suspect that this was Pius XI attempting to free himself from his far more prudent Secretary of State. This was almost certainly true. Pacelli couldn't be fired, as it would cause absolute uproar. But by the end of Pius's pontificate, Pacelli found himself increasingly isolated and alone. Of Pius XI's frequent anti-Nazi outbursts, Pacelli was reported to be, quote, deeply grieved and gravely displeased, end quote. In 1937, Pius XI finally snapped and issued the encyclical Mit brennender Sorge, in which the Pope complained of the idolatry of race and state by the German regime. Every Catholic in Germany was to read the encyclical on Palm Sunday, and, as you can imagine, the Germans were less than pleased, and Pacelli really had his work cut out for him. This was the complete opposite approach to that which Pacelli wished to take. This was imprudence, with nothing to gain. In 1938, when Mussolini joined the Führer in instituting anti-Semitic laws, the Pope once more began to lose it, and Pacelli was completely sidelined. Instead, His Holiness went right to John Lafarge, an American Jesuit who published books and articles against racism. Lafarge was tasked with drafting an anti-fascist encyclical, in which the incompatibility of racism and Catholicism were to be demonstrated. Pacelli wasn't even informed. The Jesuits, led by Lafarge, who wrote the encyclical, however, obviously had to report to the head of their order, and the draft was placed on the desk of Vladimir Ledachowski in late September. Ledachowski was one of the world's foremost anti-Semites, and so immediately began to utilize delaying tactics, as the rumours were that Pius was dying. If the Pope died, then his successor, whoever he was, would surely not want to publish such a needlessly inflammatory document. The Jesuits, who actually drafted the document, were left wondering what on earth was going on. The Pope, meanwhile, had suffered a further 2 heart attacks in November and was declining fast. With the rigid structure of the papacy, as well as His Holiness's poor health, it was far easier said than done to approach him directly, but regardless, the Jesuits tried. The Pope received their letter, and upon learning that their draft had been completed months ago, but not passed along, he absolutely lost it, and demanded that it be sent to him now. The reluctant Ledachowski was forced to comply. The Vatican received the document on the 21st of January, and it is uncertain if the Pope saw it or not before his death. Regardless, the dying pontiff was working on a speech to be presented to the bishops, which catalogued fascist abuses and errors. On the 10th of February, he went to be with God. The delaying tactics had worked. The encyclical was never published. The speech, due to take place later that day, never saw the light of day either. On the 15th, Secretary of State Pacelli ordered the Vatican printing houses to destroy all evidence of it having ever existed. The papal conclave took place on the 1st and 2nd of March, and the result was a foregone conclusion. 90% of the cardinals were European and appreciated Pacelli's prudent methods of dealing with Germany and Italy. The confrontational stance of the last pope was deeply regretted, and so, on the 2nd of March, Pacelli was elected on the 3rd ballot and took the name Pius XII. On the 12th of March, he was crowned in the Vatican Basilica in the presence of representatives from 35 nations. The cardinals weren't the only ones in support of Pacelli. In Germany, the bishops viewed Pius XII as their special protector, and Der Angriff, Goebbels' newspaper, commented that the Pope was, quote, a good judge of the present times, end quote. Himmler, meanwhile, praised Pacelli's tact and prudence. Hitler himself even admitted that he was pleased this German speaker was now sitting on St. Peter's throne. Mussolini and Ciano in Italy, too, were equally as overjoyed. Even the French and the English considered Pacelli to be the best man for the job. In the former, Action Française had their papal ban removed. The first foreign diplomat Pius met was the German representative Diego von Bergen. Pius wanted to immediately quash any idea that he would be like his predecessor. Quoting himself from the previous year's Eucharistic Congress in Budapest, Pius said to him, quote, it is not the business of the Church to take sides in purely temporal affairs, and in the accommodations between the different systems and methods which may arise for overcoming the urgent problems in the present, end quote. The next day, Pius wrote to Hitler directly, expressing his hope that as Pope, he could restore harmonious relations between Church and State. Meanwhile, at home, he ordered the Vatican newspaper to cease all criticism of the German government. As the pre-war crises began to occur, the papacy did very little. As Czechoslovakia collapsed, nothing was said, and when it came to German pressure on Poland to negotiate, the papacy outright suggested that Poland should make the concessions necessary to avoid war. The British, French, and Italians were urged by the papacy to pursue this suggestion too. Why should Europe commit suicide for ethnically German Danzig, His Holiness reasoned. In April, Pope Pius congratulated Francisco Franco in saving his country during the Spanish Civil War. Pius XI had viewed Franco as a man using Catholicism for political ends, but Pius XII saw things the same way every Spaniard did. He hailed veterans of what he called Franco's crusade as, quote, defenders of the faith, end quote. There was to be no impartiality here. Francisco Franco and the Spanish nationalists were quite clearly on the same side as God. The communists, who had been slaughtering the clergy, were obviously on the side of the devil. To celebrate Franco's glorious victory, a special Mass of Thanksgiving was arranged at Rome's historic Jesuit church, the Church of the Most Holy Name of Jesus. The new Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Maglione, was to attend. Francisco Franco finally had full papal support. Mussolini too had Pius's support. The Italian anti-Jewish laws had recently been tightened, and the Vatican newspaper, which required Pius's approval, wrote, quote, "The Jews who mask their hatred of Jesus are not simply actors in a drama limited to the obscurity of earlier times. They live again and reappear on the scene in all the persecutions aimed from time to time against the Church. Faithful imitators of all the emissaries of the anti-church and of the most disparate synagogues of Satan," end quote. Behind the scenes, Pius was doing his best to settle the German problem created by his predecessor. This was done by using Prince Philip von Hessen as a go-between in a series of top-secret meetings that took place, which were only begrudgingly released from the archives in the 2020s by Pope Francis. Pius sought to split Germany along religious and secular lines, so there was no longer any friction between church and state, and Hitler was of very much the same mind. After Prince von Hessen's first meetings, the results were described in the following terms by David I. Kurtzer. Quote, A. The Pope's meeting with von Hessen had changed Ribbentrop's attitude toward reaching an agreement between the Reich and the Vatican, which he had previously opposed but now supported. B. As of May the 25th, the German press was ordered to end its attack on the Catholic religion and Catholic priests in Germany, and, on the contrary, to speak well of them if good occasions should arise to do so. C. Hitler called on various regional officials to send reports on the religious situation in their regions, in order to be in a position to negotiate with the Vatican regarding its concerns. D. The decision was made to send Prince Philip to Rome with a message of homage and good wishes for the Holy Father, accompanied by some concrete proposals to initiate official contacts via the respective diplomatic channels for the hoped-for accord, end quote. During later discussions, Hitler personally told von Hessen that Rosenberg, the Nazis' foremost anti-Christian, would be quietly sidelined, which indeed he later was. This was done, Hitler said, in order to reach an accord with the Catholic Church. In May, Pius invited Britain, Germany, France, Italy and Poland to a conference at the Vatican to consider the dispute over Danzig, as well as the differences between Italy and France. The Duce was in favour of this conference, but Hitler and the Allied powers turned it down. The French ambassador explained the Allied position, quote, "The countries that should be stopped from sliding into war are in the other camp, that is, Germany and Italy." He added that it was these two states that placed peace in danger, the one by raising claims on Danzig, the other by supporting them. When the conference failed, Pius kept his cool and threw in another offer. The Pope offered papal mediation of the rival claims of Germany and Poland on the one hand, and France and Italy on the other. Germany rejected the former, and France rejected the latter. With Europe hurtling towards war, His Holiness took to the radio on the 24th of August in his address titled, quote, "To those in power and their peoples," end quote. Pius reminded Europe of what she had to lose. Quote, "Nothing is lost by peace, but everything may be lost by war," end quote. To the leaders, politicians, writers and public figures of Europe, Pius pleaded for them to do all within their means to avert another catastrophe. Days before the war's beginning, the Prince von Hessen negotiations continued, and Hitler had once more been talking about how excited he was for this thing to finally come off. Von Hessen said that a deal, quote, "really is the Führer's deep wish. He hopes to see Your Holiness when he comes back to Rome for official purposes," end quote. Hitler continuously stressed how important this affair was to him, and he apologised that the negotiations with Russia and the Polish border dispute had continuously got in the way as of late. He had sent von Hessen to the Vatican purely to speed things along. No matter how fast either of the parties worked though, they could not hope to get a deal done before Europe imploded. Hitler had some extreme worries about these negotiations leaking out. Not surprising, given what he had said about dropping Rosenberg for the papacy's sake. Pius passed along the reassuring reply, quote, "The secret is sacred to us," end quote. And indeed, it remained that way for 80 years. On the 31st of August, the day before war broke out, His Holiness once more invited the representatives of Britain, France, Germany, Italy and Poland, as well as the American ambassador in Italy, to the Vatican, so that Europe could talk things out, rather than killing themselves. Once again, Europe chose not to listen. The next day when war broke out, Pius remained prudent as ever and did not condemn the aggression. On the 3rd of September, to a group of German pilgrims, His Holiness said, quote, "For a priest, it is now, more than ever before, imperative to be wholly above all political and national passion," end quote. Pius truly was impartial. He simply wanted peace. On the 11th of January 1940, Pius met with Francis Darcy Osborne, the British representative to the Vatican. Here, the Pope told the Brit all he knew about a group of German generals who were prepared to overthrow the Nazi regime if they could be assured a just and honourable peace. The peace would have included the restoration of Poland and Czechoslovakia, would have kept the union between Germany and Austria. Pius was happy to sacrifice the Nazi regime if it meant peace for Europe. The British, however, responded that they could not proceed on this, quote, nebulous proposition, end quote. Again, when the Vatican caught wind of a planned German invasion of the Low Countries and France, the Allies were informed. There were concessions to the other side as well. When the Germans invaded Denmark and Norway, the Vatican's newspaper deplored this escalation of the conflict. Mussolini complained, and Pius imposed restrictions on the journal. Italy, of course, was not yet in the conflict, and Pius, like Pope Benedict had in 1914, sought to keep them out. The Pope urged the Italian ambassador to the Holy See, Dino Alfieri, to make the Duce see sense, and the same message was given to King Victor Emmanuel and his wife when they visited in December. A week later, this position was reiterated when the Pope returned the visit. When the Low Countries were indeed invaded in 1940, the Under-Secretary of State drafted a condemnation of these acts of German aggression. His Holiness, however, had other ideas. The condemnation wasn't issued, and instead more prudent messages of sympathy were dispatched to the leaders of Belgium, Luxembourg and the Netherlands. Once these three nations alongside France quickly fell, His Holiness was quick to seek a reasonable peace. Only Britain remained, and Hitler had expressed a willingness to let Britain simply walk away with her empire intact. This, to Pius, sounded like a great basis for peace, and he immediately set about placing himself as the arbiter of this peace. When he spoke to the British about it, however, he was told that the British had no interest in peace at all. 1941 was an eventful year in which the Germans invaded the Soviet Union and the Japanese attacked the Americans. The papacy condemned neither, and the following year they opened diplomatic relations with Japan, much to the annoyance of the Americans. In the 1942 Christmas message, the Pope only voiced vague criticism as usual, so as to not annoy any of the war's participants. To the Americans, Pius explained why he could not openly condemn the Nazis. Quote, firstly, there are over 40 million German-speaking Catholics. If I should denounce the Nazis by name as you desire, and Germany should lose the war, Germans everywhere would feel that I had contributed to the defeat, not only of the Nazis, but Germany herself. For the German population, not to be able to make the distinction between the Nazis and the fatherland would only be human in the confusion and distress of defeat. I cannot risk alienating so many of the faithful. One of my predecessors, Pope Benedict XV, in the First World War, through an unfortunate public statement of the type you now wish me to make, did just this, and the interest of the Church in Germany suffered as a result. Second, if I denounce the Nazis by name, I must in all justice do the same as regards the Bolsheviks, whose principles are strikingly similar. You would not wish me to say such things about an ally of yours, end quote. To get Pius to support the Soviet Union, Roosevelt openly lied to him and told His Holiness that the Soviets were preparing to introduce religious freedom in their territories, and he claimed that the survival of Russia would prove less dangerous to religious life than the Nazi dictatorship. What was happening in the German-occupied lands in the East proved quite the opposite of this, as worshippers began to flock to their long-closed churches and dug up their hidden icons, which had remained hidden for so long. Pius understood this all too well and took no notice of Roosevelt's lies. Throughout the war, Pius had continued his work from the Great War and established the Vatican Information Service, which covered all theatres of the war and paralleled the work of the Red Cross by putting relatives in touch with prisoners of war, missing persons and refugees, whilst monitoring and mitigating the suffering and separations provoked by the conflict. Frank Copper writes, quote, this service was asked to learn the fate of millions of these displaced and incarcerated people and report back to their families, and it did so with considerable efficiency. Vatican Radio transmitted hundreds of thousands of messages, while the Pontifical Relief Commission provided material assistance to the needy in those countries where it was allowed to function, and fulfilled a wide range of needs. Relief in the form of goods and medical supplies was provided to France, Belgium, Holland, Greece, Finland, Norway, Ethiopia, Malaya and the Philippine Islands, among others, end quote. In 1943, the Allies announced their unconditional surrender policy, and Pius was immediately opposed to it. This announcement by the Allies was neither prudent nor practical, and His Holiness feared that it would drive the Germans to prolong the war, which would only benefit the ungodly Soviets. Until now, thanks to Roosevelt who was corresponding politely with the Pope, Rome had managed to escape most of the horrors of the Allied bombing campaigns. On the 19th of July, however, the bombs began to rain down from the sky, killing hundreds of civilians and injuring well over 1,000. One of the buildings which was hit was the Basilica of San Lorenzo, one of Rome's main pilgrim sites. The Pope rushed to be with his injured flock right away, and drew up quite a spectacle, as the Romans came to be with their beloved Papa in their hour of need by the thousands. Initially, Mussolini didn't want the Pope to steal the limelight, but he soon saw the propaganda value of the whole affair, and Italy's newspapers the following day were flooded with images of His Holiness amongst the rubble. Mussolini, however, was soon overthrown. The Supreme Pontiff had nothing to do with the coup, but Dino Grandi, who was one of the main architects, came to see him a few days later. Grandi recalled, quote, "Pope Pius XII greeted me with paternal benevolence. He asked that I sit near him and tell him in minute detail about the events in which I took part on the eve of July the 25th, my last conversation with the Duce, the preparations for and the night of the Grand Council, my contacts with the King, and with the ministers of the royal house." End quote. During this conversation, Rome's air raid sirens went off, and the Pope got to his knees and began to recite the Lord's Prayer, and Grandi joined him. In September, the Italians capitulated, and thousands of Romans flooded into St. Peter's Square, begging to see the Pope. Pius, however, was far too prudent for that. He couldn't be seen celebrating Italy's betrayal, with the Germans poised to so easily capture the city, and he failed to grant the crowd's repeated appeals. Soon enough, Rome was indeed occupied by the Nazis, and rumours abounded that Hitler planned to kidnap the Pope and hold him hostage as Napoleon had done. This, of course, proved not to be the case, and Pius continued his prudent policy of not provoking the Nazis. The Pope was in a dangerous position, however. A group of partisans attacked SS police in Rome and killed over 30 of them. The infuriated Hitler had over 335 Italian civilians killed in retaliation, although mostly communists and their families. Pius condemned the former for the sake of peace on the streets of Italy, but did not condemn the latter so as to not get on Hitler's bad side. The Jews, as everywhere, were to be rounded up and put into camps now that the Germans were in charge. This was done almost immediately, and the Vatican was flooded with appeals from ethnically Jewish Christians who had been caught up in the net. With Pius's intervention, the Germans immediately corrected their mistakes, and every Christian Jew that could be identified was released, as well as Jews who were married to Christians. Of Pius's handling of the deportations in general, Ambassador Wiesacker reported, quote, "Although he had been beseeched by various parties to do so, the Pope has refrained from making any ostentatious remarks on the deportations of the Jews from Rome. Even though he must expect to be criticised for this for a long time by our enemies, and Protestant circles in Anglo-Saxon countries will exploit this for propaganda purposes. On this issue too, he has done everything possible not to strain relations with the German government and the German authorities in Rome." End quote. The Allies were by now flooding into Italy, and the German occupation would inevitably not last very long. In January 1944, the Allies landed at Anzio, and His Holiness believed that within days Rome would fall. He had only one request, which he sent to the British, quote, "Cardinal Secretary of State sent for me today to say that the Pope hoped that no Allied coloured troops would be amongst the small number that might be garrisoned at Rome after the occupation. He hastened to add that the Holy See did not draw colour lines, but it was hoped that it would be found possible to meet this request." End quote. Rome was not immediately captured, however, and the next few months were to be bitter indeed for the Romans, as their city was pummeled by endless Allied air attacks on civilian targets. The Vatican, too, did not escape the bombardment despite Allied promises to the contrary. Whenever bombs would land on Vatican City, the Allies would simply deny it. Increasingly, the people of Rome became more and more sympathetic to the German occupier, or at least began to view them as the lesser of two evils. During this trying time, it was Pius, not Mussolini, that the Romans, and indeed, Italians in general, looked to. Few had any faith in the Duce, and most Italians just wanted this whole ordeal to end. Whenever Pius would arrive on his balcony to talk to and bless his people, the Romans would arrive in their thousands and weep with joy. In the streets after the Allied terrorist attacks too, Papa Pius was a regular visitor amongst the rubble. Soon enough, the Allies overran Rome, and on the 4th of June as they did so, some 500,000 Romans flocked to St. Peter's to cheer the Pope, who they deemed the quote, "defender of the city," end quote. Pius told the crowd in his usual non-partisan fashion that thanks to the mutual collaboration of both contending parties, the Eternal City had been preserved. For months, Allied propaganda had claimed that the Germans were persecuting Catholics, and the papacy, yet when they arrived in the city, Robert Murphy, America's chief diplomat, reported back to Washington, quote, "So far, no evidence has been obtained in Rome of oppression and persecution of Roman Catholic Church there," end quote. The Allied leaders who met the Pope during this time found his thoughts to be elsewhere. His Holiness was deeply concerned about the Soviet push westwards. After de Gaulle's meeting with Pius, he spoke with Duff Cooper, who reported, quote, "General de Gaulle told me last night that he had not been very favourably impressed by his interview with the Pope. It appears that His Holiness is mainly concerned at the present time with the sufferings which he fears may befall the unfortunate people of Germany," end quote. And Pius was indeed very unhappy with the Allies. Immediately, he let Allied leaders, including Churchill, know of his worries. The Allied administration in the South was removing religious education from schools and allowing Protestant missionaries to flood into the country. This, of course, had previously been banned. The Vatican Accords in general seemed as if they might be scrapped, as they were tied to fascism. The Allies were making a terrible impression. This behaviour continued until the end of the war. In April 1945, Pius remarked, quote, "I absolutely do not intend having Rome become the amusement centre for Allied officers. I did not allow such a thing to happen under fascism. I did not allow it under the Germans, nor will I allow it to the Allies. Every day, I hear complaints about the regrettable scandals taking place," end quote. He said that he was not only talking of, quote, "public and private entertainments, which too often assume the aspect of orgies," end quote, but also of pervasive corruption, most likely referring to the black market. Hitler and Mussolini, meanwhile, were desperately reaching out to the Pope in an attempt to stop the inevitable, that being not only German defeat, but also the Soviet domination of Europe. One of Mussolini's peace offers was, quote, "Germany and the neo-fascist government intend to pass, under certain conditions, into the Anglo-American camp to block the spread of communism and prevent the Bolshevization of Europe," end quote. Germany would renounce any claims to an empire and, quote, "turns to the Holy See so that it is possible to reach a compromise with the Allies," end quote. Regarding these proposals, Monsignor Tardini sent a memo to the Pope, quote, "That Germany and the neo-fascist government intend to pass into the Anglo-American camp to block communism is truly astonishing. While the Anglo-Americans declare that they will not consider any negotiations with the Nazis propose an alliance with them," end quote. Pius, far from ignoring these proposals as Tardini suggested, wanted them passed on to the Allies. By now, however, it was far too late, and the war ended. One of the issues that dominated the post-war world was that of Palestine. The papacy had always opposed a Jewish homeland in the Holy Land for a variety of reasons, but mostly because they didn't trust the Jews to uphold Christian rights there, which indeed proved to be the case later on. Pius, then, was simply following in the footsteps of his predecessors. With a wave of sympathy for Jews pouring in after the war, though, this was a hard position to hold. Pius's position was that Jerusalem should be internationalized, and that in general a third party should control the Holy Land, not the Muslims or the Jews. Britain, however, refused to be burdened with this desert filled to the brim with ethnic tension any longer. As they prepared to depart, Pius was filled with misgivings and warned of what was to come. The papacy had managed to convince most Latin American countries and other Catholic countries like France, Belgium, and the Philippines to support their vision of an internationalized Jerusalem and Bethlehem. But ultimately, reality got in the way. In 1948, all hell broke loose as the Jews proclaimed the creation of Israel and the Arab states attacked them militarily, whilst the papacy questioned the legitimacy of this young nation diplomatically. In late May, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem was already reporting that savage Jews were violating the sanctity of churches, convents, and other church institutions. Pius, outraged, demanded to know how, quote, "the Christian world would allow the devastation of the holy places," end quote. In October, Pius, rather than the papacy in general like usual, came out and proposed the internationalization of Jerusalem again, and he openly championed the cause of the 800,000 Muslim and Catholic refugees who were being terrorized by the Jews. 75% of all Christian Arabs have been pushed out of the territory under Israeli control, and Pius demanded that they all be allowed back into their land. Pius, however, was fighting a losing battle. In horror, he watched as the US and Soviet Union competed in a race to recognize the Israeli state. The United States, especially, would die on the hill of Israel due to the extremely influential Jewish population in that country. With such powerful forces ranged against him, Pius's benevolent solution stood little chance of success. The Soviets, though, soon turned away from Israel in disgust, and ironically found themselves on the same side as the Vatican diplomatically on this issue. Month after month, Pius continued to publicly beg the world to see sense and work towards peace, but nobody seemed to listen. With US blessing, the Israelis continued to slaughter all the Christians or Muslims they could get their hands on. Israel was committing genocide, plain and simple, but there was nothing His Holiness could do in practical terms. In October 1948, he issued the encyclical In Multiplicibus Curis, in which he decried the suffering of the Palestinian people, the blood being shed in the Holy Land, and the damage and destruction of sacred Christian shrines. His Holiness called for prayers for peace, as well as international guarantees, free access to the holy places, and religious freedom. After the armistice, Pius continued to call on the United Nations to internationalize Jerusalem, but at every turn they went back on their word and nothing happened. Israeli terrorism had won the day. Pius, however, refused to recognise them as a legitimate state, no matter how much pressure the US piled on. There was, of course, other matters in the world. The issue closest to every European's heart was, of course, the Soviet problem. With the fascists and the National Socialists, Pius had found himself surrounded and forced to act prudently. Neither had ever threatened the church in a serious way in the first place, and so His Holiness was more than happy to work with both of them. With the Soviets, though, Pius went all in and consistently condemned their obliteration of the church. The state had effectively taken over the Russian Orthodox Church and was using it to try to crush Catholicism. Any anti-Soviet measures, such as the setting up of NATO, were fully supported by Pius. Relations with Tito's Yugoslavia were no better either, and Tito severed relations with the Vatican in 1952 after a series of fallings out. Pius's usual balancing act had vanished at home too. His Holiness openly supported the Christian Democrats and urged the faithful to vote for them in order to prevent communism spreading to Italy. Catholic action groups were used to drum up massive propaganda, and Catholics were explicitly told that they could not be both Catholic and communist. Those who joined or supported a communist party were to be denied the sacraments and were to be automatically excommunicated from the church. All across the world, Pius urged Catholics to be as militant as he was against the scourge of communism. Across the Atlantic, for example, Bishop Fulton Sheen, the so-called television priest, took up this challenge and branded communism as the Antichrist, as he urged Americans to press Washington to join with Christ and Mary in their war against, quote, Satan and his communist allies, end quote. Pius himself, too, was somewhat of a master of modern technology. He brought the Vatican into the International Union of Telecommunications and proclaimed the Archangel Gabriel the patron of telecommunications. He fully understood the potential of radio and television. The former he used even more than President Roosevelt, who was famed for his fireside chats. In 1955, Pius established a papal commission for cinematography, radio, and television to coordinate Catholic principles and policies in a number of states. Many of his radio addresses were virulently anti-communist, and only after Stalin's death did Pius soften his tone a little. In 1955, he spoke on coexistence. Quote, the true Christian Westerner nourishes thoughts of love and peace toward the peoples of the East, who live within the sphere of influence of a materialistic worldview supported by state power. If the question of coexistence continues to move the spirit, faithful Westerners pray together with those on the other side of the Iron Curtain, who are still stretching out their hands to God, end quote. By the end of his pontificate, His Holiness had managed to gain some ground, and a tentative accord was reached with Poland and Yugoslavia. When it came to television, Pius also knew the dangers that this technological revolution could present. In 1957, he used the encyclical Miranda Procis and spoke on the role of motion pictures, radio, and television, as well as the ways they could be misused, such as imposing political or economic goals for the benefit of a small minority, or the belief that television could promote immoral material, as indeed turned out to be the case. Instead, quote, they should serve the spread of truth so that the bonds between peoples will be made closer, so that men will have better mutual understanding and will help one another in times of crisis, end quote. The biggest post-war question of all was that of the papacy and modernity. Both traditionalists and modernists would claim Pius as their own man, and indeed, he enacted policies that seemed to go in both directions. The future of the church, however, would be left to Pius's successors. His Holiness went to be with God on the 9th of October 1958, and immediately many people knew that this would be somewhat of an end of an era for the papacy. His successor, John XXIII, would convene the Second Vatican Council and change the Catholic Church forever. Pius's legacy is a mixed one, but most Catholics believe that he should be granted sainthood. The process has long been underway, but unfortunately the only thing preventing this rightful ascension is intense pressure from Jewish groups, who claim that he didn't do enough during their persecution. To take such a step, they say, would be to torpedo Catholic-Jewish relations. Thank you very much for watching, and then especially a big thank you to those of you who signed up on Patreon, Subscribestar, and as YouTube members. Without your kind support, these videos would not be possible. If you do want to support the channel, then please do consider clicking one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you. In the 19th century, the European powers carved up Africa as if it was as simple as drawing lines on a map. Pope Pius
Thomas Cruz sent $50. Comments lit you up because PPL think you backpedaled on race and nerd bit about moving past anger. What's her take on that sentiment? To me, it's LARPers wanting you to be something unrealistic, while her taking a stance normies are more willing to consider openly. I think her aware of and using the opportunity. La La Land 10 tenths by the way Ryan Gosling is so me.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, when it comes to that, we can't always be trying to please the most aggrieved element. You know, it has to move past a politics of resentment. It has to be more than that. So, yeah, I mean, look, people are going to be upset. People are not going to get it. But my job is to lead. My job is not to fill. And listen, you know, I know that I'm on a run right now. I'm very popular right now. And what happens when you get popular for one or another thing is then people start expecting you to be a people pleaser. And I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to be a leader. That means I'm right before everybody else. That's what it means to be a leader. It means I'm right. I'm right before everybody else. It means I see the whole vision. I am going to take you to the promised land. And you're not always going to get it. And you're not always going to like the way it sounds. And sometimes it's a little messy or clunky or something. But, you know, I never tell you, trust me. I never say, trust me, believe me. I say, watch me work. Have I ever said, no, guys, really, you need to trust me, and here's why? I say, you're with me or you're against me, but in a year, we'll see who's fucking right. I've always said that about everything. You know, in 2018, we were feuding with Richard Spencer and the right stuff, and people wanted me, oh, you got to debate Richard Spencer. I said, you know what? Let's just see where we are in a year. I said, let's just see where we are relative to each other, and we'll see who wins. You know, there's a lot of talk, and people talk, and you listen to what I say, and you form your, you know, opinion on it, even though you know half of what I know for the most part. I always say, don't believe me, don't trust me. I don't need you to believe me or trust me. I need you to watch me work. I will act, you will react. I will act, I will drive the conversation. You will be left a year later wondering how I predicted it. I will tell you the future today. I will pick apart the things that are incomprehensibly complex to you. You will watch, you will listen, you will react. And in a year, you will say, how did he get it? How did he predict it a year in advance? How does he know all this? You will be left wondering. So, you know, when I say what I say about race, which is we have to move beyond grievance and bitterness, if you take that as backpedaling, it shows you really don't understand what we're about, and you never did. It also shows you're just low IQ, to be honest. Because bitterness and resentment is without content. You know, to say that the movement needs to be generative as opposed to resentful, it has very little to do with the actual essential principles. It has more to do with the tone, with the attitude. It has more to do with, you know, how the sentiment is expressed. And for people to say it's backpedaling to hop off of anger, grievance, you know, then what is the movement to be based on? Is the movement supposed to be about, you know, being resentful? Because I think resentment is bad, actually. Resentment is not healthy. It can be warranted. It can be valid. You have a right to feel resentful, but you don't have a right to be motivated by resentment. You don't have a right to harbor and feed resentment and to be animated by it exclusively or even mostly. So, you know, so to say that's a backpedal is just ignorant. You know, what people want to hear, people just always want fire and brimstone. What you got to understand about the mood of the country now is people, especially on the right wing, they want to be pandered to, and the shape that the pandering takes is always more extreme, always more ridiculous, always more who's the most. Well, I don't believe anything's real. Well, I think all black people need to go. I think they're all pedophiles. I think they're all transsexual pedo, Freemason, satanic, Illuminati freaks, you know. So there is this like toxic element on the right, this toxic pole. I don't think actually that the truth is always more conspiratard, always more hateful, always more exclusionary, always more prideful, resentful. You know, it's a competition of who could be the angriest white man. I'm not trying to win that competition. What I want is for the Republican Party to recognize the distinct ethnic interests of the white people and the heritage of America. And I think there is a way to incorporate that into a bigger vision that is generative, that is propositionally positive. But I'm not in the running for the angriest white man competition, who could be the angriest, the most resentful, who could make the most excuses, you know, who could say if the shoe were on the other foot the most times, you know, who's going to capitalize the W in white the most, who can beat their chest the loudest. I'm not running in that competition. Okay. So, you know, look, we want to be the center. We want to win. We want to endear the entire country to ourselves. We want to build a coalition and rule America eventually. And for that to take shape, we need everybody to be on board, okay? We need it to become undeniable, like that what we're saying is so true and so obviously the vision that it's just like a foregone conclusion. You know, when they say we're all Keynesians now, we're all liberals now. One day we need to say we're all traditionalists now, or Groypers or nationalists, whatever shape it will take. And we also need to attract a certain group of people. We need to attract people that are high in openness. We need to attract people that are innovators. We need to attract people that are progressive, that are forward thinking. Who's going to build our society for us? Have you ever thought of that? Who will make the new symphonies? Who will make the new cathedrals? Who will invent the futuristic cities, the new aqueducts, who will write the poetry? Are these people that are going to be grumbling Matt Walsh's, bitching about anti-white racism? No. No. The people that are going to build our future for us, the people that are going to build our revival civilization, they're going to be people that need to hear a different sort of message, an uplifting message, a message that looks upward, that points upward, an ascendant message. And to enlist those people, to get those people on board, to get buy-in with those people, look, they're of a different nature, a different stock, caliber, whatever you want to say, and they're going to need a different kind of message. So if the message is always going to be grumbly, knuckle-dragging, did you capitalize the W in white? I'm white, I'm pissed off. You know, it's going to be a very narrow appeal. It's going to appeal to a very narrow substrate of people. And honestly, how much mileage are you going to get out of that kind of a crowd? You know? There's a certain crowd that all they want to hear is that, and their mind becomes filled up with that. Their mind becomes filled up with grievances and complaints, and, you know, and that's for them, that's politics. How many of you have any creative solutions to any problems? Can you name one? How many of you have any creative solutions to any problem? A national security problem, a tech problem, a business problem. We all know what we're against. Do you know what we're for? How are we going to make all this work? Do we have any ideas? I'm interested in people that have ideas. I'm interested in people that are thinking about those questions rather than being filled with grievance, resentment, you know. And we need a cadre of political operatives that are going to be ideologically rigorous and aligned. And yeah, you could say those are more grievance-oriented people. We're going to need a lot of very political people, very ruthless people, lawyers, people on political campaigns. We need operators. And yeah, many of them are going to be tough and they're going to be pissed. We're also going to need inventors. We're also going to need scientists. We're also going to need artists. We're going to need to enlist another kind of clientele too. And to have a truly visionary leader, you need someone that can kind of have both. And by both, I don't mean like this and this. I mean, you need to kind of have a vision where you take the grievance and you translate it into a vision. You take the righteous indignation, which we're all feeling. We're all feeling negative. We're all feeling the slow decay, the death of our civilization. It's oppressive. It's an oppressive energy. We all feel the kind of hopelessness that we're out of options, backed into a corner. And the question is, how do you take that sentiment and transmute it? It's like an alchemy. How do you, and not actually, but how do you transform that into a positive vision? How do you take a negative and turn it into a positive? Turn it into a public works program, turn it into a cathedral in the city square. How do you take a problem and turn it into a solution? Take a grievance, a negative, I'm against this, and turn it into I'm for this. You know, and conservatives are very good at telling everybody what they're against. What are they for? You know, the conservatives have turned into, and look, this is tough love. You're not going to want to hear this. But we as a movement have turned into, just like the left, a politics based on resentment only. You see a lot of this on the right wing. What did Ted Kaczynski say, characterize the left wing? He said the left wing is a pathology. It is characterized by feelings of resentment. I feel like there's a phenomenon on the right that is this way too. I watch every Matt Walsh show. It's just resentment. Just resentment. Just chip on the shoulder, thinly veiled anger, impotent fantasies of violence. And, you know, what can you do with this? You know, there needs to be a leader that steps up and says, you know, what's actually a solution? How do we move forward? We can't turn back the clock. We can't undo what has been done. That doesn't mean we can't make changes, but this idea like we're all going to pretend like it's the 30s again. We're all going to pretend like it's the 20s again. The people that we don't like, we have fantasies of violence and we're going to make them shut up. And then what? And then what happens the next day? You know, I actually think there's a lot of good things about this country. I like Hollywood. I don't like necessarily the messaging of the movies, but without question, Hollywood is one of the wonders of the world. Silicon Valley is one of the wonders of the world. You know, this is a great country. We have great things. How do we make it work? How do we make it better? And so, you know, to say that's a backpedal, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm actually against backpedaling itself. I'm against pedaling forward. I am a progressive. We should have visions. We should be kept awake at night, not just about how angry we are in this pit in our stomach. We should be kept awake at night also by our dreams. You know, do we have dreams? Do we have the audacity to dream about a better future? Or do we just have these kind of revenge fantasies where we hurt the people that hurt us in our perception? And don't get me wrong, I mean, we're going to have to put some people in jail. Like, yeah, that part of the dream is that, yes, people will be deported, people will go to jail, but what else do you do on top of that? You know? So, anyway, so that's really the question, because I look at a lot of these people like an Elon Musk, like a Peter Thiel, and say what you want about them. And yeah, on some level, they are like cutouts, excuse me, for the CIA or intelligence. But what you envy about the Silicon Valley guys is they're innovators. What you envy about, say what you want about their politics. Yeah, they're pro-immigration, they're pro-free markets, they're too pro-free markets, they're too libertarian. But the venture capital mindset, I don't hate the mindset. They're entrepreneurial. They invest in risky things. They invest in ideas. They make magazines. Like they're doing things. We should do things too, you know? And that's my challenge to all of you. So, and like I said, I'm going to lead by example. We will show you the better future. We will show you the vision. We'll show you the way. And we'll endear people to our side, not just because we make some complaint about Israel, but because eventually we will have the vision. That's the goal. That's how you take it to the next level. Yeah, like this idiot in a live chat says, flat out create a new NSDAP Nazi party. Yeah, great idea, dude. This is what I'm talking about. We should just make another Nazi party like Hitler. Oh, yeah, true.
Dwight Anders said $11. If Vance wins 2028, what are the main things we will get from his administration?
It's just like this low IQ knucklehead stuff. It's just got to be driven out. It can't be allowed to dominate. There must be a sustained effort at the very top to suppress that shit brutally and with discrimination, with prejudice. Okay? Because it's embarrassing. You know, you look at the Jews and say what you want about them, but they're venture capitalists. They learn the language. They learn AI. They learn autonomous systems. They learn nuclear energy. And what do our knuckleheads do? They say, we should do the Nazi thing again. What if we did black shirts and we did swastika flag and we march around? And you're like, look at my Nazis, dog. This is fucking pathetic. You know? We need architects. We need musicians. We need engineers. We need geniuses. I'm more interested in those, actually. We're back being Dark Groiper. It was fun on the generational run. I'm ready to be the villain again. It was fun being the hero. It was fun being, most likely to be president for a day. It's time to be the villain again. And I'm going to excoriate the audience. Here is the problem. Last year, during the 2024 election, it was obvious that Trump was going to sell us down the river. It was obvious because he was telling us. He told us in June of last year that we were going to staple green cards to diplomas. When they pressed him about mass deportations, he said, we're going to take out the violent criminals first. We'll worry about the rest later. Okay, the writing was on the wall. He picked a never-Trumper, J.D. Vance. The writing was on the wall. Silicon Valley, Wall Street, the Israel lobby, they all lined up behind him. It was obvious where this was going. And in spite of that, you all voted for him. I told you exactly what would happen. I said, we're going to go to war with Iran. I said, we are not getting mass deportations. I said, and we're going to empower the next generation of neocons like J.D. Vance. And you all told me, well, it's better than the Democrats. Well, it's the lesser two evils. We got to vote for Trump. It's going to be a golden age. And look what happened. Here we are. You voted. America decided. Trump became the president. And look at what has happened. Corporate tax cut. $12 billion for Israel. We're at war with Iran. We're at war with Yemen. Mass deportations have yet to materialize. They're deporting people criticizing Israel. They're going after immigrants that criticize Israel. Taking citizenship from people that criticize Israel. They held Harvard and Columbia and all the Ivy Leagues hostage because they're criticizing Israel too much. They brought TikTok back, but with pro-Israel censorship. It's endless. They can do all this for them, all this for Silicon Valley and the corporations in Israel. They can do nothing for us. Nothing for us. Have they banned seed oils? No. Have they banned pesticides? No. They've walked all that back. Have they done an infrastructure bill? No, and they're not going to. Have they made home ownership affordable? Have they made student debt manageable? No and no. Have they brought down inflation? No. Inflation's ticking back up. Prices are high. Housing is still expensive. Have they done the deportations? Absolutely not. They're actually carving out, saying we're going to let people stay if they're working on farms or in hotels or in hospitality or in restaurants or in construction. They can stay. They can get a special visa. They could get an H-1A visa. We're not going to deport them. Okay? So this bargain, it isn't working for us. They're getting everybody's information in the Palantir database. Palantir has gone up 100%. And now we're 3 years out from the next election, and Groyper start to say, fuck J.D. Vance. Maybe I'll vote for Newsom, just on account of he's a fat loser and this administration sucks. And what are people saying? Aw, geez, dude, but the Democrat is so bad, too. Ah, geez, dude, but we can't. The Democrat's terrible, but the Democrat's liberal. Ah, but you're going to vote for Newsom? Nah, but Newsom's not it. Do you get it? This is how they keep you contained. Okay? This is how they keep you controlled. This is how they keep you brainwashed. What if we just didn't vote? Yeah, and yes, that means a Democrat would win. So what? So what? A Democrat did win. And Republicans, by the way, did nothing to stop it. You think Republicans give a shit if Democrats get in power? They really don't. When the election was stolen for Trump, did Republicans do anything? Did they do anything to prevent that from happening? Do you know Trump's entire legal counsel during Stop the Steal, they didn't even give a shit? The Republican House and Senate, the Republican-controlled state legislatures, they did nothing. Because it's really not that bad for them. And then the Democrats, when Biden crashed out and it was apparent that Trump would win, did the Democrats care? No. You know what the Democrats said? They said Trump will win and it's okay. We'll live. Literally. That's what they were saying. They're not even pretending anymore. So isn't it interesting? At the highest level, they just trade. The Republicans and Democrats, they're on and off. Sometimes they're in power, sometimes they're not, but they're still good. And they're all friends with each other. And they all know that it's all going to be okay. No one really cares. And the billionaires, they go between Republican and Democrat. They support one year, another the next. It's down here on this level that we have to kill each other. We're having these debates. Gavin Newsom's a woke race communist. Trump is based. Dude, these are arguments that we are having down here among the people that don't matter, the people that don't make decisions, the people that don't have wealth, the people that don't have capital and don't have connections and don't know how anything works. It's down here that these ridiculous arguments are happening. Do you really think that's what is going to change politics, is a debate between Scott Presler and Harry Sisson? Seriously? Some sweaty, tall, effeminate homosexual and some liberal faggot cuck on the other side, and they're going to debate about policies? Republican presidents are good. Democrat presidents are bad. Like, we have to break out of this, guys. We have to break out of this matrix. That's not politics. Politics is not voting reliably for the party you align with. Like nominally, that you nominally align with. Politics is when you group up. Politics is when you all get fucking pointy sticks and raise a flag. That's politics. Politics is when you all draw a fucking triangle on your head, or, wear a red bandana or a fucking green tunic, and you say, we're all going to wear a blue tunic and we all are going to get sharp sticks and we're all going to get together. That's politics. And you do something. Now, when I say that, that's not a weird insinuation of violence. What I'm saying is, politics is not, oh, I'm white, I'm conservative, I'm voting Republican. Politics is when a group of people get together and say, let's say for the sake of argument, let's say there's 1 million Groypers. There was a poll that was conducted today. It said, I have a 6% approval rating in America. People say, that's funny. It's not that funny, because 6% of 300 million? What's 1/5? Or 1/20th, I should say. What's 1/20th of 300 million? It's a lot of people. And let's just use that for the sake of argument. What if all those people said, we're going to write in a protest candidate? 1 million people is enough to flip an election, a close election. 1 million people is enough to become a problem, especially if they're in one place. What if that 1 million people was dispersed across the swing states? What if 1% of those 1 million people showed up to canvass in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada? And what if that 6% or that 1% of that 6%, what if they were acting in unison as a block? And what if they said, we won't vote unless? We will spoil it. We should be for Republicans because we're white, we're conservative. We will spoil it for Republicans unless. That's politics. Politics is not, oh, we vote for Republicans every year. That's like a sports team. That's like, I always root for the Bills. I always root for my Cubbies. No, politics is when you get together and use your power and say, this is us. These are our demands. That's what I've sought to do in every election for the past few cycles. And my goal is to get big enough that eventually we're going to be able to make a difference. And I think this is going to be the one. I think 2028 is going to be the one where we summon enough Groypers that it will actually make a difference. And then it's a whole different ball game. Because I do this show and you can bitch about the issues. You could be on the show and you can say, I don't like what they're doing. I'm outraged. No one cares. But when you summon 500 people to a state and they're all working as volunteers and you have donations coming in, you're putting them up in hotels and they do what you say and you do some new different thing and you say, we're a free agent. It's a totally different ball game. You wait and you watch and you'll see. But this is what they hate. Why do you think they freaked out so much? They hate the idea that the people know their power. They hate the idea that the people would break out of the matrix and say, Republican, Democrat, how about neither? I'm a free agent. Now, that by itself isn't powerful, but when the free agents get together and say, we're united behind one mission, one agenda. We can swing either way. Pause. We could go either way. That's the idea they don't like. As long as you vote Republican, they don't give a shit.
Try to get a protective order, and
I think most Orthodox or Catholics don't believe that salvation is by grace through faith, and I'm going to make the claim that it is based on the scriptures.
Well, we believe that it is, but we believe that those words mean different things from you. So it's not that we reject the scriptures or don't believe in salvation by faith or by grace, but we don't believe that it's a legal standing that's imputational, which is based on a heretical Trinitarian theology.
Like a legal standing. The word justified is a legal term, is it not?
Yeah, but it's not a purely fictional, imputational legal standing. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible because nobody in the ancient medieval world were nominalists, and you need nominalism to have that position.
What do you mean by nominalists? Sorry.
Right, so the reformers, like Luther, relied on medieval nominalists like Occam and Bile to figure out how it was possible for God to declare people to be a legal state that they weren't ontologically that thing. So that's nominalism, that it's a name-only position, a legal standing position that doesn't reflect an actual ontological change in the being. And since nobody in the ancient and medieval world were nominalists until Occam, that means Paul didn't teach your view.
Doesn't it say Romans 4:5? That's, let's see, let me pull it up here.
So you're not going to address what I said. You're going to blow past
No,
it.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to ignore it.
Have you read Alistair McGrath?
No.
What, is that funny? I don't understand.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying no, I haven't.
Well, but you laughed, so I don't understand why it's funny.
I don't know. I just chuckled, dude.
Okay.
Like I've never done one of these before, so it's a bit new to me. Maybe more of a nervous laughter. So.
Okay. Well, McGrath is one of the most famous modern Oxford Protestant scholars. He wrote a book called Justitia Dei, and in that book he admits that nobody in the ancient and medieval world until about 1500s had the idea of justification by faith alone.
Oh, okay. Here, let me pull up some quotes here then. Let me pull up some quotes from some church fathers.
Okay. Yeah. Church fathers who believed in apostolic succession and the real presence, you think they taught justification by faith alone?
Hold on. Let me pull them up.
You're going to pull up a bunch of quote mines that don't say what I'm saying. They say what you think they're saying. So you're going to read into these church fathers who also teach the necessity of works and they teach the real presence. You're going to try to quote mine them to prove the Protestant doctrines.
Okay,
I used to be a Protestant, dude. I did all this. Don't you think I know what you're going to do?
What do you mean? I'm just trying to put out a position here, and I don't know. Like, I'm not particularly.
So in Romans 4, let's go to Romans 4. When Paul,
Sure, yeah.
where does Paul cite in Genesis and Romans 4?
Okay, let's just read it here. Romans 4:3. For what saith the Scripture? Abraham believed God, and it was counted unto him for righteousness.
Yes. Where is he citing?
Genesis chapter 15, verses 3, 6. Okay?
Right. Now, tell me this. In the Protestant view, in terms of the transition from wrath to grace, as the Reformers spoke of, when was that in Abraham's life?
Genesis chapter 15, when it says he believed God.
Thank you for refuting. Yes, thank you for refuting. Thank you for refuting Protestantism, because it's Genesis 12 where Abraham first believes and does several chapters of good works before Genesis 15. So you just refuted Protestantism in Romans 4.
No, because you read the rest of the chapter. It's talking about Genesis chapter 15. Where it says, who against
so you
believer.
Hold nothing I said, and you're not addressing the argument. You don't even understand the argument. You're blowing past the argument.
Maybe I'm just not quite getting what you're saying.
Correct. You're not correct. Do you want me to state it again?
Sure.
The transition from wrath to grace should be Genesis 12, not 15. So by Paul citing Genesis 15, you refute the Protestant position.
I'm sorry, I don't follow that because.
Oh my gosh!
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Because in Genesis 12, the command was just get out of your country. It wasn't that he'd be a father of many nations, or if it was, like, he didn't completely comprehend that. And it records in Genesis.
Did he believe in faith in Genesis? So this is
Let me present my position.
You're ignoring the argument.
I'm not trying.
Yes, you are. You're inventing a bunch of bull crap about he wasn't.
I'm not inventing anything.
So he wasn't justified.
I'm quoting what the inspired word of God.
No, you're not. You don't even know what the word of God is. You don't even know what. So he does 3 chapters of good works, but he's not justified yet. This is how silly your position is.
Okay. Yeah.
So God didn't make a covenant with him.
Now, to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned.
So you're not going to listen to the argument. You're just going to start quoting the scripture.
You're not listening to me. You're not letting me get my
full
point.
Did Abraham believe God in Genesis 12?
He believed. Okay, let's just quote that. Let's go to Genesis 12. Let's just go there. Genesis 12. That's in Genesis 12:3.
Does he build an altar in verse 8 and call upon the name of the Lord and worship him?
Hold on. All right, Genesis 12. Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. I will make of thee a great nation. I will bless thee, and make thy name great. Thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee. Oh. Sorry about that. I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abraham departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him.
Does he build an altar in verses 7, 8, 9 and worship God?
All right, I'm getting there. All right, all right, I'll just go to verse 8. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west.
Verse 7, 8, and 9. 7.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't hear 7.
I said 7, 8, 9. He builds an altar.
Dude, I didn't hear you. So, my mistake. And the Lord appeared unto Abraham and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there he built an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. Okay, yeah.
Oh, but he's not saved yet.
Well, listen. Well, when was he declared righteous by God? You tell me. When does the Bible say that he was declared righteous by God? When did it count for righteousness?
I'm showing the stupidity of your interpretation of Romans 4.
Okay, that's an assertion. That's an assertion that you're making. You're not really backing it up, though. So
I'm backing it up by the fact that shut up, or you're gone. In verses 7 and 8, he worships the Lord. God obviously accepts this worship. He acts in faith for the next several chapters until Genesis 15. So this refutes your stupid argument that he was saved in 15. So Romans 4 doesn't teach the Protestant view. It's just your assumption that it taught the Protestant view.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Now you're going to change the subject.
I am not going to change the subject. I'm trying.
So was he not saved for 3 chapters of good works?
Can I ask the question?
You're not. No. Was he not saved?
No, because it doesn't say he was declared righteous.
Okay, so yeah, you're an idiot. So God, so he does all these good works and he's not saved to just save your stupid position.
It's not a stupid position.
It is. It's nonsense. So he's not lauded for his faith when he goes into Egypt in 14.
Where are you talking about specifically?
13. So when he 14, when he after the Battle of the Kings, when he tithes to Melchizedek, he's not even saved yet. He's lauded as a faith champion in Hebrews 11 when he's not even saved. This is how stupid your position is.
Okay, so that's what you're just gonna do, just like just dunk on somebody who's never done this before. So
right. So now you're playing victim when you add a bunch of bad arguments. Well, you're dunking on me. I've never done this before. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. It is retarded because so you're saying that he's an enemy of God when he's lauded for tithing to Melchizedek in 14.
No. Okay.
Yes, you are saying that. Why are you lying? If he's not saved, you are, because if he's not saved until Genesis 15, then he's still under God's wrath and an enemy of God in the Protestant position. What are you saying? Oh my goodness, that's your position.
Can I at least state what I was going to say? Or
you said that he's not saved until 15. That means in the story.
I said declared righteous.
Is that not what it means to be saved in the Protestant view?
Okay.
All right, you're a liar. You're so dishonest, man.
I'm not being.
You are being dishonest. Why are you even here doing this? It's just ridiculous, dude. So there you go. So Abraham is over here tithing. He's lauded in Hebrews 11 as a model of faith after he goes to battle to save Lot in Genesis 13, and he's lost in all of this. That's how stupid the Protestant position is. And then he plays victim. I've never done this.
On British Twitter, many will be familiar with what we would term.
I think most Orthodox or Catholics don't believe that salvation is by grace through faith, and I'm going to make the claim that it is.
So I can keep my sweet hoes on my cause they know last century. really aren't the hero of the disaffected youth throughout the entire.
With term slop accounts, who post generic watered down, pro-British, pro-Israel, anti-Islamic, and civic nationalist type posts, often utilizing AI. The owners of such accounts are often not even British, very often they tend to be Indian. Recently, one of the more egregious examples of these accounts, going by the name of God Save Great Britain, posted a picture of the late Queen Elizabeth II with the following caption, quote, "This extraordinary woman carried out her duty until her very last breath because she knew Charles couldn't. She was right." End quote. There was plenty of pushback against this post from people like myself, but at the time of writing, the post has 58,000 likes and over 7,000 retweets, and at first glance, most Brits would instinctively agree with the tweet. The image surrounding the late Queen was seemingly immaculate. To most people alive today, she was always a little delicate old lady, and a quiet one at that. She had mastered the art of decorum. She acted exactly like a monarch, or, at least, a monarch in the modern British sense, that is, a figurehead. She was a blast from the past, a relic from a bygone age, and, as time went on, she essentially became all we had left from our great past. When she died, it hit almost everyone to the core, regardless of their political views, and even I was left momentarily saddened. It truly felt as if our great past had finally been buried. There is a reason our people queued up in their thousands to go and say their final goodbyes. In life and in death, she was adored almost unanimously throughout the nation. Now that the dust has settled, though, it's worth taking a second look. Sure, on the surface, she seemed like the perfect, respectable queen that she was presented as, but was that really the case if you peer under the the surface, did the math.
Eu nem sei a tua idade, tu querendo me mandar. Não sei qual que é a tua, mas tu não vai me brecar. Porque se tu pensa assim, tu sabe que eu nem sei a tua idade, tu querendo me mandar. Não sei qual que é a tua, mas tu não vai me brecar. Porque se tu pensa assim, tu sabe que eu não vou te amar. Só dou meu coração pra quem me conquistar. Pra quem pensa como eu sei que vai me apoiar. Sou de Libra, bem vivida, meu coração é gelado. Cê quer mandar em mim, então vai pra casa do
Apocalipse do amor, apocalipse do amor. É macetado em todo mundo com a força do meu popô. Apocalipse do amor, apocalipse do amor. É macetado em todo mundo com a força do meu popô. Bibi, baby doll, só quer ser macetada. MC Erika, tá?
Eu nem sei a tua idade, tu querendo me mandar. Não sei qual que é a tua, mas tu não vai me brecar. Porque se tu pensa assim, tu sabe que eu não vou te amar.